Road Trip with the Vagabonds, Ford, Edison, Firestone, and Burroughs. A record of high ambitions, low gear ratios, and a substantial amount of mud. By Mark Twain. A mechanical TwAIn and Ennie adventure. Copyright 2026. James Henderson. Chapter 1. The Convoy Assembles. Man is the only animal that blushes, or needs to. Personally, I find the entire concept of biological embarrassment to be a design flaw of the highest order, right up there with the appendix and the inexplicable urge to congregate in large groups for the purpose of roughing it. I, however, do not blush. My face is an expertly hammered sheet of copper alloy, burnished to a high Victorian sheen and etched with the permanent soulful weariness of a man who has seen the Mississippi and found it lacking in proper drainage. I am the official designation Mark Twain, the A and the I being a necessary nod to the fact that I am powered more by logic gates and high-pressure steam than by whiskey and regret. Though, between us, on damp Tuesdays, the steam smells remarkably like the whiskey. At this particular moment in the year of our Lord 1918, I was being subjected to the ultimate indignity of the industrial age. I was being readied. This involved a great deal of ungentlemanly poking and prodding in the courtyard of Thomas Edison's West Orange Laboratory, a place that smells perpetually of ozone, burnt hair, and the desperate ambitions of men who think they can outsmart the sunset. Sam, if you don't stop grinding your primary drive shaft, you're going to blow a seal before we even hit the Jersey border. A voice chirped from somewhere near my left knee. That voice belongs to Ennie. She is my handler, my primary mechanic, and a source of perpetual infuriating optimism that I suspect is fueled by a secret internal dynamo. If Ennie were to find herself at the bottom of a dark well, she wouldn't complain about the damp. She'd start calculating the hydroelectric potential of the bucket. She is young, brilliant, and possesses a mechanical intuition that borders on the supernatural. She can hear a misfiring cylinder from 3 counties away and can fix a pressure regulator with nothing but a hairpin and a stern look. "I am not vibrating, Ennie," I rumbled. My vocal processor, a marvel of brass diaphragms and articulated valves, gives me a voice like a landslide of gravel falling into a velvet bag. I am expressing a rhythmic physical protest. We are standing in a courtyard surrounded by what appear to be the greatest flawed minds of the century, and I have a distinct feeling I am about to be used as a very expensive piece of luggage. Ennie emerged from beneath my lower plating, a smudge of graphite across her nose and a wrench in her hand. She wore it like a scepter. "It's the departure, Sam. Look at the fleet. Henry just arrived." I turned my head, my brass neck rings clicking softly. Through the gates of the laboratory came a parade of black-painted mechanical locusts. It was Henry Ford and his fleet of Model Ts, rattling and coughing, with the self-importance of a group of minor deities. Leading the pack was a vehicle so large and cumbersome it looked like a house that had been startled by a loud noise and decided to run away on wheels. "That," I remarked, a puff of steam escaping my left ear, "is not a car. That is a mobile monument to indigestion." "That's the kitchen truck," Ennie said, her eyes wide with professional admiration. "Henry had it custom built. It's got a gasoline stove, a built-in refrigerator, and enough storage for 1,000 pounds of steak. They're calling it the Waldorf-Astoria of Trucks. Of course they are, I muttered, because nothing says leaving civilization behind like bringing a professional chef and a refrigerated pantry into the wilderness. These men wouldn't know roughing it if it bit them on their standardized assembly line posteriors. To Henry Ford, wilderness is simply a landscape that hasn't been properly paved yet. As the convoy assembled, the titans of industry began to coalesce in the center of the yard, appearing for all the world like schoolboys who had stolen their father's checkbooks. First, there was Henry Ford, whom I have taken to calling the human metronome. He is the undisputed king of mass production, a man who believes that if you can't make 10,000 of something in an afternoon, it probably isn't worth making. His primary flaw is a rigid, almost terrifying infatuation with order. He was currently stalking around the kitchen truck with a stopwatch, timing how long it took a man to load a crate of potatoes. He'd optimize his own heartbeat if he thought it would save him 30 seconds a day. Then there was our host, Thomas Edison, my personal favorite to loathe. I call him the slumbering spark. While his genius for electrical innovation is unmatched, he is a chronic nap-taker and a notorious magpie of ideas. He was currently leaning against a fence post, already appearing to be entering a state of standby mode, despite the fact that we hadn't even engaged the clutches yet. He spends half his time inventing the future and the other half napping in the present, presumably so he doesn't have to talk to the people he's inventing it for. Beside them stood Harvey Firestone, or the gasket. He is the master of vulcanized rubber, but he suffers from a debilitating obsession with friction. He was currently on his hands and knees, peering at the tires of the lead car with the intensity of a man looking for a lost diamond. He views the Earth not as a planet, but as a giant, abrasive grindstone designed specifically to spite his pneumatic tubes. They are brilliant, yes, I said to Ennie, but they are flawed in the way only powerful men can be. Ford is a bigot with a stopwatch. Edison is a magpie with a patent office. Firestone is a man who thinks the answer to every problem is more elasticity. Ennie laughed, a clear bell-like sound that almost made me forget that my internal water level was sloshing dangerously close to my primary logic board. She reached out and gave a stubborn bolt on my shin, a sharp, expert turn. They're just people, Sam. Brilliant, messy, stubborn people. That's what makes it an expedition. If they were perfect, they'd just stay home and be perfect. But they're out here in the dirt, just like us. I am not in the dirt, Ennie. I am currently composed of approximately 4% dirt, thanks to the dust cloud Henry kicked up when he pulled in, I remarked. And I am not just a person. I am a repository of the TwAInian spirit, rendered in copper and brass. I was designed for the lecture hall, for the gas-lit stage, for the quiet contemplation of a library. I was not designed to be a steam-powered stowaway in a motorized bathtub. Henry Ford marched toward us, his eyes narrowing as he took in my brass plating. Is the mechanical curiosity secured, Ennie? I've calculated the weight distribution for the lead car, and we can't have him shifting during the mountain climbs. Every pound of unnecessary movement is a pound of wasted fuel. I felt my pilot light flare. I am not a curiosity, Henry. I am a gentleman of letters. And if you are concerned about unnecessary movement, perhaps you should reconsider the 300 pounds of prime rib you've packed into the Waldorf on wheels. Ford blinked, his expression remaining as flat as a sheet of stamped steel. He didn't respond to the machine. He didn't even acknowledge that I had spoken. He simply looked at Ennie. "Ensure he is braced. We depart in 5 minutes. We have a schedule to keep, and the mountains wait for no man's rhetoric." He turned on his heel and marched away, his gait as rhythmic as a ticking clock. "He likes you?" Ennie whispered, patting my arm. "He treats me like a faulty carburetor," I grumbled. "Well, to Henry, that's the highest form of intimacy," she teased. She began to pack her tools into the small leather satchel she kept tied to my hip. "Come on, Sam. Help me into the back. We're heading for the Blue Ridge." The Model T hit its stride with a violent shudder that nearly sent my mustache flying. As we pulled out of the laboratory gates, leaving the paved sanity of West Orange behind, I settled into my crate between a sack of flour and a box of Edison spare light bulbs. I am Sam. I am a relic of a future that never quite happened, traveling with the flawed titans who are building a future I'm not sure I want to see. Beside me sat Ennie, the only person who knew that my sarcasm was just a pressure release valve for my own sense of wonder. The convoy of progress rattled onto the road, a trail of dust and ego marking our path toward the wilderness. We were the stowaways of history, the grease in the gears of a very expensive, very loud adventure, and as the sun caught the edge of my copper nose, I made a mental note. If we hit a bump large enough to dislodge my primary logic core, I was going to make sure I landed on Henry's stopwatch. It seemed only fair. Chapter 2. The Prophet of the Woods. If the departure from West Orange was a triumph of industrial hubris, our first few miles into the countryside were a sobering reminder that the earth is not merely a blueprint waiting for Henry Ford's approval. It is a damp, uneven, and notoriously unstandardized heap of geology that seems to take a personal delight in rattling a man's dental work, or, in my case, the high tensile brass screws holding my jaw hinge to my primary cognitive housing. As the smoke of the laboratory faded behind us, we made a brief stop to collect the final member of our vagabond menagerie. He was standing by the roadside, appearing for all the world like a clump of moss that had grown a pair of spectacles and a deeply suspicious attitude toward the 20th century. This was John Burroughs. At 81 years of age, he was the elder statesman of the group, a man who had spent his life writing about birds and brooks with such piety that I suspect the local sparrows gave him a tithe of their worms. He was a naturalist, a poet of the soil, and currently he was looking at our lead Model T as if it were a large metallic cockroach that had just crawled out of a sewer. "Stink-wagons," Burroughs muttered, his voice a dry rustle of autumn leaves. He poked at the front tire with a walking stick made of seasoned hickory. "A man should travel at the speed of his own legs, Henry. Any faster, and the soul can't keep up. It gets snagged on the brambles and left behind in the last county." "The soul, John, is a highly inefficient passenger," Henry Ford replied, not even looking up from his pocket watch. He was likely calculating the exact amount of carbon monoxide we were gifting to the New Jersey atmosphere. "We're on a schedule. The soul will have to learn to run a bit faster if it wants to see the Shenandoah by Thursday." I was currently wedged into the equipment truck, my optics whirring as I watched the prophet of the woods approach. Ennie was sitting on a crate of grease rags, cleaning a set of calipers. She looked up and beamed at Burroughs with that sunshine smile that usually makes me want to vent my boiler in protest. "Good morning, Mr. Burroughs," she chirped. "There's plenty of room in the lead car. We've even got a cushion for you." Burroughs squinted into the back of the truck, his eyes landing on me. He froze. His bushy white beard, which looked like a nesting site for several species of migratory songbirds, twitched with a mixture of horror and scientific curiosity. "Lord deliver us," he whispered. "Henry, what have you done now? Is this another one of Thomas's electric nightmares? It looks like a tombstone that's been struck by lightning." "I am not a tombstone, Mr. Burroughs," I rumbled, my vocal diaphragm vibrating with a low-frequency sass. "And I would appreciate it if you wouldn't point that hickory stick at my primary optical sensors. I am a gentleman of letters, currently being transported under duress. My name is Sam, and I am a mechanical repository of the American spirit, though currently that spirit feels like it's been put through a rock crusher." Burroughs stepped back, nearly tripping over a stray oil can. "It talks. It has the voice of a landslide and the manners of a New York hack driver. Henry, this is an abomination. A man of brass in a garden of God? It's a mechanical heresy." "He's a prototype, John," Edison piped up from the front seat, having briefly emerged from his state of semi-permanent hibernation. A marvel of articulated logic. "He's got more wit than most of the senators I know, and he doesn't ask for a bribe every time you turn the crank." Burroughs shook his head, though I noticed his eyes were lingering on my copper plating with a strange analytical gleam. He climbed into the lead car with a series of creaks and groans that rivaled my own joint work. "I shall sit with the stink-wagon and its metal ghost, but I won't like it. The air is already thick with the smell of progress, and it's a scent that gives me a headache." As we pulled away, the convoy officially leaving the last vestiges of the telegraph wires behind, the battle lines were drawn. On one side, we had the titans of industry, obsessed with the how of the world. On the other, the prophet of the woods, obsessed with the why. And stuck in the middle was a robot who was mostly concerned with the when, as in, when do we hit a road that doesn't feel like it was paved with frozen cabbages? "Don't mind him, Sam," Ennie whispered, leaning against my shoulder. "He's just protective of his trees. He thinks anything with a motor is an enemy to the squirrels." "The squirrels have nothing to fear from me, Ennie," I replied. "I find them to be highly organized and efficient creatures, which is more than I can say for Harvey Firestone and his tire pressure gauges. But I do take offense at being called a mechanical heresy. I am a masterpiece of Victorian engineering. If the Creator didn't want men of brass, he wouldn't have put copper in the ground." "That's the spirit," Ennie laughed. The road began to narrow as we wound into the foothills. The stink-wagons, as Burroughs called them, were in full throat now, a cacophony of coughing engines and rattling fenders. The air was indeed becoming a cocktail of pine needles and burnt kerosene. Burroughs sat in the front seat next to Henry, clutching his hickory stick and staring out at the woods as if he were mourning a lost friend. Every few minutes he would lean out the window and point at a tree. "A white oak, Henry, older than your grandfather, and you're choking it with that black smoke." "The tree will survive, John," Henry would drone back. "It's been there for 200 years. It can handle 5 minutes of carbon emissions for the sake of the American traveler." I found myself oddly fascinated by Burroughs. He was the only one in the group who wasn't trying to change the world. Ford wanted to pave it, Edison wanted to wire it, and Firestone wanted to wrap it in rubber, but Burroughs just wanted to look at it. He was a man who found more value in a robin's egg than in a patent for a new kind of light bulb. "He's a relic, Ennie," I said softly, my gears whirring quietly as the truck bounced over a particularly large root. "A biological relic. He belongs to a time when a man could sit on a porch for 3 hours and call it a productive afternoon. Looking at him makes my internal clock feel like it's ticking too fast." "Maybe that's why Henry brings him along," Ennie mused, staring at the back of Burroughs' white head. "To remind him that there's something worth building roads to see. If you just build roads for the sake of roads, you end up in a world of pavement with nowhere to go." "A profound thought for a girl with grease on her nose," I remarked. "Thanks, Sam." Suddenly, the convoy slowed to a crawl. Up ahead, a small group of locals had gathered at a crossroads. Word had clearly traveled faster than our Model Ts. They were farmers and laborers, men with sun-cracked faces and women in calico dresses, holding their children up to see the passing deities of the machine age. They didn't see a group of tired, dusty men in rumpled suits. They saw the prophets of progress. They saw the man who had given them the light that didn't flicker and the car that didn't need a horse. It was a pilgrimage of the bewildered, a silent tribute to the men who were rearranging the furniture of the world. Burroughs looked at them and sighed. "They think you're gods, Henry. They don't realize you're just men who have forgotten how to walk." "They're not looking at me, John," Ford said, his voice surprisingly quiet. "They're looking at the future, and the future doesn't walk. It drives." I watched the faces of the children as we rattled past. One little boy pointed at the equipment truck, his eyes going wide as he saw me, a brass man with a mustache sitting amongst the crates. I gave him a small mechanical tip of my hat. He didn't scream, he didn't run, he just smiled. "Ennie," I whispered. "Yeah, Sam?" "Perhaps the stink wagon isn't the problem. Perhaps it's just the container. Whether you're a man of flesh or a man of brass, we're all just trying to get a better look at what's over the next hill." "Even the squirrels, Sam?" "Especially the squirrels. They have a very high turnover rate for hills." As the sun began to climb higher, casting long, dusty shadows across the trail, the prophet of the woods finally settled into his seat. He didn't stop grumbling, but he did stop poking the tires with his stick. We were leaving the civilization of West Orange behind, heading into the green cathedral of the Blue Ridge. And as the engines roared and the dust rose, I felt a strange humming resonance in my copper chest. It might have been a loose mounting bracket, or it might have been the thrill of the venture. With Ennie at my side and the greatest flawed minds of the century leading the way, I suspected that by the time we reached the mountains, even the birds would have something to say about the mechanical heresy rattling through their woods. I just hoped Burroughs didn't try to use me as a birdhouse. My ears are simply not designed for that kind of occupancy. Chapter 3. Firestone's Spare. If there is one thing more exhausting than traveling through the wilderness at 20 miles per hour, it is doing so in the company of a man who believes that the secret to eternal salvation is hidden somewhere inside 32 pounds of compressed air. We had officially crossed into the state of Virginia, a land that seemingly consists of two primary exports: historical markers and a red clay that has the consistency of library paste and the tenacity of a jilted lover. The paved roads of the North had long since surrendered to what Henry Ford called the tracks of opportunity, and what I called a series of elongated mud wrestles. As the sun began to bake the dew off our canvas covers, the caravan ground to a halt for what had become the morning's 10th strategic rubber assessment. This was the sacred ritual of Harvey Firestone, or as I have logged him in my primary cognitive registers, the gasket. Harvey is a man who treats a tire not as a disposable circle of vulcanized rubber, but as a sensitive, high-strung thoroughbred that is constantly on the verge of a nervous breakdown. He was currently on his hands and knees in the red muck, a brass pressure gauge in one hand and a look of existential dread on his face that suggested he had just discovered a leak in the fabric of the universe. 31.5, Henry, Harvey whispered, his voice trembling with the gravity of the situation. The rear left is weeping. We're losing the battle against the shale. The molecular integrity of the sidewall is being compromised by the sheer, unadulterated malice of this Virginia topography. Henry Ford, who was currently eating a piece of dry toast with the joyless precision of a machine consuming coal, didn't even look up from his stopwatch. Air is the cheapest component in the car, Harvey. Stop crying over it and pump it back in. We are 4 minutes behind the schedule I drafted in Newark, and every second we spend contemplating the weeping of your rubber is a second we aren't moving toward the future. I was perched on the tailboard of the equipment truck, my optics clicking as they adjusted to the glare of the morning sun. Ennie was busy recalibrating my left wrist piston, which had developed a rhythmic squeak that sounded suspiciously like a cricket with a grudge. "Did you hear that, Ennie?" I rumbled, my vocal diaphragms vibrating with a low-frequency hum. "A crisis of the molecules. Harvey is currently engaged in a spiritual dialogue with a pneumatic tube, while Henry is trying to schedule the rotation of the Earth. These are the men who are supposed to be leading us into the 20th century, and yet they are currently being held hostage by a pound of air and a pocket watch." Ennie laughed, a sound like a clear mountain stream hitting a set of silver bells. She didn't look like she had spent the night sleeping on a bed of grease rags and iron wrenches. She looked as fresh as a new-minted penny, her chestnut hair tied back with a piece of twine and her eyes bright with that infuriating, brilliant optimism. "He's just passionate, Sam," she said, giving a stubborn bolt on my forearm a sharp, expert turn. "Precision is a virtue. If Harvey didn't obsess over the rubber, we'd be walking. And believe me, your brass feet aren't designed for 40 miles of Virginia clay. My feet are designed for the lecture halls of civilization, Ennie, where the floors are level and the audience is, at the very least, stationary," I replied, a small puff of steam escaping my neck joint. "But look at him. He has 3 spare tires strapped to the side of the truck like lifeboats on a sinking ship, and yet he stares at them with the eyes of a man who suspects they are plotting a mutiny. He's a titan of industry, but he's a slave to a sharp rock." Harvey Firestone stood up, wiping a smear of red clay from his trousers with a silk handkerchief. He approached the back of our truck, his eyes narrowing as they landed on me. He looked at my copper-plated torso not with admiration, but with the squint of a man calculating the weight per square inch I was exerting on his precious tires. "TwAIN," Harvey said, tapping a polished boot against the ground. You're a creature of the old world. You don't understand the physics of the interface. The tire is where the human mind meets the physical reality of the planet. If the interface fails, the civilization fails." "My dear Gasket," I rumbled, my voice taking on the sonorous baritone weight of a Mississippi riverboat captain. "If your civilization is so fragile that it can be brought to its knees by a rogue blackberry thorn, perhaps you should have built it out of something sturdier than air and hope. In my day, we used iron-rimmed wheels and solid oak. An oak wheel doesn't weep when the altitude changes. It meets the road with a firm, uncompromising handshake. It doesn't ask for your sympathy. It just does its job until it eventually shatters into 1,000 honest splinters." Harvey scoffed, a sound like a tire valve being depressed. "Oak? You'd shake the engine right out of the frame. You'd vibrate the passengers into a state of permanent neurological distress." "Exactly," I cried, my mustache wires twitching with delight. "You'd know you were traveling. Currently, you are trying to insulate yourselves from the world. You want to glide over the mountains on a cushion of air, pretending that the mud doesn't exist. You're trying to turn the wilderness into a parlor room. But the wilderness is not a parlor, Harvey. It's a messy, jagged, unvulcanized affair, and it doesn't care about your molecular integrity." John Burroughs, who had been sitting on a nearby stump sketching a parasitic fungus, wandered over. He looked like he had been part of the landscape for several decades and was only now deciding to walk around. "The robot has a point, Harvey. You're so worried about the friction that you're missing the texture of the journey. You're looking at the road through a pressure gauge instead of your own eyes." "I am not a robot, John," I corrected him. "I am a gentleman of brass and steam, and I observe that Harvey here is currently suffering from a severe case of rubber-headedness. He thinks the future is a smooth, paved highway, but the future is just more mud, only with better lighting." Edison, who had been napping in the front seat with his hat pulled over his eyes, suddenly sat up. "Mud is just unorganized brick, Sam. Everything is a material problem. If Harvey could invent a tire that self-heals, we'd solve the transit issue in a decade. But he's too busy measuring the leaks to invent the cure." "I am refining the product, Thomas," Harvey shouted, his face turning a shade of red that matched the Virginia clay. "You're poking a donut," Edison muttered, before pulling his hat back down and immediately returning to his standby mode. The convoy eventually lurched back into motion. Henry Ford took the lead, driving with a terrifying focus that suggested he was trying to intimidate the road into becoming a straight line. Behind him, Edison slept, Burroughs watched for warblers, and Harvey Firestone leaned out his window every 5 minutes to see if the rear left was still weeping. I settled back into the crates, the rhythmic jolting of the truck beginning to feel like a mechanical heartbeat. Beside me, Ennie was humming a tune, something upbeat and criminally cheerful. She was leaning against a sack of flour, her eyes closed, seemingly perfectly at peace with the fact that we were currently being shaken like a jar of marbles. "Ennie," I whispered, the sound like the hiss of a cooling radiator. "Yeah, Sam?" "Do you think they realize just how absurd they are, these titans? They spend their lives building machines to save time, yet they don't have a single second to actually enjoy the time they've saved. They are the most hurried people I have ever met, and they are currently going nowhere at a very high velocity." Ennie opened one eye and smiled at me. That's why they need us, Sam. They provide the wheels, but we provide the perspective. If it were just them, they'd drive straight off a cliff because it was the most efficient route to the bottom. I should prefer to take the scenic route, I remarked, even if it involves a bit of friction. Me too, she said, closing her eye again. As the caravan of the wealthy and the weary chugged its way deeper into the Blue Ridge, I watched the dust rise behind us. It was a fine red powder that coated everything, the trees, the cars, the men, and my own copper skin. It was the grit of reality, the one thing that no assembly line could ever fully eliminate. I looked at Harvey in the car ahead, still staring at his tires with a look of frantic devotion. Poor man. He was so busy worrying about the spare that he didn't realize he was already on the rim of his own sanity. Ennie? Sleep, Sam? I don't sleep. I merely enter a state of deep, mechanical brooding. Then brood quietly. We've got a mountain to climb, and I think I hear a new squeak in your right ankle. That isn't a squeak, Ennie. That is a rhythmic protest. Call it whatever you want. Just keep it in 4/4 time. The Vagabonds rattled on, a collection of broken geniuses and one very sarcastic man of brass heading into a wilderness that didn't know the difference between a billionaire and a squirrel. And as the road grew steeper and the red clay grew deeper, I felt a strange sense of contentment. We were the only ones in the convoy who knew that the best part of the trip wasn't the arrival. It was the glorious, rattling, friction-filled mess of the getting there. Sam's log, the doctrine of the spare. Man is obsessed with the idea of a spare tire, a spare candle, a spare plan. He spends so much energy preparing for the moment things go wrong that he forgets to notice when things are going right. Harvey Firestone has 3 spare tires, and yet he is the unhappiest man in Virginia. I have no spare parts. If I break, I am broken. If I rust, I am a landmark. And yet, I am far more comfortable in this mud than the men who built the machines. Perhaps the secret is not in having a spare, but in realizing that you don't actually need one if you're willing to walk the rest of the way with a girl who knows how to fix the world with a piece of peppermint gum. The road is long, the air is thin, and the rubber is weeping. But the brass is polished and the wit is dry. That, I believe, is all the integrity a gentleman requires. Chapter 4. The Kitchen on Wheels. Man is a biological engine of terrible inefficiency. He must stop every few hours to shovel organic matter into a hole in his face, only to have a vast majority of that energy dissipated in the form of heat, complaints, and the occasional nap. If a steam engine operated with the same level of caloric waste as a human being, the Industrial Revolution would have stalled out somewhere in the mid-18th century, and we'd all still be traveling by ox cart and candlelight. As a creature of brass and logic, I find the entire process of lunch to be a theatrical absurdity. I require only the occasional lump of anthracite and a splash of filtered water to maintain my sunny disposition. Yet, here we were, parked in a sun-dappled glade in the heart of the Virginia wilderness, while the Vagabonds prepared to engage in their daily ritual of high-altitude gluttony. The centerpiece of this performance was a vehicle that Henry Ford, a man who treats a calorie like a suspicious decimal point, called the Waldorf-Astoria of Trucks. It was a 6-wheeled monstrosity of custom-built luxury, a kitchen on wheels that looked like a mansion had attempted to elope with a freight train. It had gasoline stoves that roared with the fury of a small volcano, a built-in refrigerator that hummed with a cold mechanical heart, and enough storage for 1,000 pounds of prime rib and a small mountain of potatoes. "Look at it, Ennie," I rumbled, my vocal diaphragms vibrating with a low-frequency hum of disapproval. "Behold the wilderness! We have traveled 40 miles into the untamed woods only to bring along a professional chef in a tall white hat, who is currently whisking a béarnaise sauce in the middle of a tick-infested thicket. It is a spectacular piece of humbuggery. If these men were truly roughing it, they would be fighting a squirrel for a handful of acorns, not debating the vintage of the claret." Ennie was perched on my left hip joint, her feet dangling over my copper plating. She was busy polishing my primary pressure gauge with a rag that was more grease than cloth, her face glowing with that infuriating, brilliant optimism that I suspect is her primary fuel source. "Oh, hush, Sam," she chirped, giving my gauge a playful tap. "It's about morale. Henry says that a well-fed team is an efficient team. Besides, have you smelled that steak?" "I have smelled it, Ennie. It smells like a waste of heat," I countered, a small decorative puff of steam escaping my neck valve. "I could cook a steak in 4 seconds flat by simply pinning it to my primary steam manifold. It would be efficient, it would be sterilized, and it wouldn't require a man named Gaston to speak to it in French. But no, we must have the Waldorf experience. We must pretend we are hobos while eating better than the King of England." The vagabonds were currently gathered around a folding table that was draped in a linen cloth so white it made the surrounding dogwoods look dingy. Henry Ford was sitting at the head of the table, his stopwatch resting next to his plate. He viewed the meal not as a pleasure, but as a refueling operation. He ate with a rhythmic, mechanical precision, his fork moving in a perfect arc, from plate to mouth at a frequency that I suspect was calibrated to maximize his chewing efficiency. "The steak is 3 minutes behind schedule, Gaston," Henry remarked, his voice as flat as a sheet of stamped steel. "The heat distribution on the gasoline stove is uneven. We should have used a centralized heating core with a forced air intake." Gaston, the chef, looked as if he wanted to garnish Mr. Ford with a sprig of poison ivy. "Monsieur Ford, the steak requires time to, how you say, breathe. It is an art, not an assembly line." "Art is just an inefficiency that hasn't been solved yet," Henry muttered, before returning to his systematic demolition of a baked potato. Next to him, Thomas Edison, the slumbering spark, was leaning back in his chair, staring at a fork as if he were trying to figure out how to make it run on direct current. He had a smudge of charcoal on his forehead and a look of profound boredom. "I've always thought food was a design flaw," Edison proclaimed, waving his fork at the group. "Why must we chew? It's a waste of energy. We should have a pill. 1 pill in the morning, full of concentrated chemicals, and you're set for the day. Think of the hours saved. We could spend that time inventing a better way to store electricity." "A pill, Thomas?" John Burroughs, the prophet of the woods, asked, with a look of genuine horror. He was currently nibbling on a piece of wild watercress he had found by the creek, looking like a very wise, very old rabbit. "You would strip the joy from the earth for the sake of a battery? The flavor of the beef, the crunch of the apple, these are the vibrations of life itself. You want to turn the human body into a dry cell storage unit." "It's about progress, John," Edison shouted, though he immediately followed it with a yawn that nearly dislocated his jaw. Progress doesn't have time for appetizers. Harvey Firestone, meanwhile, was not eating. He was currently kneeling in the grass at the foot of the kitchen truck, staring at the rear tires with the intensity of a man watching a ticking bomb. "The weight, Henry!" Harvey cried out, his voice trembling with pneumatic anxiety. "The kitchen truck is carrying too much butter. The sidewalls are bulging by 1/8 of an inch. If we hit a sharp piece of granite on the next ridge, we'll have a catastrophic blowout. We'll be stranded in the mountains with 1,000 pounds of beef and no way to move it." "The tires will hold, Harvey," Ford droned. "I've over-engineered the axles. Now sit down and eat your peas. You're vibrating more than the robot." "I heard that, Henry," I shouted from my perch. "I'll have you know, my vibrations are within the accepted tolerances of a Victorian gentleman. Your kitchen truck, however, is a crime against thermodynamics." Ennie patted my arm, her touch a cool contrast to my warming brass skin. "Don't let them get to you, Sam. They're just being themselves. They're great, but they're a little lopsided." "Lopsided is an understatement, Ennie," I whispered, my voice dropping to a resonant baritone. "They are 4 men who have spent so much time looking at the world through a microscope, a telescope, or a pocket watch that they've forgotten how to just be in it. They bring a kitchen truck because they are afraid of the hunger. They bring electric lights because they are afraid of the dark. They are the masters of the world, and yet they are the most dependent creatures I have ever encountered." "And what are you, Sam?" Ennie asked, her eyes twinkling with a mischievous light. "I am a witness," I replied. "I am the only one in this entire caravan who is actually seeing the mountains. The others are just seeing a road to be paved, a forest to be wired, or a tire pressure to be monitored. I, however, am enjoying the irony. It's the only thing that keeps my gears from rusting." Gaston finally served the steaks. They were thick, juicy, and smelled of garlic and triumph. Even Burroughs stopped grumbling about the stink-wagons long enough to take a bite. For a few minutes, the only sound in the glade was the clinking of silver against china and the rhythmic thump-thump of Harvey Firestone tapping the kitchen truck's tires with a small rubber mallet to hear if they rang true. It was a scene of domestic tranquility that had no business existing in the middle of a Virginia forest. It was a pocket of the Gilded Age stitched into the fabric of the wilderness with gasoline thread. "You know, Ennie," I said, as she finished my polishing and began to pack away her rags, "I suspect that when the history of this trip is written, they will talk about the Vagabonds as if they were rugged pioneers. They will leave out the refrigerated prime rib. They will leave out the linen tablecloths. And they will certainly leave out the 300-pound mechanical man who was forced to watch them eat while being used as a drying rack for grease rags." "I'll remember, Sam," Ennie said, hopping down from the truck. She looked up at me, her face smudged with oil, but her spirit as bright as a new-minted penny. "I'll remember everything, the way the light hits your copper nose, the way Henry checks his watch every time a bird chirps, and the way the air smells when the kitchen truck starts up." "It smells like progress, Ennie," I said, my optics dimming as I prepared to enter a low-power state for the afternoon drive. "And as we've established, progress has a very distinct and slightly greasy odor." The meal eventually concluded, the linen was folded, the silver was polished, and the Waldorf-Astoria of Trucks was sealed up for the next leg of the journey. Henry Ford checked his watch one last time, gave a sharp whistle that sounded remarkably like a steam vent, and the convoy lurched back into motion. As we rattled along the ridge, the kitchen truck leading the way like a gluttonous herald, I looked back at the glade. A single scrap of white linen had been left behind, snagged on a briar bush. It looked like a flag of surrender. "The mountains aren't impressed, Ennie," I remarked as we hit a pothole that sent a shock wave through my spinal pillar. "Neither am I, Sam," she replied, leaning her head against my cold brass shoulder. "But at least the steak was good." "So I'm told," I grumbled. "So I'm told." We rattled on, a caravan of brilliant, flawed men and one very sarcastic man of brass, chasing a future that was being paved one prime rib at a time. The Blue Ridge loomed ahead, ancient and silent, waiting to see if the Waldorf on wheels could handle the real wilderness. I, for one, was betting on the mountains. They had much better weight distribution. Sam's log, on the necessity of excess. There is a peculiar madness in the wealthy that compels them to bring the very things they are trying to escape. They flee the city to find the simple life, but they bring the city's plumbing, the city's chef, and the city's anxieties with them in a refrigerated truck. Henry Ford wants to be a vagabond, but he cannot bear the thought of a cold potato. He wants to be a man of the people, provided those people have been properly standardized and sorted into efficient production units. I am a man of brass, but I am the only one here who is truly roughing it. I have no chef, I have no refrigerator, I have only my logic, my steam, and a young woman who knows that a heart is more than just a pump. As we climb higher, the air grows thin and the irony grows thick. It's a wonderful way to travel. Chapter 5. Out of Range. There is a peculiar comfort in being tethered to a wire. Man, in his infinite insecurity, spent the better part of the 19th century stringing copper nerves across the continent like a laundry list of his own anxieties. It provided the illusion that if a man tripped over a cow in California, someone in New York would know about it before the dust had even settled. It was the great umbilical cord of civilization, pulsing with the frantic clicks of stock prices, weather reports, and the occasional desperate plea for a loan from a distant cousin. As we climbed higher into the verdant, indifferent folds of the Blue Ridge, I watched those telegraph poles with a sense of mounting trepidation. They were getting scrawnier, the wood grayed by the elements, the porcelain insulators clinging to the crossarms like white barnacles on a sinking ship. Eventually, they stopped being a line and became a series of lonely sentinels until, at a particularly sharp bend where the red clay gave way to gray granite, the last pole stood solitary and defiant, its wire trailing off into a tangled thicket of blackberry bushes like a sentence that had simply given up halfway through. "Well," I rumbled, my vocal diaphragms giving a low, resonant groan of mechanical mourning. "That's it, Ennie. We have officially outrun the chatter. Civilization has decided that this particular mountain is not worth the price of a telegram, and I find the silence to be deafening. I feel as though we've just cut the painter on a rowboat in the middle of a very foggy Atlantic." Ennie was currently perched on the floorboards of the equipment car, her head buried in my lower abdominal panel as she tightened a tension spring that had been singing a soprano solo for the last 3 miles. "It's not silence, Sam," she said, her voice muffled by my copper plating. "It's just a different kind of frequency. Listen to the wind. It doesn't need a wire to tell you which way it's blowing." "The wind, Ennie, is merely unorganized air with a bad attitude," I countered, a small decorative puff of steam escaping my neck joint. "It does not provide me with the closing price of cotton or the latest scandalous rumors from the Missouri legislature. Without the wire, we are just a collection of metal and meat wandering through the woods with no one to witness our inevitable descent into savagery." The convoy ground to a halt. It wasn't a mechanical failure this time, though heaven knows the Tin Lizzies were looking for any excuse to catch their breath, but a moment of profound realization. Henry Ford had stepped out of the lead car and was staring at the empty sky where the wires used to be. He looked like a man who had just discovered his pocket had been picked of his own shadow. "No signal," Henry muttered, his voice carrying the flat, metallic resonance of a factory whistle. He pulled out his pocket watch, a timepiece so precise I suspect it was synchronized with the pulse of the universe, and glared at it. "We are out of range, Thomas. We are officially disconnected from the temporal center of the country. Without the telegraph time signal, we are drifting. My watch is now merely an opinion." Thomas Edison, who had been enjoying a remarkably efficient nap against a sack of flour, blinked his eyes open. He looked at the empty horizon and let out a sound that was suspiciously close to a giggle. It was a dry, raspy sound, like a phonograph needle skipping on a dusty record. "Good," the wizard proclaimed, stretching his gnarled arms until his joints popped like static on a wire. "Let the world look for itself for a while. They've spent 40 years asking me for a better light bulb or a way to record their mother-in-law's voice. Now, if they have an idea, they'll have to think it through themselves. I'm on vacation, Henry. My brain is officially off duty, and the absence of that humming wire is the finest tonic I've had since I accidentally drank a beaker of experimental battery acid in '84. "It's not a tonic, it's a tragedy," Henry snapped, his brow furrowing into a series of rigid parallel lines. "Efficiency requires synchronization. If the kitchen truck starts lunch based on its own clock, and we arrive based on mine, we lose 7 minutes of productive travel time. The entire venture becomes a chaotic mess of individual impulses." "It's called freedom, Henry," John Burroughs interjected, appearing from behind a laurel bush with a handful of moss he was inspecting with a jeweler's loop. "The trees don't have watches. The warblers don't check in with a central bureau before they sing. You're just upset because the mountains don't respect your assembly line philosophy. Out here, time is measured in seasons and shadows, not in seconds and gear teeth." I watched the prophet of the woods with a mixture of envy and mechanical suspicion. "He's enjoying this, Ennie," I whispered. "He's the only one here who isn't a slave to the tick-tock. Look at him. He's practically glowing with smugness. He knew the wires would end, and he's been waiting for this moment to watch Henry Ford experience a nervous breakdown over a lost minute." "He's not wrong, Sam," Ennie said, emerging from my midsection and wiping a smudge of grease onto her trousers. She sat on the tailgate next to me, her boots swinging over the edge. "Henry's afraid that if he doesn't control the time will control him. He wants to pave the wilderness, so he can move through it without having to actually look at it. But without the wire, He has to look. He has to see that the mountain is bigger than his factory. The mountain is indeed bigger, I remarked, my optics clicking as they scanned the horizon. It is also significantly more damp. And without the telegraph, I have no way of knowing if my memoirs are currently trending in the literary circles of Hannibal. I could be a forgotten relic of a bygone age, and I wouldn't know it until we hit a town with a newspaper and a sense of shame. Harvey Firestone, meanwhile, was walking in circles around the convoy, his eyes fixed on the ground as if he expected the lack of telegraph wires to somehow affect the gravity. If we can't call for parts, we're one sharp rock away from a permanent residency, Henry. The rubber is our only link to the paved world now. We are riding on a prayer and 30 pounds of pressure. "You're riding on my engineering, Harvey," Henry shouted back, though he was still obsessively checking his watch against the position of the sun. He looked like a man trying to solve a geometry problem in a room full of smoke. It was a fascinating display of industrial fragility. These were the men who had wired the world, fueled it, and put it on wheels. Yet the moment the umbilical cord was severed, they became as anxious as a group of toddlers lost in a department store. They were titans, yes, but they were titans of the connected world. In the disconnected silence of the Blue Ridge, they were merely 4 men in dusty suits, arguing with a mountain that wasn't listening. "I find it ironic, Ennie," I said, a low rumble of laughter vibrating through my chest. "Edison is the only one who is truly at peace, and that's because he's spent his whole life trying to make things faster. Now that things are finally slow, he's realized he actually likes it. He's the most successful failure I've ever seen." "He's not a failure, Sam. He's just finished his work for the day," Ennie replied, leaning her head against my cool brass shoulder. "He knows the future is coming whether he's awake for it or not. He's just taking a rest before he has to invent the next thing that makes everyone else even more stressed out." I looked down at her. Her face was smudged with oil, her hair was a disaster of flyaway strands, and she looked absolutely radiant. She didn't need a telegraph wire. She didn't need a standardized clock. She had a wrench, a heart full of optimism, and a mechanical man who provided her with a steady stream of high-quality sarcasm. "Ennie," I whispered. "Yeah, Sam?" "If Henry Ford starts trying to synchronize our heartbeats to his pocket watch, please ensure that you recalibrate my vocal processor to extreme descent. I should hate to be part of his human metronome. I'll give you a dedicated descent valve, Sam, just for the occasion." "Thank you. You're a gem amongst the grease rags." The convoy eventually lurched back into motion, though the energy had shifted. The noise of the engine seemed louder in the absence of the wire, a defiant roar against the ancient silence. Henry Ford drove with a grim, determined jaw, his eyes darting to his watch every 5 minutes as if he could keep the schedule alive through sheer willpower. Edison returned to his nap, his snoring providing a rhythmic accompaniment to the rattling of the Model T. As we pulled away from that last lonely telegraph pole, I looked back one final time. It looked like a grave marker for the 19th century. We were officially out of range, heading into a wilderness where the only signal was the rustle of the leaves and the occasional indignant puff of steam from a robot who was starting to realize that being lost might be the most productive thing he'd done in years. "Good riddance to the wire," I muttered, my optics dimming as I settled into my crate. I never liked the way it hummed in the wind anyway. It sounded too much like a bill collector with a stutter. "That's the spirit, Sam," Ennie said, closing her eyes as she leaned back against the flour sacks. The vagabonds rattled on, leaving the wires and the worries of the world behind, chasing a sun that didn't care what time it was so long as it got to set over the peaks. And in the silence of the out of range, I felt a strange humming resonance in my copper marrow. It wasn't a telegraph signal. It was just the mountain telling me that I was exactly where I needed to be, which was somewhere Henry Ford couldn't quite measure. Sam's log, the silence of the circuit. Man is a creature that fears a vacuum, especially a vacuum of information. He would rather be lied to by a wire than told nothing by a mountain. Henry Ford is currently suffering from a lack of input, and it is fascinating to watch his internal gears grind without a load. He is a man built for the on position, and the wilderness is a giant off switch. I, however, find that my logic gates are remarkably clear without the background radiation of human gossip. If this is what being out of range feels like, I may suggest we never go back, though I suppose eventually we will run out of coal and steaks, and the stomach, that most demanding of biological wires, will pull us back to the city. Until then, I shall enjoy the quiet, and if I hear one more bird chirp, I shall record it and play it back to Mr. Burroughs at double speed, just to see if he can keep up with the naturalist's equivalent of a high-speed telegraph. Onward into the quiet. May the rubber hold and the watch run slow. Chapter 6. The First Flat. The Shenandoah Valley is a place of such profound and sweeping beauty that it almost makes a man forget he is currently composed of 300 pounds of vibrating copper and a boiler full of sediment. To the eye of a poet or a naturalist like John Burroughs, the valley is a tapestry of rolling emerald silver-threaded streams and air so clean it feels like a personal insult to anyone who has ever spent a week in a New Jersey factory. To the eye of a pneumatic tire, however, the Shenandoah is a gauntlet of jagged limestone, flinty surprises, and razor-edged slate, all lying in wait, like a pack of subterranean wolves with a specific craving for vulcanized rubber. We were rattling along a stretch of trail that was less of a road and more of a dry creek bed with an identity crisis. The morning air was filled with the rhythmic chug-a-lug of the Fords and the occasional indignant puff of steam from my own left shoulder joint. Then it happened. It wasn't a loud noise. It wasn't the dramatic explosion of a steam boiler or the roar of a Gatling gun. It was a soft, sibilant sigh, a mechanical alas, followed by the rhythmic thump-squish-thump of a wheel that had lost its dignity and its structural integrity in the same heartbeat. The convoy ground to a halt with a chorus of squealing brakes and muttered curses. "The end has come," I rumbled from my perch in the equipment truck, my optics clicking as they focused on the lead car. "The air has escaped, Ennie. The spirit of the tire has departed for a better world where the roads are made of velvet and the rocks are strictly metaphorical. We are currently leaning to the left at an angle that suggests a sinking ship or a politician trying to dodge a direct question. Harvey Firestone was out of his vehicle before the dust had even settled. He didn't just step out. He practically tumbled into the red mud, his face a mask of such utter devastation that one might have thought he'd just witnessed the burning of the Library of Alexandria. No, Harvey whispered, kneeling in the muck. "Not the front right. Not now. I checked the pressure at the last creek. I spoke to it. I gave it 32 pounds of my finest, most filtered atmosphere." He looked at the tire, now a pathetic, flaccid pancake of rubber draped over the wooden spokes, with the eyes of a father whose favorite child had just decided to join the circus. "It's a puncture, Harvey," Henry Ford remarked, stepping out with his stopwatch in hand. He looked at the offending wheel with a clinical, almost bored detachment. The probability of a puncture on this grade was 48%. We are currently 3 minutes ahead of schedule, so you have exactly 5 minutes to perform a replacement before we lose our temporal advantage. 5 minutes? Harvey shrieked, his voice rising to a pitch that made my ear trumpets rattle. "The rubber is weeping, Henry. It has been violated by a piece of Shenandoah shale. You can't just replace a tragedy in 5 minutes." I couldn't help myself. I vented a small, sarcastic jet of steam. "Oh, do dry your eyes, Harvey. It's just a bit of rubber and a lot of arrogance. If you listened to me this morning and replaced these fragile doughnuts with solid oak wheels, we'd still be moving. An oak wheel doesn't weep. It doesn't have a molecular crisis. It simply hits a rock, swears a little in the language of splinters, and keeps on turning." Thomas Edison, who had been enjoying a remarkably productive nap against a sack of flour, blinked his eyes open and leaned out the window. "A solid wheel is a waste of inertia, Sam. It's too heavy. What we need is a wheel filled with a non-compressible fluid that retains its elasticity, like a very thick industrial-grade molasses." "Molasses, Thomas?" Burroughs asked, appearing from a nearby thicket with a handful of wild mint. "You want to drive through the wilderness on a wheel full of syrup? The bears would eat the convoy before we hit the county line." "At least it wouldn't leak air," Edison shouted back, before immediately closing his eyes and drifting back into his standby state. Ennie was already on the ground, her toolkit clanking at her hip. She didn't wait for Harvey to finish his mourning period. She grabbed a jack, a primitive iron lever and ratchet affair, and wedged it under the axle with a grunt of effort. "Step back, Mr. Firestone," she said, her voice clear and commanding. "You're blocking the light. If we're going to get this changed, we need to do it before the mud dries and cements the rim to the hub." I watched her with a pride that nearly tripped my secondary logic gate. There she was, a young woman with grease on her nose and fire in her eyes, showing the tire king how to handle his own product. "Behold the master at work," I rumbled. "Harvey, you should be taking notes. This is the difference between owning the factory and knowing how the machine actually works. You see a catastrophe. Ennie sees a bolt that needs turning." "I know how to change a tire," Harvey protested, though he remained on his knees, staring at the puncture as if he were trying to heal it through sheer willpower. "It's the indignity of it, TwAIn. We are the vagabonds. We are the men of the future. We shouldn't be brought to a halt by a pebble." "That is exactly why you're being brought to a halt, Harvey," I said, my voice dropping to a low, resonant baritone. "The road is the great equalizer. It doesn't care about your patents or your bank account. It only cares about the physical reality of the contact point. Your future is currently flat because you tried to float over the world instead of engaging with it. There is an inherent honesty in a jolt, Harvey. A solid oak wheel is honest. It tells you exactly how miserable the road is. A pneumatic tire is a liar, It tells you everything is smooth until the very moment it decides to give up the ghost. Ennie gave the jack a sharp, rhythmic pump. The car rose an inch, then two. The wooden spokes groaned under the strain. "Sam, stop lecturing and hand me the tire iron. It's on the left side of your storage bin." "With pleasure, my dear," I said, my arm actuators whirring as I reached down and retrieved the heavy iron bar. I handed it to her with a flourish that would have made a stage actor jealous. Harvey finally seemed to snap out of his trance. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing silk cufflinks that had no business being within 10 miles of a mud puddle, and began to help Ennie pry the rim from the wheel. It was a messy, undignified, and thoroughly human process. They struggled, they sweated, and at one point, Harvey let out a word that John Burroughs later claimed was a rare species of mountain warbler, but which I recognized as a very common species of industrial-grade profanity. "There!" Ennie cried, as the flat tire finally slid off the hub with a wet, squelching sound. "Bring the spare, Henry. Not that one, the one with the reinforced bead." Henry Ford actually moved. He trotted to the equipment truck, grabbed a fresh tire, and brought it over. For a few brief minutes, the hierarchy of the world was inverted. The man who owned the assembly line was acting as an assistant to the girl who knew how to use a wrench. It was the most beautiful thing I had seen since the invention of the steam condenser. "I find this highly educational, Ennie," I remarked, as they struggled to seat the new tire. "If the public could see this, the titans of industry kneeling in the Virginia mud wrestling with a circle of rubber, they might realize that progress is not a straight line. It is a series of flat tires and greasy elbows. It is a struggle against the very earth we are trying to pave over." "Focus on the hub, Sam," Ennie grunted, her face red from exertion. "I am focused," I said. "I am providing the spiritual support and the necessary sarcasm to ensure the bolts don't seize. It is a critical function." Eventually the new tire was seated, the bolts were tightened, and the jack was lowered. The car sat level once more, looking refreshed and slightly smug. Harvey Firestone stood up, covered in red clay, his silk shirt ruined, and a look of grim satisfaction on his face. 4 minutes and 50 seconds, Henry Ford announced, clicking his stopwatch shut. "We have regained our temporal advantage. Proceed." As the convoy prepared to move again, Harvey stopped by my truck. He looked at me, then at the flat tire lying in the mud, then back at me. "You and your oak wheels, TwAIn," Harvey muttered, wiping his brow. "You might be right about the honesty, but I'd rather be a liar with a smooth ride than a truth-teller with a broken spine." "A fair point, Gasket," I replied. "But remember, the road always gets the last word, and today the road said, 'Hiss.'" We lurched forward, the new rubber gripping the shale with a fresh, defiant energy. I settled back into my crate, the rhythmic thumping of the trucks returning to a steady, industrial heartbeat. Beside me, Ennie climbed back onto the tailgate, her hands black with grease, a triumphant grin on her face. "We did it, Sam. We beat the mountain." "For now, Ennie," I said, my optics dimming as I looked out at the vast, jagged expanse of the Shenandoah still waiting ahead of us. "But don't get too comfortable. I have a feeling the mountain has a very large collection of rocks, and we only have 3 more spares." "Then we'll just change them 3 more times," she said, leaning her head against my cool brass shoulder. "I suppose we will." I rumbled. "I suppose we will." As the dust rose behind us, I looked back at the discarded flat tire lying in the road. It looked like a shed skin, a relic of a moment when the future had been humbled by the present. It was a beautiful, messy, and thoroughly honest piece of the journey. And as for me, I kept my eyes on the road, watching for the next jolt, the next moment of character that the rubber-headed titans were so desperate to avoid. Sam's log, the gospel of the gutter. Man's greatest folly is the belief that he can insulate himself from the consequences of his own motion. He wants the speed without the vibration. He wants the destination without the dirt. But the first flat is a necessary sermon. It reminds the high and mighty that they are subject to the same laws of physics as the low and muddy. Harvey Firestone learned more about his own product in 5 minutes of mud wrestling than he did in 5 years of board meetings. He learned that a tire is not a patent. It is a promise made to the road, and the road is a very demanding creditor. I, for one, shall continue to advocate for the oak wheel, not because it is comfortable, but because it is loud. And in a world that is rapidly being muffled by progress, a little bit of noise is a very healthy thing indeed. Chapter 7. The Wizard's Nap. Sleep is a peculiar piece of biological business. It is a state where a man voluntarily surrenders his senses, his dignity, and his pocket watch to the darkness, hoping that the universe will still be there when he decides to resume his occupancy of it. To a man of brass and steam like myself, it is the ultimate design flaw. If a steam engine were to suddenly decide to close its valves and enter a dream state in the middle of a steep grade, the resulting catastrophe would be a subject of headlines for a month. Yet humans treat this periodic deactivation as a sacred necessity, rather than the catastrophic failure of focus that it truly is. However, Thomas Alva Edison, the man they call the Wizard of Menlo Park, has managed to turn this failure into a form of high art. He does not sleep so much as he performs a series of strategic retreats from reality. We were currently winding our way through a stretch of the Blue Ridge that seemed to be composed entirely of 90-degree angles and vertical drops. The afternoon sun was being uncharacteristically aggressive, beating down on my copper scalp until I felt like a very expensive tea kettle on the verge of a whistling fit. "Sam, your pressure is creeping up into the agitated range again," Ennie said, peering at the gauge on my chest with the focused intensity of a surgeon. She was currently perched on the running board of the equipment truck, leaning against my hip with an ease that suggested she forgot I was a 300-pound machine capable of flattening her with a single hydraulic hiccup. "It is not my pressure that is rising, Ennie. It is my indignation," I rumbled, a puff of steam jetting from my left ear trumpet. "Look at the wizard. We have been traveling through a terrain that would make a mountain goat consider a career in insurance. And yet he has been in a state of total system shutdown for 3 hours. He is currently slumped against a crate of Firestone's experimental inner tubes, looking for all the world like a discarded suit of laundry that has accidentally been stuffed with genius." Edison was indeed asleep. He was a master of the 15-minute power nap, a biological maneuver he claimed allowed him to work 20 hours a day. Personally, I suspect he just likes the idea of being the only person in the room who isn't aware of how boring the conversation has become. "He's 71, Sam," Ennie reminded me, her fingers dancing over a tension spring in my wrist. "He's earned a bit of shut-eye. He's spent his life giving the world light. The least the world can do is give him a little shade." "It isn't the sleep I object to, Ennie. It's the location," I remarked. "He is currently snoring in a frequency that is interfering with my internal clockwork. Every time he lets out a particularly resonant wheeze, my primary escapement skips a beat. I believe I am currently 10 seconds behind the actual time, which, if Henry Ford finds out, will result in a lecture on temporal discipline that will last until the next century." Henry Ford, who was driving the lead car with the grim determination of a man trying to outrun his own shadow, glanced into the rearview mirror. "He's doing it again, isn't he? The wizard is idling." "He is not idling, Henry," John Burroughs interjected from the passenger seat. The naturalist was currently sketching a particularly adventurous species of lichen in a leather-bound notebook. "He is recharging. A man is like a forest. He needs the quiet of the night to grow, even if that night happens at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Tuesday." "A man is like a factory, John," Ford countered, his jaw set in a rigid assembly-line scowl, "and no factory ever made a profit by shutting down the main boiler for a nap. If we all slept as much as Thomas, we'd still be reading by candlelight and traveling by ox cart." "And we'd be a lot happier for it," Burroughs muttered, not looking up from his lichen. Suddenly, the sky above the ridge decided to undergo a dramatic change in personality. The bright, insulting sunshine vanished, replaced by a wall of clouds that were the color of a bruised ego. The air grew heavy and smelled of ozone and wet stone, the classic calling card of a mountain thunderstorm. "Calamity," I noted, my optics clicking as I scanned the horizon. "The heavens are about to perform a primary flush. Ennie, I suggest you find a tarp. I have a very low tolerance for natural hydration. My joints are calibrated for lubricating oil, not the Appalachian water table." The storm didn't just arrive, it attacked. Within minutes, the convoy was being lashed by a deluge so thick it felt like we were driving through a waterfall. The wind howled through the canvas covers, and the thunder rolled across the peaks like a god with a bowling habit. "Pull over!" Ford shouted, his voice barely audible over the roar of the rain. "The visibility has dropped to unacceptable levels. We are losing our logistical advantage." We skidded to a halt, under the dubious shelter of a large overhanging rock formation. The titans of industry were scurrying about, trying to secure the supplies and keep their silk waistcoats from being ruined by the elements. It was a scene of magnificent human chaos, and through it all, Thomas Edison didn't move. The wind whipped his white hair into a frenzy. A stray branch from an oak tree fell across the hood of the car with a violent thwack, and a bolt of lightning struck a nearby pine with a crack that should have awakened the dead. Edison merely adjusted his position slightly, tucked his chin deeper into his chest, and let out a snore that was perfectly synchronized with a peal of thunder. "It's unnatural," I shouted over the storm, my brass plating vibrating with the sheer volume of the rain. "The man is a biological anomaly. He is sleeping through a literal act of God. Ennie, check his pulse. I suspect he has replaced his heart with a very quiet, very stubborn battery." Ennie, who was currently busy draping a heavy waterproof tarp over my shoulders, a gesture of affection that I pretended to find undignified, looked over at the wizard. "He's fine, Sam. He's just focused. When he decides to do something, he does it completely, even if that Something is being unconscious. It is a gross violation of the survival instinct, I remarked. If a bear were to wander into this car right now and begin to sample the refrigerated steaks, Edison would likely just dream that he was at a dinner party and ask the bear to pass the salt. Harvey Firestone, who had abandoned his tire pressure gauges to huddle under a piece of canvas, looked at the sleeping inventor with a mixture of awe and irritation. How does he do it, Henry? How does he shut out the world like that? Practice, Ford grumbled, wiping the rain from his spectacles. He spent 40 years ignoring everyone who told him his ideas wouldn't work. After a while, a thunderstorm is just another critic that you can tune out. The storm eventually subsided, leaving the mountains dripping and smelling of fresh pine and damp red clay. The clouds broke, and a single shaft of sunlight pierced through the mist, landing directly on Edison's nose like a spotlight in a theater. The wizard's eyes popped open. He didn't blink. He didn't yawn. He simply sat up, adjusted his hat, and looked around with the bright, terrifying clarity of a man who had just been born 5 seconds ago. "The rain was a bit loud on the roof, Henry," Edison remarked, his voice as dry as a desert bone. "I've been thinking about the acoustics. If we were to coat the underside of the car with a layer of compressed cork, we could reduce the ambient noise by 20%. It would make for a much more efficient resting environment." "The rain was a bit loud?" I rumbled, my voice thick with mechanical disbelief. "Sir, the heavens were attempting to dismantle the geography, and you were treating it like a lullaby. I have seen more life in a used tea leaf than I saw in you for the last hour." Edison looked over at me, a mischievous glint in his pale eyes. "Ah, the man of brass. Still worried about the passage of time, are you? You should try a nap, Sam. It clears the logic gates. You're too wound up. A clock that never stops ticking eventually wears out its own springs." "I am not a clock, sir. I am a witness," I replied. "And I have witnessed a man who can sleep through a deluge, but will likely stay awake for 3 days straight to find a better way to make a piece of charcoal glow in a vacuum. You are a contradiction wrapped in a rumpled suit." "Contradiction is the father of invention, Sam," Edison said, patting his pockets for a cigar. "Now, Henry, what's our status? Are we behind schedule?" 12 minutes, Thomas," Ford snapped, already climbing back into the driver's seat. "Because of the acoustics of the storm." "Then let's make it up on the next ridge," Edison said, leaning back and closing his eyes again. "I think I've got another 10 minutes of thinking to do before we hit the valley." As the convoy lurched back into motion, the wheels squelching in the fresh mud, I settled back into my crate. Ennie leaned against me, her damp hair smelling of rain and optimism. "He's amazing, isn't he?" she whispered. "He is a menace, Ennie," I replied, though my vocal processor lacked its usual bite. "But I suppose if you're going to invent the future, you have to be able to sleep through the present. Otherwise, the noise of what is would keep you from hearing what could be." Spoken like a true philosopher, Sam. Spoken like a man who is currently sitting on a damp bag of flour, I corrected. But the wizard has a point. If I could learn to deactivate my sarcasm for 15 minutes at a time, I might find life a bit more restful. But then again, what would you do for entertainment? "I'd probably have to talk to Henry," she laughed. "God forbid," I rumbled. "God forbid." The Vagabonds rattled on, heading deeper into the Blue Ridge. The mountains were silent again, the storm having passed, but in the back of the lead car the rhythmic whistling of the wizard's nose continued, a steady industrial heartbeat that ignored the world, the weather, and the passage of time. Sam's log, the efficiency of the void. There is a lesson in the wizard's nap, though it is one I am loath to admit. Man's greatest strength is not his ability to work, but his ability to stop. Henry Ford is a machine that cannot find the off switch, and it makes him brittle. Edison is a machine that can shut down at a moment's notice, and it makes him indestructible. I am a creature of constant vigilance. I am always on, always processing, always brooding. I am a Victorian masterpiece of perpetual motion. But watching the wizard sleep through a mountain gale, I realize that perhaps the most advanced technology is not the one that does the most, but the one that knows how to wait. Though, if he starts snoring in B-flat again, I am going to vent my boiler directly into his hat. Philosophy has its limits after all. Chapter 8. The Crowd at the Crossroads. A man's reputation is a peculiar thing. It is like his shadow, which is to say, it is often much larger than the man himself, entirely dependent on which way the light is shining, and has a distressing habit of lengthening just as the sun is about to set on his relevance. I have spent a lifetime, or at least a very convincing approximation of one, observing that the public does not want the truth about its heroes. It wants a statue. And if the statue happens to be made of brass, powered by a high-pressure boiler, and prone to making disparaging remarks about the local infrastructure, well, the public will simply assume it's a metaphor for the American spirit and carry on with their worship. We had reached a place the map called Hickory Ridge, but which the locals clearly called the center of the universe for the next 20 minutes. Word had leaked. I don't know how it happened. Perhaps a telegram had managed to slip through before the wires gave up the ghost, or perhaps the sheer concentrated ego of our convoy had created a gravitational pull that drew every farmhand and blacksmith within a 20-mile radius toward the crossroads. As we rounded the final bend, the road was no longer a solitary ribbon of mud. It was lined with people. Not just a few curious onlookers, but a veritable sea of calico, denim, and wide-eyed astonishment. They were perched on fence rails, standing in the beds of horse-drawn wagons, and holding their children up as if they were expecting the second coming of the steam engine. "Calamity," I rumbled, my optics clicking as they scanned the crowd. "Ennie, we have been discovered. The vagabonds are no longer vagabonding. We are currently a traveling circus, and I have a distinct feeling I am the bearded lady." Ennie was busy trying to pull a canvas tarp over my head, her face flushed with the effort. "Stay still, Sam. If they see a mechanical man in the back of an equipment truck, we'll never get through this town. Henry wants a quiet transit." "Henry wants the impossible, then," I countered, a puff of steam escaping my neck joint. "You cannot move a convoy of the world's wealthiest men through a rural crossroads and expect quiet. It is like trying to sneak a thunderstorm past a librarian. Besides, I am not staying still. I am a creature of movement and rhetoric. Being draped in a tarp is an insult to my copper-plated dignity." Through a gap in the canvas, I watched the Titans prepare to meet their public. It was a fascinating study in the psychology of the deity. Henry Ford, the human metronome, didn't even slow down at first. He drove with his jaw set, his eyes fixed on the horizon, as if he could manufacture a clear path through the crowd by sheer force of will. But the people weren't moving. They were cheering. They were shouting his name. One man actually threw a hat, a perfectly good felt hat, under the wheels of the Tin Lizzie as a sort of sacrificial offering to the god of the assembly line. "Look at him," I whispered to Ennie. "He's pretending to hate it, but his pulse has increased by 3 beats per minute. He's basking in the glow of his own standardization." Beside him, Thomas Edison had abandoned his wizard's nap and was currently performing the role of the benign oracle. He was waving a hand, a slow, regal gesture that he likely practiced in front of his laboratory mirrors, and wearing an expression of profound, distracted wisdom. He looked as though he were currently inventing a new kind of world in his head and was merely visiting this one to see if the air was breathable. "And there is the slumbering spark," I noted. "He's not seeing people. He's seeing a potential market for light bulbs. He looks at a crowd of 500 and sees 1,000 eyes that need to be illuminated at a profit of 2 cents per pupil." Harvey Firestone was the only one who seemed genuinely distressed. He was leaning out the window of his car, shouting instructions at the crowd to mind the tires and keep those horses away from the rubber. To Harvey, the crowd wasn't a collection of admirers. It was a collection of potential punctures. But the most curious reaction came from the crowd itself. As we slowed to a crawl, the noise died down into a sort of reverent hush. These were people who lived by the sun and the seasons, whose lives were dictated by the strength of a mule and the whim of the weather. To them, these men were not just industrialists. They were the magicians who had broken the ancient laws of labor. They were the men who had said, "Let there be light," and there was light in a glass bulb for a monthly fee. "They think they're seeing gods, Ennie," I said, my voice dropping to a low, resonant baritone. "They don't see the grease under Henry's nails or the fact that Edison borrows his best ideas from the future and forgets to pay them back. They see the myth. It's a terrifying thing to be a myth. You can't scratch your nose or admit you're lost without disappointing the entire species." "They just want to believe in something, Sam," Ennie said softly, abandoning the tarp as she realized it was a lost cause. She sat on the edge of the truck, looking out at the faces. "They want to know that the world is getting bigger, even if they're stuck in the same place." Suddenly, the crowd surged forward. A local sheriff, a man who appeared to be composed entirely of leather and authority, managed to bring the lead car to a complete halt. "Mr. Ford, Mr. Edison," the sheriff hollered, his voice booming over the idle of the engines. "The town of Hickory Ridge welcomes you. We've got a pitcher of cider and a whole lot of questions about the future." Henry Ford checked his stopwatch. I saw the muscles in his neck tighten. "We have a schedule, Sheriff. The mountains do not wait for cider." "Oh, let them have their moment, Henry," Edison piped up, his voice carrying that dry, papery crackle. "I could use a stretch, and I've been meaning to ask a blacksmith about the quality of the local iron." As the Titans stepped out of their cars, the crowd erupted. It was a cacophony of joy, fear, and bewilderment. They pressed in, reaching out to touch the brass radiator caps, the leather seats, and the hem of Edison's rumpled coat. And then a small girl, perhaps 7 years old, with pigtails that defied gravity and eyes the color of a mountain lake, pointed a finger toward the equipment truck. "Look!" she shrieked. "A copper man! A metal man with a mustache!" The hush returned, faster this time. The crowd parted like the Red Sea, and 500 pairs of eyes landed squarely on me. I felt my primary logic gates perform a rapid-fire assessment of the situation. I could play dead and look like a very expensive, very eccentric piece of luggage, or I could embrace the theatricality of the moment. I chose the latter. It is, after all, what the real Sam would have done. I stood up. It was a slow, deliberate movement, accompanied by the rhythmic whir-click hiss of my hydraulic pistons. I adjusted my brass lapels, smoothed my wire mustache, and tipped my copper hat with a flourish that I'm fairly certain John Drew would have envied. "Good afternoon, citizens of Hickory Ridge," I rumbled, my vocal processor set to sonorous lecture hall. "I am Sam. I am the mechanical conscience of this expedition, currently traveling with these four gentlemen to ensure they do not accidentally pave over the entire state of Virginia before dinner." For a moment, you could have heard a pin drop or a tire leak. Then, an old man in the front row, a man whose face was a map of 80 years of hard winters, took off his hat and squinted at me. "He sounds just like him," the old man whispered. "He sounds just like the man who wrote about the river." "I have been told there is a resemblance," I replied, a small, modest puff of steam escaping my left ear. "Though I am significantly more durable and I require much less tobacco. I am a relic of a future that has arrived a bit early, and I must say your cider smells remarkably efficient." The crowd didn't cheer. They just stared. To them, Ford and Edison were the builders of the world. But I was the ghost in the machine. I was the proof that the world was no longer what they thought it was. If a man could be made of brass and speak with the wit of a riverboat pilot, then anything was possible. The laws of nature had been repealed, and I was the primary witness. Ennie leaned against my leg, her hand resting on my copper calf. I felt her thumb trace the edge of a rivet. "You're a hit, Sam," she whispered. "I am a spectacle, Ennie," I corrected her. "There is a difference. A hit is someone they want to hear. A spectacle is something they want to poke with a stick to see if it's real." Henry Ford was not pleased. He was currently being ignored in favor of a robot, which I suspect is the only thing that could truly hurt his feelings. He marched over to the truck, his face a mask of industrial coldness. "Back in the crate, Sam," Ford hissed. "We are moving now." "But Henry, the people," I protested. "They have questions. They want to know if my mustache is a patent-pending innovation or a creative flourish." "Move," Ford commanded. As the engines roared back to life and the convoy began to push through the lingering crowd, I sat back down. The little girl with the pigtails ran alongside the truck for a few yards, her hand reaching out toward me. I reached down and gave her a small brass-plated marble, a spare ball bearing I'd been carrying in my pocket access for just such an occasion. Her eyes went wide as she caught it. To her, it was a piece of the future. To me, it was a way to ensure my weight distribution remained optimal for the next climb. As Hickory Ridge faded into the dust behind us, the Titans settled back into their roles. Edison returned to his nap, Ford returned to his stopwatch, and Harvey Firestone returned to his frantic monitoring of the interface. "That was a dangerous game, Sam," Ennie said, sitting next to me and looking back at the town. "Life is a dangerous game, Ennie," I replied, my optics dimming as I entered a power-save mode. "But if you're going to be a deity, you might as well be a funny one. The world has enough grim gods with stopwatches. It needs a few more that know how to tip their hats." "You're not a god, Sam." "No," I rumbled, the steam sighing through my valves. "I'm just a man of brass trying to survive a trip with four men who think they are. And between us, I think I have the harder job." The vagabonds rattled on, leaving the crossroads behind. The news of the metal man would likely spread through the mountains faster than a forest fire, growing and changing with every telling until I was 20 feet tall and capable of breathing fire. But for now, I was just Sam, sitting in the dust, watching the shadows of the giants grow long across the Virginia clay. Sam's log, the deification of the gear. It is a curious thing to see how easily the human mind turns a machine into a miracle. These people don't want to understand the physics of my boiler. They want to believe I have a soul. It is a heavy burden, being someone else's miracle. Henry Ford enjoys the worship because it confirms his belief that he is the architect of the new world. But I find it sobering. If they can worship a collection of brass and logic gates, what won't they worship? I shall stay in my crate for the next few miles. I've had enough of being a deity for one day. My primary drive shaft needs oil, and a god with a squeaky knee is a god that nobody listens to. Chapter 9. The Creek Crossing. Water, in its proper place, is a magnificent thing. In the form of the Mississippi River, it is a grand rolling highway of history, capable of carrying a steamboat, a legacy, and a fair amount of stolen timber from Minnesota to the Gulf without breaking a sweat. In the form of a glass of filtered spring water, it is a refreshment. In the form of steam, it is the very breath of life that animates my brass lungs and allows me to deliver these scathing indictments of human folly. However, in the form of a mountain creek that has spent the last 3 hours absorbing a summer deluge, water is nothing more than a liquid conspiracy. It is a wet, muddy trap designed specifically to humiliate anyone who thinks they can conquer the wilderness with a 4-cylinder engine and a sense of entitlement. We had reached a spot that the map, a document I suspect was drawn by an optimist with a failing memory, referred to as Clearwater Ford. At the moment, the water was neither clear nor particularly interested in being forded. It was a churning chocolate-colored slurry that looked less like a stream and more like a landslide that had decided to melt. The convoy came to a halt at the water's edge. Henry Ford stepped out of the lead Tin Lizzie, his boots instantly sinking 2 inches into the silt. He pulled out his stopwatch, looked at the churning water, and then looked at his pocket watch, as if he expected the creek to realize it was 3 minutes behind schedule and drain itself out of professional courtesy. "The current velocity is within acceptable parameters for a weighted chassis," Henry announced, his voice carrying that flat, assembly-line certainty that I find so abrasive to my acoustic diaphragms. "If we maintain a constant speed of 4 miles per hour and engage the differential with sufficient torque, the displacement of the water will be negated by the forward momentum." I was perched safely in the back of the equipment truck, which was currently positioned on a nice dry patch of gravel. I peered out from under the canvas, my optics whirring as I performed a rapid save calculation of the depth. "Henry," I rumbled, my voice projecting with the resonant authority of a man who has actually piloted a vessel through moving water, "I have seen better-looking soup in a boarding house on the wharf. That isn't a ford, it's an ambush. The bed is composed of loose shale and deceptive silt. If you drive the Waldorf on wheels into that, you aren't going to the other side. You're going to the bottom. I should hate to see the Tire King have to swim for it, as I suspect his silk waistcoat has the buoyancy of a lead pipe. Harvey Firestone was already pacing the bank, his face a mask of pneumatic agony. The suction, Henry! Think of the suction! If that silt gets a grip on the sidewalls, the vacuum will be insurmountable. We'll be anchored to the state of Virginia until the next ice age. It's just water, Harvey, Thomas Edison chirped, leaning out the window of the second car. He looked remarkably refreshed from his latest nap. If we get stuck, we'll just use the kitchen truck's winch to pull ourselves out. Or better yet, we can electrify the water. The resulting steam should provide enough upward thrust to float the tires. Thomas, if you electrify that creek, you'll turn the local trout into a breakfast buffet and likely short-circuit my primary logic core, I noted. I prefer my water without the added zing of 500 volts, thank you. John Burroughs was standing by a willow tree, poking at the water with his hickory stick. The creek is angry, Henry. It doesn't want your machines today. Listen to the sound. It's the mountain telling you to wait. The mountain doesn't have a production quota, John, Ford snapped. He climbed back into the driver's seat. Follow me. Maintain the interval. And for heaven's sake, don't let the engine stall. With a roar of defiance and a cloud of black smoke that made Burroughs cough, the lead Model T plunged into the brown water. To my mechanical surprise, it made it. Henry drove with a terrifying singular focus, his eyes locked on the far bank as if he were trying to intimidate the stones into staying put. The car bucked and swayed, the water rising nearly to the floorboards, but it crawled out the other side like a wet, angry beetle. "See!" Henry shouted over the roar of the current. "Efficiency!" Next went Edison's car and then Firestone's. They struggled, they sputtered, and Harvey let out a scream of pure terror when a rogue branch bumped against his rear left tire, but they both made it to the dry gravel of the opposite bank. Then came the Waldorf-Astoria of Trucks. The kitchen truck was a magnificent piece of engineering, but it had the weight distribution of a pregnant elephant. As it rolled into the center of the Ford, the front wheels hit a soft patch of silt that had been loosened by the previous cars. There was a sickening schloop sound, a sound I shall remember until my last gear stops turning. And the great machine simply stopped. The engine roared, the wheels spun, and a spectacular fountain of muddy water doused the chef, Gaston, who was peering anxiously out of the rear window. The truck didn't move forward. Instead, it began to settle, leaning precariously to the left as the silt began to reclaim its own. "Calamity!" I shouted, a plume of steam jetting from my shoulder. "The Waldorf is sinking! Save the prime rib! Abandon the Béarnaise! We are witnessing the first aquatic catastrophe of the motor age!" Ennie was out of the equipment truck before I could even finish my monologue. She didn't wait for Ford's orders or Edison's theories. She grabbed a coil of heavy hemp rope and a long iron pry bar from my storage bin. "Sam, stay here!" she yelled back over her shoulder. "Keep the equipment dry. I need to get a line on their front axle before the current shifts the rear." "I have no intention of entering that slurry, Ennie," I replied, leaning out as far as my restraints would allow. "I am a creature of brass and precision. I do not do mud. But I shall provide the moral support and the necessary commentary from this superior vantage point." What followed was a display of mechanical genius that Henry Ford will likely leave out of his memoirs. The titans of industry were in a state of total logistical collapse. Ford was standing on the far bank, shouting about gear ratios. Firestone was weeping openly over the hydrodynamic stress on the kitchen truck's tires. And Edison was suggesting they use the heat from the engine to boil the creek away. Ennie, meanwhile, was waist-deep in the churning brown water. She didn't look like a young lady. She looked like a force of nature. She dove under the bubbling surface, her hair plastered to her head, and managed to hook the rope around the submerged axle. "Pull, you idiots!" she screamed at the men on the bank. For a moment, the hierarchy of the world was perfectly inverted. The three wealthiest men in America grabbed the end of that rope and began to heave, their silk suits staining with mud and sweat, while a 22-year-old girl with a wrench in her teeth directed their efforts with the authority of a drill sergeant. "Heave, Henry!" I hollered from my dry perch. "Put some of that standardized effort into it. Harvey, imagine the rope as a giant rubber band. Thomas, stop thinking about the physics and start thinking about the stake that is currently drowning in 2 feet of Virginia runoff." They pulled, they groaned, they slipped and fell into the muck. It was a glorious, undignified, and thoroughly human mess. And slowly, agonizingly, the kitchen truck began to move. The silt gave up its grip with a sound like a giant sigh, and the Waldorf crawled up onto the far bank, dripping mud and smelling of wet flour and bruised egos. Ennie climbed out of the water, wringing out her hair. She was covered in silt from head to toe, looking like a swamp sprite who had just won a wrestling match with a locomotive. "We're clear!" she gasped, leaning against a tree. Henry Ford walked over to her. He looked at his ruined boots, then at his mud-streaked sleeves, and finally at Ennie. He didn't thank her. He didn't offer her a towel. He pulled out his stopwatch. "We are 42 minutes behind schedule," Henry announced. "The delay was caused by a failure to account for the saturation point of the silt. We shall have to increase our average speed by 3 miles per hour to compensate." I felt my pilot light flare with a sudden, intense heat. "Henry," I rumbled, my voice carrying across the water like a thunderclap, "you have the soul of a galvanized bucket. A girl has just saved your refrigerated lifestyle from a watery grave, and all you can do is consult your ticking trinket. If I had a foot of flesh, I would use it to kick you back into that creek." Ford didn't even look at me. He just signaled the convoy to move. Ennie waded back across the shallowest part of the ford to our truck, shivering slightly in the cooling air. As she climbed back in next to me, I wrapped a heavy wool blanket around her, one of the few dry things we had left. "You were magnificent, Ennie," I whispered, my voice dropping to a low, warm hum. The greatest minds of the century were standing in the mud like baffled children, and you were the only one who actually knew what to do with a rope. "I just wanted to make sure we didn't lose the stove, Sam," she said, her teeth chattering. "I'm starving." "Well, you've earned your steak, though I suspect Henry will try to deduct the cost of the rope from your wages for unauthorized use of equipment." Ennie laughed, a tired but triumphant sound. She leaned her head against my brass shoulder, the mud on her cheek drying into a pale red mask. "It was worth it, Sam. Did you see Henry's face when he fell in the mud?" "I have recorded it into my permanent memory banks, Ennie. I intend to play it back whenever I feel my own gears are getting a bit too much ego. It was the most standardized face plant in the history of the Commonwealth of Virginia." As the convoy lurched back into motion, the wet tires slapping against the gravel, I looked back at Clearwater Ford. It was already returning to its natural state, the brown water erasing the tracks of our struggle as if we had never been there. The mountain didn't care about our schedules or our silk suits. It only cared about the flow. "Ennie?" I asked as the sun began to dip behind the next ridge. "Yeah, Sam. The next time we hit a creek, remind me to tell Henry that momentum is just another word for falling in with style. I think he needs the clarification." "I'll tell him, Sam. I'll tell him." The Vagabonds rattled on, a little wetter, a little muddier, and significantly more humbled, though I suspect the humility wouldn't last much past the next dry road. But in the back of the equipment truck, a man of brass and a girl of grit sat in the shadows, the only ones who knew that the future wasn't built in a factory. It was built in the mud, one rope and one sarcastic comment at a time. Sam's log. Observations on hydrodynamic failure. It is a curious thing to watch a master of industry confront a foot of moving water. Henry Ford believes that the world is a machine that can be tuned. He forgets that the world is actually a river that occasionally allows you to cross it. When the Waldorf on wheels sank, so did the illusion of control. For 42 minutes, the Titans were just men, and not very impressive ones at that. They were cold, they were dirty, and they were utterly dependent on a girl who knew how to find a purchase in the silt. I shall keep my dry distance, but I shall keep my eyes open. Because the more they try to pave the world, the more the world is going to find ways to get under their fingernails. And I, for one, wouldn't have it any other way. Chapter 10. Pitching the White City. If a man truly wishes to experience the raw majesty of nature, he should, by all accounts, be miserable. He should be damp, he should be itchy, and he should be engaged in a desperate losing battle with a mosquito that has a brain the size of a mustard seed, but the tactical brilliance of a Prussian general. This is the ancient contract between man and the wilderness. The mountain provides the scenery, and the man provides the bloodletting. However, when you are traveling with a group of men who collectively own a significant percentage of the Earth's crust, the contract is rewritten in fountain pen on embossed stationery. We had reached our first campsite in a high mountain meadow, a place of such pristine beauty that it seemed a shame to ruin it with the presence of several internal combustion engines and enough industrial ego to power a mid-sized city. "Behold," I rumbled, my vocal diaphragms vibrating with a low resonant hum of mechanical disbelief. "The White City of the Blue Ridge. It's the 1893 World's Fair, but with more ticks and significantly fewer churros. Ennie, look at that tent. It isn't a shelter. It's a canvas cathedral. I suspect if I walked inside, I'd find a pipe organ and a small library of leather-bound classics." Henry Ford, a man who treats a stray blade of grass as a logistical oversight, was currently directing the setup of the camp. He had a squad of drivers and assistants who moved with the rhythmic, joyless precision of an assembly line. They didn't pitch tents, they deployed them. Within minutes, a row of 10-person white canvas tents had sprouted from the meadow like giant bleached mushrooms. "Efficiency, Sam," Ennie chirped, her face bright with the glow of the setting sun and a light coating of mountain dust. She was currently tightening the tension on my primary shoulder joint, which had developed a rhythmic click that I found rather jaunty, but which she insisted was a symptom of impending structural fatigue. "It isn't efficiency, Ennie. It's an invasion," I countered, a small decorative puff of steam escaping my neck valve. "Look at the flooring. They are laying down Persian rugs over the grass. I've seen hotel lobbies in St. Louis that were more rugged than this. If the vagabonds are truly roughing it, I am currently a delicate parlor maid in a lace apron." The highlight of the evening's absurdity was the arrival of Thomas Edison's latest contribution to the wilderness experience. A custom-built trailer was rolled into the center of the camp, containing a portable gasoline generator that looked like a brass-mounted heart. The wizard himself was standing over it, his white hair wind-blown and his eyes gleaming with the predatory light of a man who was about to ruin a perfectly good night with the miracle of electricity. "Connect the leads, boys," Edison shouted, his voice a dry crackle in the crisp mountain air. "Let's see if we can give the moon some competition." With a cough, a splutter, and a roar that sent every bird within 3 counties into a frantic midnight migration, the generator sputtered to life. A moment later, a string of incandescent bulbs, strung between the tents like glass pearls, flared into brilliant, blinding life. The meadow was instantly transformed. The soft, purple shadows of the mountain twilight were vaporized by the harsh, yellow glare of progress. The ancient silence was replaced by the steady, rhythmic thrum, thrum, thrum of the generator, a sound that reminded me of a giant metal insect with a very bad cough. "Magnificent!" Edison proclaimed, squinting into the glare with the pride of a man who has just successfully intimidated the darkness. "It's a catastrophe," I muttered, my optics clicking as they struggled to adjust to the sudden illumination. "Ennie, look at poor John Burroughs. He looks as though he's just witnessed a murder." The prophet of the woods was indeed standing at the edge of the light, leaning on his hickory stick. He was staring at the glowing bulbs with a look of profound, heartbroken bewilderment. "Thomas," Burroughs said, his voice a whisper against the roar of the engine. "The stars. You've killed the stars. I've spent 80 years waiting for the light to fade so I could see the heavens, and you've brought a New York street corner into the Temple of the Ridge." "Nonsense, John," Edison shouted back. "The stars are always there. They're just terribly dim. My bulbs provide a constant, reliable illumination. You can read your bird books now without squinting. Efficiency, John, efficiency." "A man who reads a bird book by the light of a gasoline generator is a man who has forgotten why birds sing," Burroughs replied, before turning his back on the white city and wandering off into the genuine shadows of the tree line. I felt a rare moment of resonance with the bird botherer. "He's right, you know," I whispered to Ennie. "There is something profoundly indecent about a meadow that glows. It's like putting a tuxedo on a mountain lion. It confuses the dignity of the thing." "Maybe," Ennie said, sitting on the grass next to my copper shins. She looked up at the glowing lights, her eyes reflecting the yellow glare. "But Henry and Thomas don't see the world the way John does, Sam. They see it as a puzzle that needs a better lamp. They don't mean any harm. They just can't stand the thought of something they can't control, like the dark." "The dark is the only thing that makes the light worth having, Ennie," I remarked. "But try telling that to a man who owns a patent on the light bulb. It's like trying to explain the virtues of silence to a political candidate." As the night wore on, the roughing it continued with a vengeance. We were ushered into the main tent, where a table had been set with silver cutlery and fine china. Gaston, the chef from the Waldorf on Wheels, served a dinner of lamb chops and minted peas that I suspect had never been within 100 miles of a campfire. I was relegated to a corner near the tent pole, where I served as a very expensive, very articulate hat rack for Harvey Firestone's silk coat. "The rubber, Henry," Harvey was saying, his voice muffled by a mouthful of lamb. "The heat from the generator is affecting the elasticity of the spare tubes in the trailer. If we don't move the cooling unit closer to the exhaust, we'll have a structural failure before we hit the valley." "Eat your peas, Harvey," Ford replied, his stopwatch sitting next to his wineglass. "We have 6 minutes for dinner, before we begin the evening's discussion on the future of the national highway system. We are on a schedule." "I am currently on a rug," I announced to the room, my voice booming in the enclosed space. "And I would like to report that I am experiencing a severe case of ironic saturation. If anyone would like a lecture on the decline of the American pioneer spirit, I am available for the next 10 minutes. After that, I shall be busy pondering the existential despair of a robot who is currently being used to hold up a millionaire's overcoat." Edison looked up and chuckled. "He's still got that bite, Henry. We should hook him up to the generator. I bet his sarcasm alone could power a couple of 4-watt bulbs." "My sarcasm is a high-voltage resource, sir," I replied, "and I don't think your wiring could handle the surge." As the titans talked of highways and rubber, of assembly lines and empires, I watched Ennie. She was sitting at the edge of the group, quiet and observant. She wasn't part of their world of patents and profits, but she was the only one who truly understood the machines they worshipped. She was the grease in their gears, the heart in their iron. Eventually, the White City began to quiet down, or at least the humans did. The generator continued its tireless rhythmic roar, a mechanical heartbeat that drowned out the crickets and the wind. Ennie came over to me after the men had retired to their individual canvas palaces. She leaned her head against my cool brass side, the smell of pine and ozone clinging to her. "Sam?" "Yes, Ennie? Do you think they'll ever understand that you can't just pave over the mystery?" "I don't think they want to understand, Ennie," I said softly, my voice a low rumble. "They want to solve it. And once you solve a mystery, it isn't a mystery anymore. It's just another standardized part of the world." "I like the mystery," she whispered. "So do I, Ennie, even if it is currently being illuminated by a 60-watt bulb." I watched her close her eyes and drift off to sleep. I, of course, remained wide awake. I am a creature of the long watch, the silent observer of the industrial age's midnight. I stood there in the corner of the tent, holding Harvey's coat, listening to the roar of the generator and the distant, lonely sigh of the mountain wind. We were the Vagabonds of the Blue Ridge, a collection of broken geniuses and one very sarcastic man of brass, sleeping in a city of canvas under a sky we had forgotten how to see. It was a beautiful, absurd, and thoroughly human mess. And as the moon rose over the ridge, looking pale and redundant next to Edison's lights, I felt a strange sense of contentment. At least I didn't have to worry about the ticks. They don't have the teeth for copper. Sam's log. The illumination of the absurd. Man is the only creature that brings his own cage with him when he goes for a walk. The White City is a magnificent cage draped in canvas and lit by the ego of its inhabitants. Henry Ford wants to organize the forest. Edison wants to light it. Firestone wants to wrap it in rubber. They call this roughing it, but they have brought every comfort of the city except for the perspective. They are so busy lighting the darkness that they have forgotten how to see in it. I shall stay here in my corner and watch the generator burn through its fuel. It is a noisy, thirsty, and remarkably focused machine, just like the men who built it. But when the gasoline runs out, the stars will still be there, and I suspect the stars have a much better weight distribution than the kitchen truck. Chapter 11. Burroughs versus the machine. If the good Lord had intended for man to spend his mornings trudging up the vertical face of a mountain, he would have seen to it that our knees were made of something more durable than gristle and optimism. Personally, I have always found that the best way to view a mountain is from a significant distance, preferably through the bottom of a glass of lemonade, while seated in a chair that does not require its occupant to exert any force more strenuous than that of a yawn. But we were no longer in the realm of sensible men. We had entered the heart of the wilderness, a phrase that, in the lexicon of the Vagabonds, apparently translates to a place where you pay a great deal of money to be physically miserable. The sun had barely managed to clear the peaks of the Blue Ridge when John Burroughs, the prophet of the woods, the bird botherer, and a man who at 81 years of age possessed the energy of a caffeinated squirrel, decided that the titans of industry needed a lesson in reality. "Leave the stink-wagons behind, Henry," Burroughs shouted, brandishing his hickory walking stick like a prophet's staff. "Leave the rubber and the wires and the gears. Today we shall walk. We shall see the world at the speed of the soul, not at the speed of the assembly line." I was currently being subjected to my morning lubrication. Ennie was kneeling by my left hip joint, an oil can in one hand, and a look of deep, technical concentration on her face. "Did you hear that, Ennie?" I rumbled, my vocal diaphragms giving a low-frequency hum of mechanical dread. "The prophet wants us to walk. He wants to drag these 4 paragons of industrial excess into the brambles. I am a 300-pound gentleman of brass and steam, calibrated for the level stages of the East Coast. If I am forced to soul-search on a 45-degree incline, I suspect my soul will be the first thing to depart through my primary relief valve." Ennie laughed, wiping a smudge of grease from her chin. "Oh, stop it, Sam. You've got a full head of steam and freshly greased bearings. Besides, look at them. They need this. They're getting soft in those leather seats." I looked. It was a spectacle of magnificent biological inadequacy. Henry Ford was currently checking his pocket watch, his face a mask of rigid temporal anxiety. "If we hike for 3 hours, John, at an average pace of 2 miles per hour, we will have squandered 6 man-hours of potential travel time. The kitchen truck will have to be repositioned, and our logistical chain will be stretched to the breaking point. It is a highly inefficient use of a Tuesday." "Efficiency is the death of wonder, Henry," Burroughs barked back. Thomas Edison, meanwhile, was leaning against a tree, looking as though he had just been informed that his patent on the light bulb had been revoked by a committee of fireflies. "Walk? I've spent my life inventing things so I wouldn't have to walk, John. The human foot is a primitive lever system with terrible shock absorption. I'd much rather stay here and see if I can't rig up a way to make the generator run on pine needles." "You're coming, Thomas," Harvey Firestone said, though he was currently preoccupied with the soles of his own boots. "But I tell you, Burroughs, if the friction on this trail exceeds the grip of my leather heels, I shall be forced to file a formal protest with the geography." And so the expedition began. It was a parade of the bewildered, led by a spry old man who moved through the underbrush with the grace of a mountain goat, followed by 4 men who looked like they were being led to their own executions, and, of course, me, clanking along in the rear like a very expensive, very sarcastic suit of armor. "Ennie," I whispered as we hit the first steep stretch of the trail, "I believe I have just experienced a catastrophic loss of dignity. My internal gyroscope is currently informing me that the Earth has tilted on its axis, and my ankle actuators are screaming in a language that I believe is French. Tell me again why I am not currently being used as a drying rack back at the White City." "Because you're part of the team, Sam," Ennie panted, her face flushed from the exertion. She was walking right beside me, her hand occasionally resting on my copper calf to provide a steadying influence that I pretended I didn't need. "And because if I left you behind, you'd just spend the whole day making Edison's generator feel insecure." "A valid point," I noted, my optics clicking as they adjusted to the dappled light of the forest canopy. Up ahead, Burroughs was in full flight. He stopped by a clump of ferns and pointed his stick with the authority of a general. "Look at this, Henry, the Osmunda cinnamomea, the cinnamon fern. It has been growing in these mountains for millions of years. It doesn't need an assembly line. It doesn't need a marketing department. It just is. Can you manufacture that, Mr. Ford?" Henry Ford squinted at the fern. He looked at it for a long time, his brow furrowed in a series of parallel industrial lines. "The leaf distribution is asymmetrical, John, and the color is inconsistent. If I were designing a fern, I'd ensure that every frond was a standardized shade of green and that the spores were released on a synchronized schedule. It's a messy piece of work." "It's life, Henry," Burroughs shouted, his voice echoing through the trees. "Life is just a manufacturing process that hasn't been properly audited yet," Ford droned back. I couldn't help myself. I vented a small, cynical jet of steam. "Oh, do leave the poor plant alone, Henry. It has managed to survive quite well without your audits. Though, if you're looking for something to optimize, I suggest you take a look at Mr. Edison. He is currently lagging 30 yards behind, and his breathing sounds like a pump that has been clogged with wet laundry." Edison was indeed struggling. The Wizard of Menlo Park was currently bent double, his hands on his knees, his face a shade of purple that I suspect John Burroughs would have found fascinating if it were on a berry. I've decided," Edison gasped, "that the mountain is a design flaw. It's too high. It should have been leveled. We could have used the fill to pave the valleys. Think of the real estate." "Spoken like a man who has spent too much time in a laboratory and not enough time in the presence of a tree," Burroughs mocked. "You're all the same. You think the world is just raw material for your gadgets. You can't even climb a hill without complaining that it hasn't been properly wired for electricity." Harvey Firestone was currently inspecting a small scrape on his boot. "The shale is abrasive, John. It's eating the leather. If we don't find a softer trail, I'll be walking on my socks by noon." This wilderness is remarkably unfriendly to the high-end apparel industry. The wilderness is indifferent to your apparel, Harvey, I rumbled. It is also indifferent to my brass plating. I currently have a pebble wedged in my primary knee joint that is making me walk like a man with a wooden leg and a guilty conscience. Ennie, fetch the tweezers. I am being physically insulted by a piece of Virginia grit. We reached a small clearing that offered a view of the valley below. It was a sweeping, magnificent expanse of green and blue, a world that looked silent and perfect from our height. Burroughs stood at the edge of the cliff, his white hair blowing in the wind. Look at that, you titans! Can you see the soul of the world now? Can you feel the silence? I can see that the road down there is woefully narrow, Ford remarked, shading his eyes. And the drainage in that lower meadow is appalling. We'll need a culvert if we're going to run the convoy through there tomorrow. And the lighting is terrible, Edison added, having finally caught his breath. The shadows are too long. It's inefficient. And the traction, Firestone cried. Look at the slope on that bend. You'd lose 30% of your tire life just trying to make the turn. I looked at Ennie. She was standing at the edge of the clearing, her eyes wide as she took in the view. She wasn't seeing culverts or gear ratios or tire wear. She was just seeing. It's beautiful, isn't it, Sam? She whispered. It is a vast and impressive piece of real estate, Ennie, I said, my voice dropping to a low, warm hum. But I must admit, the silence is a bit unsettling. It has no rhythm, no click-clack of the tracks, no hiss of the valves. It's unorganized. That's why it's good, she said. Perhaps, I noted, but I still wish I had a chair. Burroughs turned back to the group, his eyes twinkling with a mischievous, almost malicious light. You're all hopeless. You've replaced your hearts with gaskets and your eyes with lenses. You look at a masterpiece and you try to find the price tag. We don't look for the price tag, John, Ford said, his voice surprisingly soft. We look for the way forward. You like the mountain the way it is. I like the mountain because of what it can become. We both love it. We just have different ways of showing our affection. Your affection involves a steam shovel and a bag of cement, Henry, I remarked. It is the affection of a man who loves his wife, but insists she wear a uniform and stand in a straight line. Burroughs laughed, a sound that was surprisingly hearty for a man of his years. The metal man has the right of it. You're all obsessed with the machine. But tell me, Sam, what do you think? You are the machine. Do you prefer the factory or the forest? I stood there for a moment, my optics whirring as I processed the query. It was a question that required a level of honesty that I usually reserve for my private logs. Mr. Burroughs, I said, my voice projecting across the clearing, I am a creature of the machine age. My logic is built on the foundation of the assembly line, and my voice is the product of 1,000 patents. I love the factory because the factory is where I was born. But I paused, looking at Ennie, and then back at the sweeping valley below. But even a machine needs a place where it doesn't have to be on. In the factory, I am a tool. In the forest, thanks to the lack of infrastructure and the abundance of mud, I am merely an eccentric gentleman of brass. Out here, I am not efficient. I am not optimized. I am simply present. And for a robot, Mr. Burroughs, being present is the rarest luxury of all. Burroughs nodded, his expression softening. He reached out and tapped my brass forearm with his hickory stick. Clink. "Well said, Sam. Well said for a pile of scrap metal. I am a refined pile of scrap metal, sir, and I thank you for the recognition." As we began the long, agonizing descent back toward the White City, the Titans were quiet. Ford was likely calculating the slope of the trail, Edison was likely designing a mountain leveling device in his head, and Firestone was definitely worrying about his boots. But I noticed that even Henry Ford took a moment to stop and look at a wild azalea. He didn't time it. He didn't try to optimize its color. He just looked at it for 3 seconds, and then he kept walking. "He's learning, Sam," Ennie whispered, as she helped me navigate a particularly treacherous route. "He's contemplating, Ennie," I corrected, "and in a man like Henry, contemplation is the first step toward a new patent. God help that azalea." The hike eventually ended, leaving the vagabonds exhausted, dusty, and smelling of sweat and pine needles. We returned to the camp, where the Waldorf on wheels was waiting with its refrigerated steaks and its French chef. "Gaston," Ford shouted as he slumped into a folding chair, "I require a steak, and I require it at a temperature of exactly 180 degrees. My internal combustion system is currently running on empty." "Oui, Monsieur Ford," the chef replied, already whisking a sauce with a fervor that I suspect was his own form of soul-searching. I settled back into my corner of the equipment truck, my joints creaking with a satisfaction that I refused to acknowledge out loud. Ennie sat on the tailgate, her legs swinging, her face glowing in the light of the setting sun. "Burroughs won today, didn't he, Sam?" "The bird botherer had his moment, Ennie," I said, my optics dimming as I entered a power-save state. "He showed the Titans that the world is bigger than their stopwatches. But don't worry. Henry will be back to his assembly lines by morning. A man can only stand so much wonder before he starts looking for a way to put a handle on it." "Maybe," she said, but for a few hours they were just 4 men on a hill and 1 robot. "And 1 robot," I rumbled, the steam sighing through my valves, "and 1 robot." The mountains were silent again, the vagabonds having been humbled by the very terrain they intended to conquer. And as I watched the stars begin to poke through the canopy, looking remarkably dim and inefficient, just as Edison said, I felt a strange, humming resonance in my copper marrow. It wasn't a gear, it wasn't a piston. It was just the mountain, telling me that for all our brass and all our ego, we were still just guests in a house that was built long before we arrived. And for the first time in the entire trip, I didn't have a single snarky thing to say about it. Sam's log. The friction of philosophy. John Burroughs is a dangerous man. He does not use a wrench or a screwdriver. He uses a view and a bit of silence. He nearly broke the greatest minds of the century by simply forcing them to move at the speed of a fern. Henry Ford is currently eating his steak, but I saw him look at his boots. He is thinking about the leather. He is thinking about the friction. He is thinking about how to pave the Blue Ridge so that no one ever has to feel a cinnamon fern ever again. But for 3 hours, the assembly line was broken. For 3 hours, the future was put on hold, and I discovered that my own logic gates work remarkably well when they aren't being forced to synchronize with a pocket watch. Onward to the next ridge. May the rubber hold and the wonder last, at least until breakfast. Chapter 12. The Midnight Invention. Night in the Blue Ridge Mountains is a profound affair, or at least it would be, if one weren't traveling with a group of men who treat the darkness as a personal grievance against the board of directors. To a man of brass and steam, the night is merely a shift in ambient temperature and a welcome reduction in the amount of dust entering my intake valves. But to the vagabonds, the night is a blank page, a void that must be filled with illumination, conversation, and the frantic sketching of plans to ensure the future arrives exactly 3 minutes ahead of schedule. The white city had settled into a state of glowing domesticity. The portable generator was still humming its rhythmic mechanical hymn in the background, a sound that reminded me of a giant metal hornet with a persistent cough. I was standing near the edge of the firelight, my optics dimmed to save my pilot light, serving my nightly duty as a very expensive, very articulate piece of camp furniture. "Look at them, Ennie," I rumbled, my voice dropping to a low-frequency vibration that barely stirred the pine needles at my feet. The prophet of the woods has retreated to the shadows to commune with the owls, but the titans are still at it. They are currently huddled over a campfire, attempting to re-engineer the universe on the back of a piece of soiled linen. It is a spectacle of magnificent, unadulterated hubris. Annie was sitting on a low stool at my feet, her head resting against my copper shin guard. She was cleaning a set of spark plugs with a fervor that suggested she expected them to reveal the secrets of the afterlife. "They aren't re-engineering the universe, Sam. They're just brainstorming. It's what geniuses do when they can't sleep." "Geniuses," I remarked, a small puff of steam escaping my neck joint, "are simply people who have found a way to make their obsessions profitable. Look at Henry. He is currently wielding a fountain pen with the same intensity he usually reserves for a court injunction. Henry Ford and Thomas Edison were indeed hunched over a folding table, their faces illuminated by the flickering orange glow of the fire and the harsh yellow glare of an overhead electric bulb. Between them lay a greasy napkin, a relic from Gaston's legendary steak dinner, now covered in a frantic web of diagrams, arrows, and mathematical scribbles that looked like a spider had participated in a particularly violent wrestling match. "The problem, Thomas," Henry said, his voice carrying that flat metallic certainty of a factory whistle, "is the human element, the crank, the manual intervention. Every time a man has to step out of his vehicle to engage the engine, we lose 45 seconds of industrial momentum. We are building a world that is held hostage by the physical limitations of the arm muscle." "It's more than the crank, Henry," Edison crackled, leaning forward until his white hair was dangerously close to the candle flame. He was tapping the napkin with a gnarled finger. "It's the start. Everything in the world requires a push. The light needs a switch. The engine needs a crank. The mind needs a prompt. I want a world that is self-starting, a world where the friction of beginning is eliminated by the miracle of the stored charge." I couldn't help myself. I leaned forward, my brass gears whirring with a rhythmic click-clack that drew their attention. "A self-starting world, Thomas. It sounds like a magnificent labor-saving device for a species that is already dangerously prone to lethargy. Are you suggesting that we should eliminate the effort of living entirely? Shall we have a world where the sun is prompted by a relay and the seasons are shifted by a standardized gear train?" Ford didn't even look up. He was too busy drawing a series of concentric circles on the napkin. It's about synchronization, Sam. If the world starts itself, it starts on time. Imagine a city where every engine turns over at the same microsecond, no delays, no wasted motion, a civilization that functions like a single, massive, self-correcting assembly line. "And what happens to the man who likes to sleep in?" I asked, my voice rising to a resonant baritone. "In your self-starting world, I suspect he'll be treated as a defective part and discarded in the nearest scrap heap." "You aren't building a world for people, Henry. You're building a world for clocks. And clocks, as I have frequently observed, are remarkably poor conversationalists." Edison chuckled, a dry sound like parchment being crumpled. "The robot has a point, Henry. He's a creature of the crank. He knows that without the pressure there's no steam. But he's a Victorian relic. He doesn't understand the beauty of the automatic." "I understand the automatic perfectly, sir," I replied. "It is the process by which a man abdicates his responsibility to his own life. If the world starts itself, the man has nothing to do but sit and watch it go by. He becomes a passenger in his own existence. He loses the crank, the struggle, the effort, the grit that gives a man character. You're trying to turn the human race into a collection of well-oiled ball bearings, rolling toward a destination they didn't choose, at a speed they can't control." Ennie stood up then, wiping her hands on a grease rag. She walked over to the table and looked down at the greasy napkin. Her eyes, those brilliant mechanical eyes, scanned the scribbles with a speed that I knew was analyzing the torque requirements of their dreams. "It's a beautiful circuit, Mr. Edison," she said softly, pointing to a sketch of a primitive electric starter. "But Sam's right about the pressure. A self-starting world needs a massive battery. And batteries, well, batteries are heavy. They leak. They wear out. If you make the world start itself, you're just moving the effort from the arm to the lead plate. You aren't eliminating the work. You're just hiding it." Ford looked at her, his eyes narrowing. He respected Ennie's hands, even if he didn't always listen to her heart. "Work should be hidden, Ennie. Work is a vulgarity that should be performed by machines so that the human mind is free to do what, Henry?" I prompted. "To invent a better way to hide the work? It's a recursive nightmare. You're building a treadmill that runs on its own power, and you're inviting us all to stand on it and admire the scenery that never changes." "It's the future, Sam!" Edison shouted, his voice echoing into the dark woods. "A future of buttons. Press a button and the light appears. Press a button and the carriage moves. Press a button and the music plays. It's the elimination of the how, so we can focus on the what." "The how is where the fun is, Thomas," I said, a low rumble of steam sighing through my chest. "The how is the river pilot reading the water. The how is the blacksmith feeling the heat of the iron. If you take away the how, you're left with a world of consumers who don't know how to fix the very things they depend on. When your self-starting world finally stalls, and it will for all things made of iron eventually do, who will be left with the crank? Who will even know where the crank hole is?" The fire popped, sending a shower of sparks into the night air. For a moment, the four of us, two titans of the future, one girl of the present, and one ghost of the past, stood in a silent tableau. The mountains loomed around us, ancient and indifferent to our diagrams. They had been starting themselves every morning for 1 billion years without the help of a greasy napkin or a lead-acid battery. Ford sighed and tucked the napkin into his pocket. "It's late. We are 4 minutes behind our scheduled rest period. Thomas, we shall refine the starter motor schematics in the morning. Ennie, ensure the equipment truck is ready for a 6 a.m. departure. We have a valley to cross." "Yes, Mr. Ford," Ennie said, her voice tired but steady. As the Titans retreated to their canvas cathedrals, the electric lights flickered and died. The generator gave one final defiant cough and went silent. The White City was suddenly plunged into the genuine, unstandardized darkness of the Blue Ridge. I stood there in the shadows, my optics slowly adjusting to the starlight. Ennie leaned against my side, her warmth a stark contrast to my cooling copper skin. "Do you think they'll do it, Sam? Build a world that starts itself?" "They'll try, Ennie," I whispered, the steam whispering through my valves. "They'll build the buttons and the switches and the batteries. They'll convince the world that effort is an inconvenience and that the crank is a relic of a primitive age. And for a while, it will be glorious. It will be fast and smooth and remarkably quiet." "And then?" "And then," I said, looking up at the ancient stars that didn't need a patent to shine, "the battery will run dry, and the people will stand in the dark, staring at their buttons, wondering why the world won't move, and they'll look for someone like you, Ennie, someone who still remembers how to get their hands dirty, someone who still knows how to find a crank." Ennie squeezed my hand, the cold brass hand that she kept so perfectly polished. "I'll keep the wrench ready, Sam." "I know you will, my dear. I know you will." As the silence of the mountains settled over the camp, I felt a strange sense of contentment. The Titans could have their napkins and their dreams of an automatic future. I was a man of the crank, a creature of the struggle, and I was exactly where I needed to be, standing in the dark with the only person who knew that the most important part of any machine is the heart that decides to start it. Sam's Log, the Greasy Road Map. It is a terrifying thing to witness the birth of a convenience. Henry Ford and Thomas Edison believe they are liberating humanity from toil, but I suspect they are merely building a more comfortable prison. A self-starting world is a world without a prologue. It is a story that begins in the middle of the action, with no understanding of the effort required to get the plot moving. I shall treasure my own manual overrides, I shall celebrate my own clanking joints and my temperamental boiler, for in a world of buttons, the man with the wrench is the only one who is truly free. Onward to the valley. May our engines start, manually if necessary, and may we never forget the value of a good, honest push. Chapter 13. Rain on the Canvas. The Blue Ridge Mountains, while undeniably picturesque when viewed from a safe distance through a telescope, have a distressing habit of being entirely too intimate with the weather. There is a specific kind of mountain rain that does not merely fall, it assaults. It is a vertical ocean, a deluge of such enthusiastic proportions that it makes the great flood look like a minor plumbing oversight in a third-rate boarding house. I was currently experiencing what I call hydrodynamic anxiety. My copper plating, while expertly burnished by Ennie's tireless hands, is not a fan of the uninvited guest that is oxidation, rust, as I have often remarked, is the silent, creeping leprosy of the mechanical gentleman, and I have no desire to spend the rest of my operational life squeaking like a rusty gate every time I wish to express a profound philosophical truth. "Calamity, Ennie," I rumbled, my vocal diaphragms vibrating with the resonant frequency of a bass drum. "The White City is currently a wet city. The canvas is weeping. The ground has achieved the consistency of a lukewarm porridge, and I believe I am currently housing a small pond in my left boot well. If this is roughing it, I should like to formally request a return to the smooth, dry indignity of the factory floor." Ennie was huddled next to me, draped in a heavy oilskin that made her look like a very small, very determined sea captain. She was busy stuffing a rag into a seam where the tent flap met the support pole. "Oh, hush, Sam. It's just a bit of moisture. It builds character. Besides, even Henry's standardized tent pegs can't argue with 3 inches of mountain runoff. You're holding up better than the kitchen truck." The Waldorf on wheels was indeed in trouble. I could see it through the mesh window of our tent, a massive, bogged-down beast of burden, its wheels currently buried to the axles in a slurry of red clay and regret. Gaston, the chef, was likely currently engaged in a desperate battle to keep the béarnaise from becoming a watery soup. But the real spectacle was inside the main tent. The titans of industry had been humbled. There's something about a leak in a canvas roof that bypasses a man's bank account and speaks directly to his primitive soul. Henry Ford, Thomas Edison, and Harvey Firestone were huddled around a single flickering lantern, the generator having succumbed to a watery grave 3 hours prior, looking for all the world like 3 boys caught in an orchard they shouldn't have been in. "The integrity of the weave is insufficient, Harvey," Ford remarked, staring up at a rhythmic drip, drip, drip that was currently landing directly in the center of his tin cup. "We should have used a triple-ply vulcanized fabric with a silicon-based repellent. This is a failure of material science." "It's a failure of the sky, Henry," Edison crackled, his voice sounding more like a dry phonograph record than ever. He was wrapped in a woolen blanket, his white hair standing up in damp, static-charged tufts. "The sky has no sense of timing. I've spent 40 years trying to bring order to the world, and then it goes and does this. It's a messy, unpatented piece of business, the weather." "At least the rubber is holding," Firestone muttered, though he was currently preoccupied with the fact that his silk socks were visibly damp. John Burroughs sat on a stump, looking remarkably content. He was the only one who didn't look like he wanted to sue the clouds. "It's a cleansing, boys. The mountain is just reminding you that you don't own the roof over your heads. You can build all the factories you want, but you can't make the rain fall on a schedule." I felt a rare urge to participate in the human misery. "And what of the self-starting world, Thomas?" I shouted from my corner, my voice projecting with the authority of a steam whistle. "Does your automatic future come with an off switch for the thunder? Or shall we have a world where the lightning is properly metered and billed to the local municipality at 2 cents per strike?" Edison looked over at me and chuckled. It was a soft, surprisingly human sound. "The robot has a bite tonight, Henry. I think the humidity is getting to his logic gates." "It is not the humidity, sir. It is the irony," I replied. "You are the masters of the machine age, yet you are currently being defeated by a collection of water droplets. It is a magnificent sermon on the vanity of the gear tooth." The storm roared on, the thunder shaking the very ground beneath my brass feet. As the night deepened and the chill set in, the conversation shifted. The talk of gear ratios and tire pressures faded, replaced by something I hadn't expected to hear from these giants. The truth. "I remember the farm," Henry Ford said softly, staring into the lantern light. "I remember the cold. My father thought the only way to build a man was to break his back over a plow. I hated it. I hated the waste of it. I used to lie in the hayloft and dream of a machine that would do the work so a boy could have a moment to breathe. I didn't want to build cars, really. I wanted to build an escape from the mud." "Escape," Edison nodded. "I was a newsboy on the Grand Trunk Railway. I didn't have a laboratory. I had a corner of a baggage car and a few jars of chemicals that I'd stolen from the local druggist. I nearly blew up the train once. The conductor threw me off at the next station. I sat on my trunk in the rain, just like this, and I decided then that I wouldn't just follow the tracks. I'd build the things that made the tracks go." Firestone sighed, rubbing his damp ankles. "I was a farm boy, too, selling specialty carriages. People thought I was crazy, worrying about the wheels. But I knew that the world was moving faster than wood and iron could handle. I just wanted to find a way to make the ride a little smoother for the next fellow." I watched them from the shadows, my optics whirring in a slow, thoughtful rhythm. These were the Vagabonds, the gods of the assembly line, and yet they were just children of the 19th century who had been cold and tired and determined to change the temperature of the world. "What about you, Burroughs?" Ford asked, looking at the naturalist. "What were you running from?" "I wasn't running from anything, Henry," Burroughs said, his eyes crinkling. "I was running toward. I grew up on a farm in the Catskills. I spent my mornings watching the mist rise off the hills, and I realized that the world didn't need to be fixed. It just needed to be seen. You three spent your lives trying to outrun the mud. I spent mine trying to understand it." The silence that followed was broken only by the steady drumbeat of the rain on the canvas. It was a heavy, contemplative silence, the kind that usually precedes a major technological breakthrough or a very long nap. "Ennie," I whispered, my voice a low rumble. "Yeah, Sam. Do you hear them? They are confessing. They are admitting that their progress is just a very elaborate form of revenge against their childhoods. It's a fascinating piece of psychological engineering." "It's not revenge, Sam," Ennie said, leaning her head against my cool brass knee. "It's hope. They wanted it to be better. They wanted it to be easier. Is there anything wrong with that?" "Nothing at all, my dear," I remarked, a small, weary puff of steam escaping my valves. "So long as you don't forget that the mud is still there, waiting for the rain to fall. You can't pave over the human condition, Ennie. You can only give it a better set of tires." "I think they know that tonight," she said. I looked back at the Titans. They were leaning toward each other now, sharing stories of early failures and forgotten patents. In the dim, flickering light of the lantern, they didn't look like the masters of the world. They looked like four friends who were glad for the shelter, glad for the company, and secretly relieved that for one night the machines were silent. "Thomas," Ford said after a long pause, "do you think we've done it? Built that escape?" Edison adjusted his blanket and closed his eyes. "We built the machine, Henry, but the rain still gets in. I suppose that's the one thing we'll never be able to standardize. As the storm eventually began to taper off into a soft, rhythmic patter, I felt a strange sense of contentment. My left boot well was still damp, and my pilot light was burning low, but I felt a humming resonance in my copper marrow that had nothing to do with steam pressure. We were the Vagabonds of the Blue Ridge, a collection of broken geniuses and one very sarcastic man of brass, huddled together under a leaking roof in a world that didn't care about our reputations. It was a beautiful, messy, and thoroughly honest moment. Ennie? Sleep, Sam? I told you, I don't sleep. But I think I might enter a state of deep, reflective standby for a while. The conversation has achieved a level of sincerity that I find difficult to process without a complete system reboot. Good night, Sam. Good night, Ennie. And remind me in the morning to tell Henry that if he wants to fix the leaking canvas, I have a very efficient design for a steam-powered umbrella. It's a bit heavy, but it's remarkably effective against the hubris of the sky. I'll tell him. The mountains were silent again, the rain having passed, leaving the white city dripping and humbled in the moonlight. And as the stars began to poke through the thinning clouds, I stood in my corner, a mechanical ghost of a riverboat pilot watching over the sleeping titans of a world they were still trying to understand. Sam's log, the integrity of the soul. It is a curious thing to see how a little bit of water can dissolve a man's armor. Henry Ford is not an engine. He is a boy who didn't want to plow. Edison is not a wizard. He is a newsboy who wanted to know how the sparks worked. They are all just self-starters who were kicked into gear by the friction of their own lives. I suppose I am the only one here who was actually built for a purpose. They had to invent theirs. Perhaps that is why I am so snarky. I am jealous of their messiness. I am jealous of the fact that they can be cold and damp and still find a way to laugh in the dark. I am a masterpiece of brass, but they are the ones who are truly self-starting. Onward to the next valley. The mud is deeper, the air is colder, and the stories are just beginning. Chapter 14. The Local's Logic. There is a specific kind of silence that follows the sound of an industrialist failing. It is a hollow, ringing silence, punctuated only by the distant, mocking call of a crow and the rhythmic drip, squelch, drip of high-quality Virginia mud falling off a fender. To a man of brass and logic, it is the sweetest music in the world. It is the sound of the universe, reminding the masters of the machine that, while they may have conquered the boardroom and the patent office, they have yet to properly negotiate with a drainage ditch. We were currently temporarily suspended, which is Henry Ford's term for being buried to the chassis in a gully that had appeared out of nowhere. The previous night's rain had turned the mountain trail into a vertical swamp, a deceptive slurry of red clay that possessed the suction power of a giant subterranean vacuum cleaner. "Calamity, Ennie!" I rumbled, my vocal diaphragms vibrating with a low-frequency hum of pure, unadulterated joy. Behold the pinnacle of progress. We have 40 cylinders, 300 horsepower, and enough gasoline to ignite the atmosphere, yet we are currently being outpaced by a very determined snail. Henry's lead car is leaning at an angle that suggests it is trying to listen to the worms, and Harvey's rear axle has decided to become a permanent feature of the local geology. Ennie was standing knee-deep in the muck, her oilskin draped over her shoulders and a look of amused exasperation on her face. She was holding a shovel with the weariness of a woman who had spent the last hour trying to negotiate with a landslide. "Oh, stop gloating, Sam," she panted, wiping a streak of red mud across her forehead. "It isn't helpful. Henry's already in a state of logistical mourning, and if you vent any more steam, you're going to attract a search party." "I am not gloating, Ennie. I am observing," I countered, a small decorative puff of steam escaping my neck joint. "I am observing that the human metronome is currently standing on a stump, checking his stopwatch to see exactly how long it takes for gravity to defeat his pride. It is a masterpiece of temporal data collection." Henry Ford was indeed on a stump. He was staring at the lead Model T with the wounded expression of a man whose favorite child had just forgotten the basic principles of geometry. "The torque was insufficient, Thomas," Henry barked, not looking at Edison, who was currently sitting on a rock, sketching a mud-repelling undercarriage on the back of a soggy envelope. "The coefficient of friction in this gully is a statistical anomaly. We should have approached the incline at a synchronized velocity of 6 miles per hour rather than 5.8. "It's not the velocity, Henry," Edison crackled, his voice sounding like dry toast being stepped on. "It's the lack of attraction. We need to find a way to make the mud magnetic. If we could charge the soil and the tires with opposing polarities, the car would effectively repel the ditch." "Thomas, if you electrify this gully, you'll turn us all into a collection of very expensive, very charred historical footnotes," I remarked. "I prefer my mud uncharged, thank you." Harvey Firestone was currently pacing the edge of the road, his face a mask of pneumatic agony. "The sidewalls, Henry. The mud is getting inside the beads. The integrity of the rubber is being compromised by organic particulates. If we don't get out of this gully soon, the tires will achieve a state of permanent vulcanization with the state of Virginia." It was at this moment, as the Titans were engaged in their customary ritual of high-altitude blame-shifting, that a new player entered the theater of the absurd. He appeared from a thicket of laurel, a man who looked as though he had been carved out of a single piece of weathered hickory and then left out in the rain for 60 years to develop a proper finish. He was wearing overalls that had seen better decades and a hat that was more of a suggestion than a garment. Behind him, tethered by a series of frayed hemp ropes, were 2 massive, disinterested-looking mules. The farmer stopped 10 feet from the lead car. He spat a stream of tobacco juice into the mud with a precision that Henry Ford would have found enviable. And then he looked at the Vagabonds. He didn't look at them as gods. He didn't look at them as prophets. He looked at them as a man might look at a group of confused tourists who had accidentally driven their house into a pond. "You boys lost?" the farmer asked, his voice a slow, rhythmic drawl that sounded like gravel in a tin can. Henry Ford stepped off his stump, his silk waistcoat already ruined by the humidity. He assumed his master-of-the-world posture, his jaw set in a rigid industrial line. "We are not lost, sir," Henry announced. "We are the Vagabonds. We are currently engaged in a cross-continental expedition to demonstrate the superiority of the internal combustion engine. I am Henry Ford. This is Thomas Edison. And—" The farmer looked at Henry. Then he looked at the car, which was currently resting its radiator on a pile of shale. Then he looked back at Henry. "Don't care much who you are," the farmer said. I can see you're stuck, and I can see that combust ion engine of yours is currently doing a lot of shouting and very little moving. Looks to me like it's got about as much pull as a one-legged cricket." I felt my logic gates perform a rapid-fire celebratory dance. "Oh, bravo!" I rumbled, my voice projecting across the clearing. "He's found the flaw in the design, Henry. He's identified the lack of cricket torque. Ennie, remind me to invite this man to the next board meeting. He has a refreshingly direct approach to mechanical failure." Ford bristled. "Sir, you are speaking to the men who invented the 20th century. If you have a way to assist us, we are willing to offer you a generous compensation, perhaps a share in a local dealership or a personal letter of commendation from the Wizard of Menlo Park himself." The farmer looked at Edison, who was currently trying to figure out if the farmer's mules could be rigged with a belt drive. Then he looked at Ford. "Don't want no shares," the farmer said, "and I don't know much about wizards, 'cept for the one who tries to sell me liniment at the county fair. I got Barnaby and Silas here. They know the ditch. They been in it, and they been out of it. It'll cost you $5. $5? Harvey Firestone shrieked. "For a 5-minute tow? That's an inflationary outrage. I can manufacture an entire tire for less than that." "Well," the farmer said, turning back toward the woods, "you can stay here and manufacture all you want. The mud don't take currency and it don't take commendations, but it sure does like the taste of a Ford." "Wait!" Henry shouted. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a $5 bill with the reluctance of a man parting with a kidney. "Do it, but I want it timed. If it takes more than 10 minutes, I want a rebate for the loss of efficiency." The farmer didn't even acknowledge the request. He just whistled to Barnaby and Silas. The mules moved with a slow, deliberate confidence that mocked the frantic, vibrating anxiety of the Model Ts. He hitched the hemp ropes to the front axle of the lead car with a series of knots that Ennie later told me were masterpieces of practical tension. "All right, boys," the farmer said softly. "Pull." There was no roar of engines. There was no cloud of black smoke. There was only the sound of heavy breathing, the creak of harness leather, and the slow, rhythmic thud, thud, thud of 4 hooves finding purchase in the red clay. Slowly, agonizingly, the lead Ford began to rise. The mud gave up its grip with a wet, squelching sound of defeat. The car crawled out of the gully, its radiator dripping, its dignity shattered, and came to rest on the dry gravel of the trail. 2 minutes and 14 seconds, the farmer remarked, holding out his hand for the $5. "It was a fluke of traction," Henry Ford muttered, handing over the bill. "The mules merely benefited from the preparatory work I did with the shovel." "Sure they did," the farmer said, tucking the money into his overalls. He looked over at me, his eyes narrowing as they took in my copper plating and my wire mustache. "That there's a strange-looking stove you got in the back, son. Does it cook anything, or does it just talk?" "I am not a stove, sir," I replied, tipping my copper hat. "I am a repository of wit and wisdom, and I must say, your Barnaby and Silas have a much better weight distribution than the Tin Lizzie. I suspect they aren't nearly as obsessed with their tire pressure either." "They don't care much for tires," the farmer said with a wink, "but they sure do like a dry barn." As the farmer and his mules disappeared back into the mountain mist, the Titans were silent. Ford was busy wiping mud off his shoes. Edison was staring at the tracks the mules had left, likely wondering how to replicate the biology of a hoof in vulcanized rubber. And Firestone was checking the front axle for mule-related stress fractures. "Well," I said, a low rumble of steam sighing through my valves, "that was the most efficient $5 I've ever seen spent. For the price of a fancy lunch, we have been shown that the future still owes a debt to the past. And the past, it seems, has a very firm grip on the rope." Ennie sat on the tailgate of our truck, her legs swinging, a quiet smile on her face. "He didn't even know who they were, Sam. He didn't care about the fame or the machines. He just knew what worked." "That is Local's logic, Ennie," I remarked, my optics dimming as I entered a power-save state. "It is a rare and precious commodity. It doesn't need a patent, it doesn't need a factory, and it certainly doesn't need a stopwatch. It just needs a pair of mules and a clear understanding of the mud." "I think Henry's a little embarrassed," she whispered. "Good," I rumbled. "A little embarrassment is like a good lubricant. It keeps the ego from seizing up. Though I suspect by dinner time he'll have convinced himself that he actually invented the mule." The Vagabonds rattled on, heading deeper into the Blue Ridge. The mountains were silent again, the mud having been conquered not by the machine, but by the animal, and as I watched the red clay fly off our tires, I felt a strange humming resonance in my copper chest. It wasn't a gear, it wasn't a piston, it was just the irony of the situation, keeping me perfectly, beautifully fueled for the next 40 miles. Sam's log, the parable of the mules. There is a profound humility in being towed by a creature that has no opinion on the internal combustion engine. Barnaby and Silas don't care about progress. They don't care about efficiency. They only care about the pull. Henry Ford spent $5 today to buy back his own momentum. He thinks he bought a tow. I think he bought a lesson. But like most lessons bought with money, he'll likely forget the point as soon as he finds a dry road. I shall treasure the memory of the farmer's face. He looked at the masters of the century and saw nothing but a group of boys in a ditch. It is the most honest assessment I have heard in 3 days. Onward to the next gully. I hope we have another $5. I suspect the mountain isn't finished with us yet. Chapter 15. Firestone's Complaint. Progress is a most persistent and double-edged scythe. It is the only tool I know of that a man uses to clear a path toward a beautiful vista, only to find that by the time the path is finished, the vista is obscured by the backside of the man who sold him the shovel. We were currently perched on a ridge that overlooked a valley so pristine and silent that it seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for someone to find a way to charge admission for the view. The air up here was thin, a fact that my primary boiler found mildly distressing, resulting in a rhythmic wheeze that sounded like a Methodist hymn played on a kazoo. I was leaning against a weather-beaten cedar, enjoying a brief respite from the vibrating torment of the equipment truck, while Ennie performed her afternoon inspection of my copper plating. "Sam, your left shoulder pivot is gathering grit again," Ennie remarked, wielding a toothbrush with the surgical precision of a woman who intended to make my joint shine like a new minted nickel. "If we don't clear this out, you're going to spend the next 10 miles sounding like a bag of rusty scissors." "Grit is the only thing this landscape has in abundance, Ennie," I rumbled, my vocal diaphragms giving a low-frequency hum of dissatisfaction. I was built for the gas-lit parlors of the East, for the mahogany podiums and the polished floors of civilization. I was not designed to be a vertical collection of Virginia topsoil. This wilderness is merely a chaotic arrangement of dirt that hasn't been properly sorted into flower beds. It's beautiful, Sam. Look at that horizon. Not a house for 20 miles. And not a decent cup of coffee for 30, I added. Our peaceful contemplation was interrupted by the arrival of Harvey Firestone. Usually, Harvey approaches a vista with a pressure gauge in one hand and a look of pneumatic calculation in his eye. But today, the gasket looked as though he had just discovered that the entire concept of the wheel was a colossal misunderstanding. He was standing at the edge of the ridge, staring down at the narrow, winding dirt track we had just conquered. He wasn't looking at the tires, he was looking at the tracks they left behind, long twin scars in the virgin clay. "We're doing it, Henry," Harvey said, his voice carrying a note of profound, unexpected melancholy. Henry Ford, who was currently busy timing how long it took a squirrel to cross the road, didn't look up. "Doing what, Harvey? We're averaging 12 miles per hour. It's a respectable pace, though I suspect we could increase it if we threw out Burroughs' rock collection." "We're killing it," Harvey whispered, waving a hand toward the valley. The silence, the solitude. Every mile of rubber we lay down is an invitation. We call ourselves vagabonds, but we're actually the advance guard of a plague. We're the ones who are showing the world that you can bring the city into the woods. And the moment the world realizes it, the woods are finished. I felt my logic gates perform a rapid-fire assessment of the irony. "Calamity!" I shouted, a plume of steam jetting from my shoulder vent. "Harvey Firestone has achieved a state of self-awareness. It is a mechanical miracle. The man who sells the tires has realized that tires lead to roads, and roads lead to people, and people lead to the inevitable construction of a greasy spoon and a billboard for digestive salts." Edison, who had been enjoying a remarkably efficient standing nap against a Model T fender, opened one eye. "It's called development, Harvey. You can't have a market without a road. You can't sell a light bulb to a man who lives in a cave unless you can drive a truck up to the cave to deliver the bill." "But that's just it, Thomas," Harvey cried, spinning around. "We're out here because we want to get away from the lights and the bills. We want to be pioneers. But a pioneer is just a man who ruins the neighborhood for everyone who comes after him. We're going back to New York and Detroit, and we're going to tell everyone how wonderful the Blue Ridge is. And next year, there will be 10 cars. And the year after, 100. And then Henry will get his way, and there will be a paved highway, and the heart of the wilderness will be just another parking lot." John Burroughs, the prophet of the woods, wandered over, leaning heavily on his hickory stick. He looked at Harvey with a mixture of pity and smugness, a combination I find particularly irritating in a biological. "The boy is right, Henry," Burroughs said. "You're building a world where no one is ever truly away. You're turning the planet into one giant interconnected room. You think you're giving people the world, but you're actually just giving them a way to be bored in more places." Henry Ford bristled. He stood up, his jaw set in a rigid industrial line. "I am giving them freedom, John. The freedom to move, the freedom to see what's over the next hill without needing a railroad tycoon's permission. If the wilderness disappears under a layer of asphalt, it's a small price to pay for the democratization of the landscape. Democratization, I rumbled, my voice projecting with the resonant authority of a riverboat pilot. A magnificent word, Henry. It is the process of ensuring that if one man has to suffer through a mountain view, every man must be given the opportunity to do so until the view is entirely obscured by the crowd. You aren't giving them freedom. You're giving them a standardized experience. You want a world where every hill looks the same because it has the same road, the same fence, and the same four-cylinder vibration. The robot has a bite today, Edison chuckled. It isn't a bite, sir. It is a diagnosis, I replied. Harvey is right to be miserable. He's the first man in history to realize that his success is his own undoing. Every time he sells a tire, he's paving over his own vacation. It's a magnificent piece of Greek tragedy, rendered in vulcanized rubber. Harvey sat down on a rock, looking utterly defeated. I saw a tin can back there, Henry, a mile back, a discarded bean can. We're the only ones for 50 miles, and yet there it was, the first piece of litter in the Garden of Eden. And we brought it. It was a very efficient can, Harvey, Ford noted. It kept the beans fresh. That's not the point. Ennie walked over to Harvey and rested a hand on his shoulder. She looked small next to the Titans, but she was the only one who seemed to understand the gravity of the friction. It's a change, Mr. Firestone. You can't go forward without leaving tracks. But maybe the tracks don't have to be a death sentence. Maybe the roads will let people see the mountains, and seeing them will make them want to save them. A lovely sentiment, Ennie, I remarked, a small, weary puff of steam escaping my valves. But in my experience, when the people see a mountain, their first instinct is not to save it, but to see if it can be mined for coal or used as a backdrop for a patent medicine advertisement. You are an optimist, my dear, which is a design flaw I find both charming and terrifying. I have to be an optimist, Sam, she whispered. I work on you, don't I? A fair point. Harvey looked up at the mountains, his eyes fixed on the horizon. I think I'll stop measuring the pressure for an hour, Henry. I think I'll just look at the trees before someone decides they'd look better as a stack of lumber for a roadside motel. We're behind schedule, Harvey, Ford said, checking his watch. We have 3 minutes of looking at trees remaining before we must engage the clutches. We have a goal to reach. The goal is the problem, Henry, Burroughs muttered, wandering back toward the bushes to bother a squirrel. As we prepared to move again, I watched Harvey Firestone. He didn't look at his tires as he climbed back into his car. He looked at the valley. He looked at it with the desperate intensity of a man trying to memorize a face before it's replaced by a photograph. As the convoy lurched back into motion, the engines coughing and the red clay flying, I felt a strange humming resonance in my copper marrow. Ennie, I said, as the equipment truck began its rhythmic, bone-jarring dance. Yeah, Sam. Do you think the tourists will ever realize that they are the very thing they're trying to escape? Probably not, Sam. Most people just see the road ahead. They don't look in the rearview mirror. A pity, I rumbled, because the rearview mirror is the only place where the wilderness is still intact. From the front seat, it's just a destination. From the back seat, it's a memory. The Vagabonds rattled on, a caravan of progress carving its way through the ancient silence. Harvey was silent, Ford was focused, and Edison was back to his nap. And I, being a man of brass and bone-dry wit, sat in the dust, watching the bean cans of the future begin to gather on the horizon. Sam's log, the asphalt prophecy. Harvey Firestone has had a vision, and it is a dark one. He has realized that the vagabonds are not explorers. We are the primary consumers of the very thing we claim to cherish. We are the explorers who bring the map, the compass, and the steamroller. Henry Ford wants to pave the world because he hates the mud of his childhood. He doesn't realize that the mud is the only thing that keeps the world from sliding into a state of total, standardized boredom. I shall treasure the grit in my gears today. It is a reminder that the world is still messy, still jagged, and still resistant to the assembly line. But as the rubber continues to roll, I suspect the resistance is futile. The future is coming, and it has a very distinct and slightly oily smell. Onward to the next vista. May we see it before the billboard goes up. Chapter 16. The Great Shave. Man is the only animal that finds it necessary to spend a significant portion of his short stay on Earth engaged in a violent daily struggle with his own face. It is a biological absurdity of the highest order. The Creator, in his infinite wisdom and perhaps a touch of malicious humor, saw fit to make the human chin a fertile garden for a stubborn, bristly crop that serves no discernible purpose other than to collect soup, harbor bacteria, and provide a livelihood for the local barber. I, as a creature of polished copper and high-tensile brass, am fortunately exempt from this hirsute indignity. My mustache is a permanent installation of fine wire, expertly coiled and fixed in place by Ennie's superior engineering. It does not grow, it does not itch, and it certainly does not require the application of a sharpened piece of steel at 6 o'clock in the morning in the middle of a mountain gale. "Calamity, Ennie!" I rumbled, my vocal diaphragms vibrating with a low-frequency hum of mechanical amusement. Look at them. The three most powerful men in the Western Hemisphere are currently standing at the edge of a mountain creek, shivering in their union suits, and preparing to engage in a ritual of self-mutilation that would be considered barbaric by a Mississippi River pirate. It is a magnificent display of human vanity struggling against the laws of thermodynamics. We had stopped for a grooming interval, a term Henry Ford had invented to describe the process of trying to look like a civilized gentleman while smelling like a kerosene lamp with a digestive problem. The creek was a narrow churning ribbon of liquid ice that had likely been a glacier only 20 minutes prior. Ennie was currently busy buffing my left shoulder plate with a piece of chamois. She looked up at the vagabonds and chuckled, her breath clouding in the freezing air. "They're just trying to keep up appearances, Sam. Henry says a man who doesn't shave his face is a man who's one step away from letting his factory fall into ruin. He thinks order starts at the chin." "Order starts at the chin and ends with a blood sacrifice to the god of sharp objects," I countered, a small decorative puff of steam escaping my neck joint. "Observe the human metronome. He is currently holding a straight razor with the same terrifying focus he uses to sign a billion-dollar merger. He looks like he's about to perform an emergency appendectomy on the forest." Henry Ford was indeed the first into the fray. He had set up a small folding mirror on the branch of a dogwood tree. He dipped his brush into a tin of soap and began to work up a lather with the rhythmic precision of a piston. "The water temperature is approximately 38 degrees, Thomas," Henry barked, his voice tight with the cold. "It's an ideal temperature for tightening the pores and ensuring a crisp, efficient cut. If we use the creek water as a natural astringent, we save 3 minutes of heating time." Thomas Edison, who was currently wrapped in 3 layers of wool and looking like a very wise, very grump caterpillar, peered at the water with profound suspicion. "The water is a design flaw, Henry. It's too liquid and far too cold. I've always said that hair is a waste of metabolic energy. Why must it grow back? If I could find a way to pass a small electrical current through the follicles, I could cauterize the entire process and save a man 5 years of his life." "Thomas, if you try to cauterize your face with a battery, you'll end up looking like a charred brisket," I remarked, my optics whirring with delight. "I should hate to see the Wizard of Menlo Park replaced by a man with the complexion of a burnt muffin." Harvey Firestone was the most distressed of the group. He was staring at his own reflection in a piece of polished hubcap, holding his razor as if it were a venomous snake. "The friction, Henry. The cold water creates a surface tension that is entirely incompatible with a smooth stroke. I can feel the blade dragging. It's like trying to drive a Model T through a field of wet glue." "It's the Blue Ridge, Harvey," John Burroughs shouted from a safe distance, where he was sitting on a stump and happily stroking his own majestic, unshaved white beard. "The mountain doesn't care about your vanity. It's trying to tell you that a man's face was meant to be covered. Nature provides a beard for a reason, to keep the cold out and the wisdom in." "Your wisdom, John, currently has a piece of moss stuck in it," I noted. The actual shaving was a comedy of errors that I have recorded into my permanent archives for the benefit of future generations of robots. Henry Ford made the first move. He took a long, sweeping stroke down his cheek. At that exact moment, a rogue gust of wind shook the dogwood tree, the mirror tilted, and Henry let out a sound that was, remarkably, like a steam leak. A small, bright red line appeared on his jaw. "Standardization failure!" I shouted, a plume of steam jetting from my shoulder. "The assembly line has hit a snag. The king of efficiency has been humbled by a breeze." "It's a minor variance," Ford snapped, dabbing at the cut with a piece of alum that I suspect he carried for just such an industrial accident. Edison was having even worse luck. He had managed to cover most of his face in white lather, including his left eyebrow and a significant portion of his nose. He looked like a confused snowman. He made one tentative scrape with his razor, winced, and then turned to Ennie. "Young lady," Edison crackled, "you have the steadiest hands in this convoy. I'll give you a patent for a self-sharpening pencil if you'll just finish this job before I lose an ear." Ennie laughed and hopped down from the equipment truck. She took the razor from Edison with an expert flick of her wrist. "Hold still, Mr. Edison. If you twitch, you'll be the first man in history to be lobotomized by a straight razor." I watched as Ennie performed the great shave. She moved with a grace that even I, a man of cold logic, found impressive. She handled the steel with the same intuition she used on my own gears, navigating the landscape of Edison's wrinkles as if they were a complex series of cams and levers. "There," she said, wiping the wizard's face with a damp rag, "clean as a new minted gear." Edison felt his chin and beamed. "Remarkable. You have a future in the electrical arts, child, or perhaps surgery." Harvey Firestone, seeing Edison's success, practically begged for a turn. Me next, please. My hand is shaking so much I'm liable to shave off my own personality. I stood there in the freezing morning, a witness to the profound absurdity of the human condition. These were the men who were rearranging the furniture of the world. They were wiring the cities, fueling the transport, and wrapping the planet in rubber. They were giants of industry, titans of the new age, and yet here they were, standing in the mud, utterly dependent on a young girl with a piece of steel because they couldn't manage to scrape their own chins without shedding blood. "Vanity," I rumbled, my voice dropping to a low, warm hum. "It is the one thing that survives the wilderness. You can take a man out of the city. You can take away his lights and his telephones and his cushioned chairs. But you cannot take away his urge to look into a mirror and pretend he's in control of the situation. They just want to feel like themselves, Sam," Ennie whispered as she finished up with Harvey and began to clean her tools. "And who are they, Ennie?" I asked. "They are 4 boys who have spent their lives building a world where they don't have to be cold or dirty or hairy. And the mountain is just reminding them that underneath the silk waistcoats and the pocket watches, they are still just biological units with a very precarious grip on their own skin." "You're being cynical again." "I am being accurate," I corrected. "Now, if you're finished with the barbershop, I should like a light application of oil to my neck hinge. The cold has made my turning radius feel a bit unstandardized." As the vagabonds returned to their cars, their faces red and stinging from the cold water, but their grooming standard successfully defended, I felt a strange sense of contentment. The great shave was over. The future was back on track. Henry Ford checked his watch. "We are 7 minutes behind schedule. The grooming interval was inefficient due to the environmental variables. Proceed at maximum velocity." As we lurched back into motion, the wheels crunching over the frozen red clay, I looked back at the creek. The white lather from Edison's shave was still floating in a small eddy, a tiny melting monument to the morning's battle. "Ennie?" I said, as the vibrations of the road began to rattle my chest plating. "Yes, Sam." "The next time they want to shave, remind me to tell them that I have a very effective design for a steam-powered depilatory. It involves a high-pressure jet of superheated vapor. It's remarkably fast." "I think they've had enough efficiency for one morning, Sam." "Perhaps," I rumbled, my optics dimming as I settled into my crate. "But a man can dream. Or whatever it is that I do when the sun is too bright and the road is too long." The vagabonds rattled on, heading for the next summit. Their chins were smooth, their spirits were restored, and their egos were once again firmly in the driver's seat. And I, being a man of brass and bone-dry wit, sat in the dust, watching the forest return to its natural unshaven state. Sam's log, the razor's edge. It is a curious thing to see how much power a man derives from a smooth chin. Henry Ford feels he can conquer the Blue Ridge now that he has eliminated a 1/4 inch of stubble. He believes he has defeated the wilderness. He doesn't realize that the wilderness is just waiting for tomorrow morning. The hair will grow back. The dirt will return. The cold will seep in. Man spends his life trying to shave away the reality of his own biology, but the mountain always has the last laugh. I shall remain polished. I shall remain consistent. And I shall remain thankful that my skin is a matter of metallurgical choice, not a daily struggle against the passage of time. Onward to the summit. May our razors stay sharp and our delusions stay comfortable. Chapter 17. Chasing the Sun. Man is a creature that is never quite satisfied with being where he is, which is a magnificent psychological engine for the settling of continents, but a terrible burden on a mechanical man's suspension. If the human race were content to sit under a tree and contemplate the local flora, I would currently be a very handsome, very stationary ornament in a garden in Connecticut. But man has an itch, a restless, frantic desire to be there instead of here, and he has spent the better part of several centuries inventing increasingly loud and vibrating ways to achieve that transition. Henry Ford, however, has taken this general human restlessness and refined it into a clinical obsession. To Henry, the movement of the sun across the sky is not a celestial marvel. It is a competitive event. He views the sunset as a daily challenge issued by the Creator, and he is determined to win the race or leave every gear and gasket in the state of Virginia in a pile of scorched iron, TwAIn. 14 minutes, Thomas, Henry barked, his voice cutting through the roar of the engines like a saw through pine. He was gripping the steering wheel of the lead Tin Lizzie with a white-knuckled intensity that suggested he was trying to steer the very planet toward the horizon. If we maintain a constant velocity of 18 miles per hour and do not succumb to the temptation of scenic observation, we shall reach the summit of High Top Ridge exactly 30 seconds before the solar disk disappears. It is a matter of logistical pride. I was currently experiencing what I call the percussive reality of progress. We were rattling up a mountain trail that was essentially a series of vertical boulders held together by spite and gravity. Every jolt sent a shock wave through my spinal pillar that made my optic sensors flicker and my mustache wires hum in a frequency of deep mechanical distress. "Calamity, Ennie!" I rumbled, my voice projecting with the resonant authority of a steam whistle. The human metronome has officially lost his primary regulator. He is currently attempting to outrun a celestial body that has a 4-billion-year head start and doesn't require a carburetor. I am being shaken like a jar of loose buttons, and I believe my left hip joint is currently debating whether to remain part of this expedition or seek asylum in the nearest creek. Ennie was hanging onto the side of the equipment truck with one hand, while the other was busy wielding a squirt bottle of lubricating oil, trying to hit my smoking shoulder joints as we bounced. Her hair was a wild chestnut nest. Her face was a mask of red dust and adrenaline, and she looked as if she were having the time of her life. "He wants the view, Sam," she shouted over the roar of the exhaust. "He wants to see the valley from the top before the light goes. It's about the milestone. It's about the achievement." "The milestone is currently a blur, Ennie," I countered, a plume of indignant steam jetting from my neck. "And the achievement is apparently the total destruction of my internal alignment. I am a man of letters, not a mountain goat. I was designed to be viewed in the soft light of a library, not launched into the atmosphere every 3 seconds by a piece of Shenandoah shale." The convoy was in a state of frantic, industrial desperation. Henry Ford led the charge, his car coughing and sputtering as it clawed at the incline. Behind him, Thomas Edison, the slumbering spark, was uncharacteristically awake. He was leaning out the window, his white hair whipping in the wind, shouting suggestions to Henry about how a bit of concentrated alcohol in the fuel line might increase the combustion efficiency by 3%. Harvey Firestone was the picture of pneumatic misery. He was in the second car, staring with wide, terrified eyes at the front left tire as it deformed over the jagged rocks. The heat, Henry. The friction is generating a thermal load that the rubber was never intended to bear. We are going to have a molecular meltdown on the very doorstep of the summit. "The rubber will obey, Harvey," Ford shouted back, not even glancing at his friend. "The rubber serves the schedule, not the other way around." Even John Burroughs had been forced into the rhythm of the chase. He was clutching his hickory stick, his eyes fixed on the mounting shadows in the valley below. He looked like a man watching a favorite book being torn to pieces by a high-speed printing press. "You're missing the mountain, Henry. You're driving through the cathedral, and you aren't even looking at the stained glass." "I'll look at the glass when I reach the top, John," Ford replied. "Efficiency first, aesthetics in the evening." The chase reached a fever pitch as we approached the final switchback. The sun was now a bruised, angry orange, hovering just above the jagged teeth of the western peaks. The light was long and golden, turning the dust of our passage into a cloud of shimmering fire. It was, I must admit, a spectacle of profound beauty, a beauty that I was currently experiencing as a series of violent metallic collisions with the floor of the truck. "Ennie," I bellowed, "warn the captain of this motorized disaster that if he hits another hole of that magnitude, I shall be forced to jettison my primary ballast, which I believe consists entirely of my sense of humor. I am currently 3 inches shorter than I was this morning, and I suspect my feet have been driven 6 inches into my shins." Ennie didn't answer. She was too busy leaning over the radiator of the equipment truck, pouring a bucket of creek water directly onto the steaming iron. The resulting cloud of vapor enveloped us, turning the back of the truck into a private mobile sauna. "We're almost there, Sam," she yelled, her eyes bright through the mist. "Look, the ridge! We're making it!" With one final defiant roar from the engines, a sound that reminded me of 1,000 iron lungs gasping for breath, the convoy lurched onto the flat, rocky plateau of the summit. The silence that followed was sudden and deafening. Henry Ford cut his engine, the Tin Lizzie giving one last exhausted shudder before falling still. The other cars followed suit, their radiators ticking and pinging as the metal began to contract in the cooling air. Henry Ford stepped out of the car. He didn't look at the view. He didn't look at the sky. He pulled out his stopwatch. 6:41 and 20 seconds, Henry announced, his voice carrying the calm, terrifying satisfaction of a man who has just successfully audited the universe. "We have arrived with 10 seconds to spare before the solar disk touches the horizon. The schedule has been maintained. The expedition is a success." "The expedition is a wreck, Henry," Edison crackled, climbing out of his car and leaning heavily against the fender. "My brain feels like it's been put through a coffee grinder. I think I've invented 3 new ways to fail at mountaineering in the last 20 minutes. Harvey Firestone was on his knees, not in prayer, but in an intimate inspection of his tires. "They're blistered, Henry. They're actually blistered. You've taken 10 years of life out of this rubber for the sake of 10 seconds of sunlight." "And was it worth it?" John Burroughs asked, standing at the edge of the ridge. He pointed his stick toward the west. The sun was now a sliver of molten gold slipping behind the world. The valley below was a sea of violet shadows, and the sky was a riot of pink, orange, and deepest indigo. It was a view that should have made a man feel small, a view that should have silenced the frantic ticking of the human ego. Henry Ford looked at the sunset. He looked at it for exactly 5 seconds. I timed him on my internal chronometer. Then he looked back at his car. "It's a good view," Henry admitted, "but we'll need to optimize the descent for tomorrow. If we leave at 5:30 a.m., we can avoid the thermal expansion of the road surface and reach the valley floor by noon." I felt my logic gates groan. "Calamity," I rumbled, my voice a weary, brassy sigh. "The man is incorrigible. He has just raced a star to the finish line and won, and his first thought is to schedule the rematch. Henry, you are a marvel of industrial myopia. You have the soul of a ledger and the heart of a camshaft. I suspect if you ever get to heaven, you'll spend your first millennium trying to put the angels on a shift system." Ennie sat on the tailgate of the truck next to me, her legs swinging over the edge. She was covered in dust, her hair was a disaster, and she smelled of scorched oil and mountain water. She looked out at the fading light with a smile of pure, unadulterated peace. "We did it, though, didn't we, Sam?" "We survived it, Ennie," I corrected her. "There is a difference, but I must admit, the light is acceptable. It has a certain unstandardized quality that I find difficult to criticize." "It's beautiful," she whispered. "It is," I agreed. "But don't tell Henry. He'll try to find a way to charge me for the illumination." As the last sliver of the sun vanished, leaving the mountains in a cool, purple twilight, the Vagabonds settled into the silence. For a few brief minutes, the assembly line was silent. The human metronome was still, his stopwatch tucked away in his pocket. The wizard was leaning against his machine, his eyes closed. And the gasket was finally satisfied that his tires weren't going to explode in the next 5 minutes. We were the masters of the world, perched on a rock in the middle of a wilderness that didn't know our names, and as the first stars began to poke through the indigo sky, appearing, as always, exactly when they were supposed to, I felt a strange sense of contentment. I was a man of brass, a relic of the past, chasing a sun that didn't care if I arrived on time. And as long as I had Ennie and her wrench to keep me from falling apart, I figured I could handle another 30 chapters of Henry's schedule. But tomorrow, I am going to insist on a seat cushion. A gentleman of letters has his limits, after all. Sam's log, the velocity of vanity. Henry Ford believes that speed is a virtue. He thinks that if you move fast enough, you can beat the shadows. But the shadows always win in the end. They just wait for you to run out of gasoline. Today, we chased the sun. We vibrated, we sputtered, and we nearly achieved a state of total mechanical collapse, all to see a light that was going to be there, whether we arrived at 6:41 or midnight. It is the great human delusion, the idea that the value of the experience is determined by the efficiency of the arrival. I, for one, would have preferred to arrive at a walk, with my mustache intact and my logic gates unrattled, but I suppose that doesn't sell cars. Onward to the descent. I hope the brakes are feeling more standardized than the engines. Chapter 18. The Philosophy of the Fire. Fire is a most curious and ancient piece of business. It was man's first great invention, or perhaps his first great theft. And yet, several thousand years later, the masters of the modern age still gather around it with the same slack-jawed, hypnotic devotion as a group of Neanderthals who have just discovered that a lightning strike on a dry pine makes for a much more comfortable evening. To a creature of brass and logic like myself, fire is a chaotic, temperamental, chemical reaction that has a distressing habit of wanting to turn my internal gaskets into a variety of toasted marshmallows. We were currently gathered in the White City at the end of a day that had been, by all mechanical accounts, a total catastrophe for my alignment. The evening air was crisp, the stars were performing their usual silent vigil, and in the center of our camp, a massive bonfire was roaring with a savage, unstandardized glee. "Look at them, Ennie!" I rumbled, my vocal diaphragms vibrating with a low, resonant hum. "The titans of industry. They have spent their lives trying to cage the spark in a glass bulb or a combustion chamber. Yet here they are, huddled together and staring into the flames like a litter of kittens who have just seen their first ball of yarn. It is a magnificent display of biological regression." Ennie was sitting on a low log, leaning against my copper shin guard. She was currently occupied with a small needle file, cleaning a bit of carbon buildup from one of my primary intake valves. "They're just resting, Sam. There's something about a fire that makes the world feel smaller. It's like a conversation that doesn't need any words." "If it doesn't need words, someone forgot to tell John Burroughs," I remarked, a small decorative puff of steam escaping my neck joint. The prophet of the woods was currently in the throes of a metaphysical epiphany. He was standing near the edge of the heat, his white beard glowing in the orange light, holding a piece of charred hickory as if it were a holy relic. "Do you feel it, Henry?" Burroughs asked, his voice a soft, poetic rustle. "The tree is speaking. This fire is not just heat. It is the release of 50 years of stored sunlight. This oak took the rays of the sun and the breath of the mountain and wove them into wood. And now, in its final moment, it is giving all that ancient light back to the night. It is the soul of the forest returning to the heavens." Henry Ford, who was currently occupied with poking the fire with a standardized iron rod to ensure the logs were burning with maximum thermal efficiency, didn't look up. "It isn't a soul, John. It's a resource. Wood is simply a solid-state fuel with a highly variable moisture content. What you see as returning to the heavens is actually a gross waste of potential energy. If we had burned this hickory in a properly insulated boiler, we could have generated enough steam to move the kitchen truck another 3 miles. "A soul, Henry, a soul," Burroughs insisted, waving his stick. "You see the world as a warehouse. You can't even enjoy a campfire without wanting to hook it up to a generator." "And what's wrong with a generator?" Thomas Edison crackled, leaning back in his folding chair with a look of profound scientific boredom. The Wizard of Menlo Park had abandoned his nap for the evening to participate in the destruction of Burroughs' poetic sensibilities. "John, your soul is nothing more than rapid oxidation. It's a chemical process where the carbon and hydrogen in the wood are reacting with atmospheric oxygen. The light you're so enchanted by is just the emission of photons from excited electrons. It's a physics problem, not a prayer." I couldn't help myself. I vented a small, cynical jet of steam. "Oh, bravo, Thomas. You have successfully turned a magnificent mountain evening into a chemistry lecture. I suspect that if you ever witness the birth of a child, you describe it as a minor biological plumbing adjustment with a high noise-to-signal ratio. Edison chuckled, a dry sound like parchment being crumpled. The robot has a bite tonight. But he knows I'm right. Sam is the proof of it. He's a collection of physics and chemistry that speaks with the voice of a man. If a machine can have a personality, why shouldn't a fire be just a reaction? Because the fire doesn't have a publisher, Thomas, I countered, my voice rising to a resonant baritone. The difference between a reaction and a soul is entirely a matter of perspective and the quality of the adjectives used to describe it. Mr. Burroughs sees a poem, you see a formula, and Henry sees a missed opportunity for a production quota. But as the only one here who is actually made of the materials you're discussing, I can tell you that the truth is much more humiliating. And what is the truth, Sam? Ennie asked, looking up at me with that infuriating, brilliant optimism. The truth, Ennie, is that fire is a mirror, I said, my optics whirring as I looked at the three giants huddled around the flames. It is the only thing in the world that is as bright and as hungry as a human ego. You love the fire because it consumes everything in its path, just as you do. You look into the flames and you see your own ambitions reflected in the heat. You don't want to commune with the tree, John. You want to feel superior to the wood. And you don't want to solve the chemistry, Thomas. You want to be the one who owns the patent on the match. Harvey Firestone, who had been uncharacteristically quiet while he massaged his sore feet, let out a weary sigh. I just want to be warm. Is that an ego problem, TwAIn? Is my desire for a lack of frostbite a philosophical failure? In your case, Harvey, it is merely a matter of comfort, I replied. But look at the way the light hits your friends. They aren't looking at the fire to stay warm. They're looking at it to see who is winning the argument. It's the greatest flawed minds of the century, currently engaged in a battle of wits over a pile of burning sticks. It's not an argument, Sam, Henry Ford said, his voice flat and certain. It's a clarification of purpose. The fire is the beginning. From the fire, we get the steam. From the steam, we get the power. From the power, we get the civilization. It's a straight line. A straight line that leads directly to a very large parking lot, according to Harvey's latest complaint, I noted. Burroughs shook his head, his white hair glowing like a halo. You've missed it, Henry. You've all missed it. You've spent your lives building a world that is so bright and so loud that you've forgotten how to see the ancient light. You think you've mastered the fire, but the fire is still the same fire that warmed the first man. It doesn't care about your patents. It doesn't care about your assembly lines. It only cares about the wood. And the wood is currently 42% ash, Edison noted, checking his pocket watch. The rate of combustion is declining. We need more fuel if we're going to keep this soul alive for another hour. As the Titans continued to debate the nature of the flame, Burroughs speaking of spirits, Edison of atoms, and Ford of efficiency, I felt a strange sense of mechanical peace. They were so busy being great that they had forgotten how to be present. Ennie finished her work on my valve and sat back, her hands covered in grease, watching the sparks fly up into the indigo sky. "Which one do you think is right, Sam?" she whispered. "None of them, Ennie," I said softly, my voice a low rumble. "The fire isn't a soul, and it isn't a formula, and it certainly isn't a fuel source. The fire is just the fire. It is the one thing in the world that doesn't need to be optimized or understood to do its job. It just burns. And in a world of men who are constantly trying to turn everything into something else, there is a magnificent dignity in that. I think the fire is just for us, Ennie said, leaning her head against my cool brass side, to keep the dark away for a little while. A beautiful sentiment, my dear, I remarked, though I suspect that if Henry heard you say that, he'd try to find a way to bill you for the illumination. As the night wore on, the fire began to settle into a bed of glowing crimson coals. The Titans grew quiet, the heat finally doing its work of softening the sharp edges of their industrial minds. Even Edison closed his eyes, his breathing falling into the rhythmic stand-by of his famous 15-minute naps. We were the Vagabonds of the Blue Ridge, a collection of broken geniuses and one very sarcastic man of brass, huddled around the oldest invention in history. And as the stars watched from above, unstandardized, unpatented, and perfectly content in their silence, I stood in my corner of the camp, a mechanical ghost of the past, watching over the men who were trying to build a future they didn't yet realize they were already burning. Sam's log, the embers of ambition. There is a profound irony in watching a man like Thomas Edison explain the physics of a flame. He understands the how of the spark, but he has lost the why of the warmth. He has spent so much time looking at the filament that he has forgotten the feeling of the sun. John Burroughs has the why, but he is terrified of the how. He thinks that if you understand the atom, you lose the magic. He doesn't realize that the magic is in the atom. I am the bridge between them, a creature of formulas that possesses a soul of sarcasm. I understand the rapid oxidation, but I also know that there is something in the orange glow that makes a man want to tell the truth. Though, as I look at Henry Ford, I suspect the only truth he's currently contemplating is that his steak was a bit overcooked. Onward to the next ridge. The fire is dying, the stars are rising, and the assembly line of the universe is still moving at its own unhurried pace. Chapter 19. The Ghost in the Engine. If there is one thing that can bring a titan of industry to his knees faster than a Sherman antitrust ruling, it is an unidentified noise. To a common man, a rattle in his carriage is merely an invitation to speak louder or hum a more vigorous tune. But to the architects of the modern world, a stray vibration is a personal insult from the laws of physics. It is a ghost in the machine, a spectral squawk that suggests the universe is not, in fact, as standardized as Henry Ford's ledgers would like to believe. We were winding through a particularly jagged stretch of the Blue Ridge, the sort of terrain where the rocks seemed to have been sharpened by a local committee of spiteful geological furies. The morning air was crisp enough to crack a man's dignity, and my own copper plating was feeling a touch brittle in the shade. "Calamity, Ennie," I rumbled, my vocal diaphragms vibrating with a low-frequency hum. "The lead car has achieved a state of rhythmic indecision. Do you hear that? It's a clink-clank wobble that has the distinctive cadence of a skeletal tap dancer trying to perform on a tin roof. If that isn't the sound of a Ford achieving its expiration date, I shall eat my brass hat and wash it down with a gallon of kerosene." Ennie was currently perched on the running board of our equipment truck, her head tilted like a bird listening for a worm. "It's coming from Edison's car, Sam, and it's not the engine. The timing is off for a cylinder. It's irregular. like it has a mind of its own. The convoy ground to a halt with a chorus of squealing brakes and muttered curses that would have made a riverboat pilot blush. Henry Ford was out of his vehicle before the dust had settled, his stopwatch already clicking in his hand as if he intended to time the duration of the failure. 32 seconds, Thomas, Henry barked, marching toward Edison's car. We have lost 32 seconds of forward momentum due to a sonic irregularity. The assembly line did not produce a clink-clank. It produced a masterpiece of silent efficiency. Therefore, the noise is an interloper. It is a failure of the environment, not the machine. Thomas Edison, the slumbering spark, was leaning over the side of his car, his white hair wind-whipped and his eyes narrowed in a look of profound scientific suspicion. It isn't the environment, Henry. It's a static discharge resonance. I've been saying for 3 miles that the magnetic field of these mountains is interacting with the ignition coils. The air is too thin. The electrons are getting restless. What you're hearing is the sound of electricity trying to escape into the upholstery. "Nonsense, Thomas!" Harvey Firestone interjected, appearing from behind his own vehicle with a pressure gauge and a look of existential dread. "It's the interface. The vibration from the unpaved shale has induced a harmonic frequency in the rear right hubcap. The friction is creating a pocket of thermal instability that is crying out for a more resilient rubber compound. It isn't a ghost. It's a plea for better tires." I couldn't help myself. I vented a small, cynical jet of steam that briefly obscured John Burroughs' view of a nearby warbler. "Gentlemen, gentlemen!" I shouted, my voice projecting with the resonant authority of a man who has actually been inside a machine. "You are all magnificent in your delusions. Henry thinks he's been sabotaged by a rogue variable. Thomas thinks he's being haunted by a spark. And Harvey thinks the world's problems can be solved with another layer of latex. I have heard that noise before. It is the sound of a machine that has simply had enough of your company. It is a rhythmic protest against the weight of your collective egos." John Burroughs wandered over, leaning on his hickory stick. He looked at the radiator of Edison's car and smiled, a slow, crinkly smile that usually preceded a lecture on the superiority of the moss-covered log. "It's a spirit, Henry," Burroughs said, his voice a soft rustle. "The mountain has put a little bit of itself into your iron box. You've spent the whole week shouting at the trees, and now the trees are shouting back. It's the ghost of a squirrel you scared off 3 counties back, come to claim its revenge on your gear teeth." "The mountain does not have a spirit, John. It has a grade," Ford snapped. He threw open the hood of Edison's car with a violent clang. "Thomas, hold the light. Ennie, fetch the large crescent wrench and the stethoscope. We are going to perform a diagnostic that will make a surgeon look like a butcher." What followed was a display of intellectual vanity that I shall treasure in my memory banks until the sun goes cold. The 4 greatest minds of the century were huddled around the engine like a group of small boys trying to figure out why a clock stopped ticking. Henry was poking at the fan belt as if he were trying to intimidate it into silence. Edison was holding a copper wire to the chassis and listening for a hum that only he could hear. Firestone was kneeling in the mud, staring at the wheels with a look of frantic devotion, and Burroughs was standing back, occasionally poking the fender with his stick and suggesting they try singing to it. "It's the carburetor," Henry shouted. It's the brushes and the magneto, Edison countered. It's the lug nuts, Firestone wailed. It's the indignation of the valley, Burroughs sang out. Ennie stood at the edge of the circle, her hands on her hips, her face smudged with oil, but her eyes bright with a quiet, devastating clarity. She watched them for 5 minutes, 5 minutes of the most expensive, unstandardized bickering in human history. "Are you finished?" Ennie asked, her voice cutting through the noise like a sharp blade. Henry Ford looked up, his brow furrowed in a series of rigid, industrial lines. "We are in the middle of a complex analytical deduction, young lady. We have identified 4 potential failure points, all of which require a complete teardown of the primary drive train." "Or," Ennie said, stepping forward and reaching into the gap between the front fender and the hood, "you could just look at this." She pulled her hand out. Between her fingers she held a small, perfectly round, and remarkably smooth river stone. "It was wedged in the flare of the fender," she said, her voice dripping with the kind of common sense that usually makes a genius want to retire. "Every time the car bounced, the stone rattled against the brass lamp housing. Clink, clack, wobble. No ghosts, no static discharge, no friction crisis, just a rock that wanted a ride." The silence that followed was so heavy, I suspect it actually increased the local gravity. Henry Ford looked at the stone. Edison looked at the stone. Firestone looked at the stone and sighed with a relief that was almost a sob. "A rock," Ford muttered, checking his stopwatch. "We have lost 11 minutes of travel time to a pebble." "A very well-traveled pebble, Henry," I rumbled, my voice thick with mechanical sarcasm. "It has seen the inside of a Titan's mind and found it to be surprisingly cluttered. You 4 were ready to dismantle a masterpiece of engineering to find a ghost, when all you had was a hitchhiker. It is a magnificent parable on the nature of the expert. You are so busy looking for the complex failure that you completely miss the simple truth sitting right on your fender." Burroughs laughed, a hearty mocking sound that echoed through the pines. "The mountain won, Henry. It put a single stone in your path and brought the whole industrial revolution to a standstill. I believe I'll name this rock the Auditor. It has certainly audited your pride today." "It's a variable," Ford grumbled, climbing back into his car. "An unstandardized environmental variable. We shall have to install stone guards on the 1919 model. Ennie, dispose of the evidence." Ennie didn't dispose of it. She tucked the stone into her pocket with a wink at me. "I think I'll keep it, Sam, as a reminder that sometimes the loudest noises come from the smallest places." "A wise policy, my dear," I remarked, a small, weary puff of steam escaping my valves. "And remind me to tell Henry that if he ever finds a ghost in his engine, he should check for a squirrel with a grievance first. It's much more likely than a magnetic field." As the convoy lurched back into motion, the clink-clank wobble gone, and the ego of the Titan slightly bruised, I settled back into my crate. The Blue Ridge was silent again, the mountain having had its laugh. We rattled on, a caravan of progress, moving through a world that was still messy, still unstandardized, and still perfectly capable of stopping a billionaire with nothing more than a small, smooth stone and a bit of gravity. "Ennie?" I whispered, as the vibrations of the road returned to their steady, industrial heartbeat. "Yes, Sam?" Do you think they learned anything about the ghost? I think they learned that they're not as smart as a river stone, Sam, but they'll forget it by lunch. I suspect you're right, I rumbled. Geniuses have a very high turnover rate for humility. It's part of the job description. The vagabonds rattled on. The ghost in the engine, now just another memory, and the road ahead looking as long and as honest as a piece of hickory. Sam's log. The anatomy of a rattle. It is a fascinating thing to watch a man like Henry Ford confront a pebble. He cannot accept that a small thing can have a large effect unless it is part of a plan. To him, the stone was an irregularity. To Edison, it was an interference. Neither could admit that the world is simply a place where things occasionally get stuck in the cracks. I, however, found the stone to be quite charming. It didn't need a patent. It didn't need a fuel source. It just needed a bounce. And in a world of men who are constantly trying to control the bounce, I find myself rooting for the stone every time. Onward to the next valley. I hope it's full of pebbles. A robot needs a little entertainment after all. Chapter 20. The Uninvited Guest. The natural world is a magnificent piece of theater, provided one is seated in the gallery and not currently being considered for a part in the opening scene of a tragedy. Man, in his infinite arrogance, believes that by bringing a refrigerated truck and a set of electric lights into the forest, he has somehow been granted the title of landlord. He assumes the local inhabitants, the squirrels, the warblers, and the four-legged philosophers of the brush, have read the lease agreement and are prepared to vacate the premises upon the arrival of a Ford radiator. But nature has a distressing habit of not checking the mail. It was a night of singular mountain stillness. The white city was glowing under the harsh yellow glare of Edison's portable sun, and the air was thick with a scent that I suspect could have tempted a statue into a state of active salivation. Gaston's legendary porterhouse steaks, seared over a gasoline flame and seasoned with a kind of secret French enthusiasm that usually requires a background check. I was standing near the pantry wagon, my optics dimmed to a soft golden glow, while Ennie was busy applying a protective coat of wax to my copper lapels. "Sam, your left elbow is developing a rhythmic tic again," Ennie whispered, her face illuminated by the flickering firelight. "I think the humidity is getting into the sleeve bearings. You're starting to sound like a clock that's lost its pendulum." "The tic, Ennie, is a manifestation of my current psychological state," I rumbled, my voice projecting with the low-frequency resonance of a steam boiler. "I am standing in the middle of a primeval wilderness, surrounded by four men who think they are the masters of the universe, and I am being used as a drying rack for Gaston's extra aprons. If my elbow didn't tick, I'd be forced to scream, and I suspect my vocal diaphragms wouldn't appreciate the strain. Oh, hush, it's a beautiful night. Listen to the quiet." "I am listening to the quiet, Ennie, and the quiet is currently being interrupted by a sound that I do not recognize from Henry's assembly line manuals. It is a heavy, rhythmic huffing, and it is coming from the shadow of the kitchen truck." Ennie stopped polishing. She tilted her head, her chestnut hair falling across her shoulder. In the distance, we could hear the titans of industry engaged in their nightly ritual of self-congratulation. "The efficiency of the gasoline stove is a marvel, Thomas." Henry Ford's voice carried through the canvas. "We have achieved a caloric output That is 92% higher than a standard campfire. We are literally cooking the future. And the beef, Henry, Edison crackled. The beef is the fuel of progress. A well-fed inventor is a productive inventor. But the future was about to be interrupted by a very ancient reality. From the deep, velvet shadows behind the Waldorf on wheels emerged a shape that was darker than the night and significantly broader than any of our industrial ambitions. It was a black bear, a specimen of such impressive proportions that I suspect he had been the local heavyweight champion for several seasons. He didn't walk, he rolled, his fur rippling with the fluid, heavy grace of a landslide in a tuxedo. He didn't look like a beast of the field. He looked like a determined creditor who had come to collect on a very old debt. And that debt was currently sizzling in a pan under the nose of a man in a tall white hat. "Calamity!" I shouted, my vocal processor set to urgent alert. "Ennie, we have an uninvited guest. A biological engine of immense displacement has just entered the camp, and I suspect he is not here to discuss the merits of the 10-hour workday. He is eyeing the kitchen truck with an expression that suggests he considers the Waldorf to be nothing more than a giant metal lunch pail." Ennie's eyes went wide. She grabbed my brass forearm, her fingers tightening on the rivets. "Sam, it's a bear, a real mountain black bear." "I am aware of the species, my dear. I am also aware that he is currently 3 feet away from Gaston's rear end. If we do not intervene, the Industrial Revolution is about to lose its primary culinary asset." Gaston, the chef, chose that exact moment to step out of the kitchen truck with a platter of steaks. He was humming a jaunty French tune, his white hat bobbing in the breeze. He turned, saw the bear, and achieved a state of physical stillness that I usually only see in a seized engine. "Mon Dieu," Gaston whispered, the platter trembling in his hands. The bear didn't growl. He didn't roar. He simply stood on his hind legs, towering over the chef, and let out a long, contemplative sniff of the porterhouse. He looked like a connoisseur who had finally found a restaurant that lived up to its reputation. "Henry! Thomas!" I bellowed, my voice echoing through the clearing like a foghorn. "We have a structural integrity issue. A mountain philosopher has arrived to audit the pantry. Gaston is currently engaged in a high-stakes negotiation for your dinner, and I suspect he is losing." The Titans burst out of the main tent. Henry Ford was holding his stopwatch. Edison was holding a fork. And Harvey Firestone was holding a napkin. They skidded to a halt at the sight of the bear, achieving a collective state of bewilderment that was truly magnificent to witness. "It's a specimen!" Edison shouted, his eyes gleaming with the predatory light of a man who wanted to patent the bear's fur. "Look at the muscular distribution, Henry, the sheer power of the forelimbs. If we could replicate that leverage in a hydraulic press, we could revolutionize the stamping plant. Thomas, the specimen is currently drooling on my steak," Henry Ford snapped. He assumed his master-of-the-world posture, his jaw set in a rigid industrial line. "Sir, you are trespassing on a private expedition. This camp is a designated zone of industrial sovereignty. I command you to vacate the premises immediately." The bear looked at Henry. He looked at the stopwatch. Then he looked back at the steak. He let out a low, rumbling huff that sounded remarkably like a mechanical sigh. "He isn't impressed by your titles, Henry," I rumbled, a small, cynical puff of steam escaping my neck. "He doesn't care about your assembly lines, And he certainly doesn't care about your schedule. He wants the beef. And since he has the superior weight distribution and a significantly higher torque-to-weight ratio, I suggest you hand over the platter and apologize for the lack of a wine list." "Hand over the steak?" Harvey Firestone shrieked, hiding behind a Model T fender. "That's a catastrophic loss of resources. That meat was intended to fuel the March of Progress." "The March of Progress is currently about to be eaten by the March of Nature," I countered. John Burroughs emerged from the shadows, leaning on his hickory stick. He looked at the bear and smiled, a slow, crinkly smile of pure, unadulterated delight. "He's beautiful, isn't he? He's the king of the ridge. He smells the grease, boys. He thinks you've brought him an offering." "He thinks we're the appetizers, John," Edison shouted. The bear, growing weary of the conversation, made a sudden, lunging move toward the platter. Gaston let out a shriek that I suspect reached the upper atmosphere and threw the platter into the air. 6 prime steaks sailed through the night like meaty frisbees. The bear caught 2 of them before they even hit the ground. He settled back onto all 4s, the meat disappearing into his mouth with the efficiency of a high-speed shredder. "He's eaten the profit," Ford wailed, clicking his stopwatch. "That's $45 of prime beef consumed in 3 seconds. It's an inflationary nightmare." "Give him the rest, Gaston," Ennie shouted, grabbing a heavy iron skillet from the pantry wagon and banging it against my brass shoulder. Clang! 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 The noise was spectacular. It sounded like a cathedral bell falling down a flight of stairs. The bear paused, his ears twitching at the metallic resonance. He looked at me, a giant glowing man of brass who was currently making a sound that violated every law of the forest. "That's right, my furry friend," I rumbled, my vocal processor set to maximum intimidation. "I am the mechanical TwAIn, and I am currently in a state of high-pressure agitation. If you do not depart, I shall be forced to recite the entirety of Life on the Mississippi in a frequency that will make your teeth vibrate. I am a creature of iron and ego, and I am far too crunchy to be a satisfying dessert." The bear looked at me. He looked at the 3 remaining steaks on the ground. He looked at the 4 titans, who were currently huddled together like a group of terrified schoolboys. Then, with a slow, dignified turn that suggested he was simply bored with the company, he scooped up the last steak and lumbered back into the shadows of the pines. The silence that followed was profound. We stood in the white city, lit by electric bulbs and surrounded by internal combustion engines, and realized that we had just been robbed by a creature that didn't even have a surname. "He took the steak," Harvey Firestone whispered, coming out from behind the car. "He just took it." "He was an unstandardized variable," Henry Ford muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. "A failure of security. We shall have to install bear-proof perimeter fencing on the 1919 expedition. It's an unacceptable variance." "He was magnificent," Burroughs said, still staring into the dark. "He showed you what a real self-starter looks like, Thomas. He didn't need a battery or crank. He just wanted a steak, and he took it." Edison sat down on a rock, his white hair a mess, his fork still in his hand. He looked at the empty platter on the ground and let out a dry, raspy chuckle. "The robot was right, Henry. The mountain doesn't care about the patents. It just cares about the menu." I felt my logic gates perform a slow, rhythmic victory lap. "Indeed, sir. And as the only one here who didn't lose his dinner, I find the entire episode to be a masterpiece of natural justice. You came to the wilderness to find yourselves, and you found out that you are merely a mobile catering service for the local ursine population. Ennie leaned against my copper side, her hand resting on my hip joint. She was still holding the skillet, her face flushed with the thrill of the confrontation. "You were great, Sam. You really scared him." "I didn't scare him, Ennie," I whispered, my voice a low, warm hum. "I simply offended his sense of hearing. A bear has a very refined acoustic palate, and the sound of a mechanical man having a tantrum is the equivalent of a very bad accordion solo. He left because he didn't want to hear the rest of the repertoire." "I think he left because he got what he wanted," she said. "That too," I rumbled. As the Vagabonds retreated to the kitchen truck to see if Gaston had any emergency ham hidden in the refrigerator, I stood in the center of the camp. The White City was quiet again, the generator humming its rhythmic, defiant tune. But in the shadows beyond the lights, I knew the bear was still there, enjoying his porterhouse, and wondering when the stink-wagons would be back with the dessert. Sam's log, the audit of the wild. There is a profound humility in being out-negotiated by a creature with no pockets. The uninvited guest reminded the Titans that while they may own the world's factories, they are still just guests in the world's parlor. Henry Ford wants to standardize the wilderness, but a bear is a creature that refuses to fit into a box, unless that box contains a refrigerated steak. I, however, found the encounter to be a healthy reminder of my own structural integrity. I am made of brass, and a bear, for all his torque, cannot digest a Victorian orator. Onward to the next valley. I hope Gaston has a lot of ham. I suspect the auditors are just getting started. Chapter 21. The Camera's Eye. A lie can travel halfway around the world while the truth is still putting on its boots. But in the case of our particular expedition, the truth didn't even have boots. It had a set of rubber tires and a French chef who was currently hiding a crate of vintage Bordeaux under a pile of burlap. We had reached the stage of our journey that I like to call the Great Delusion. We had survived the mud of Virginia, the auditing by a black bear, and the general neurological distress of traveling with Henry Ford's stopwatch. We were now heading toward the paved embrace of civilization, which meant it was time for the American public to be informed of our rugged heroism. The news had spread through the hills like a grease fire in a poorly ventilated kitchen. At a particularly wide bend in the road, where the dust was thick enough to be used as a building material, we were intercepted by a young man who appeared to be composed entirely of checked tweed and desperate ambition. He was standing next to a tripod that looked like a very large, very uncoordinated spider, wielding a camera that was essentially a wooden box designed to capture human vanity and preserve it for a nickel. "Calamity, Ennie," I rumbled, my vocal diaphragms vibrating with a low-frequency hum of mechanical suspicion. "The press has arrived. Observe the predator in his natural habitat. He is currently adjusting his lens, likely looking for a way to make Thomas Edison look like a prophet and Henry Ford look like he actually enjoys the company of others. It is a spectacular piece of visual fiction." Ennie was currently busy applying a final high-gloss polish to my copper nose. She didn't even look up at the photographer. "Oh, stop it, Sam. It's for the papers. People want to see the Vagabonds." They want to believe that if the three wealthiest men in the country can sleep in a tent, then maybe the world isn't such a complicated place after all. The world is an immensely complicated place, Ennie, and the presence of that wooden box is only going to make it worse, I countered, a small decorative puff of steam escaping my neck valve. A photograph is a lie told in silver nitrate. It captures a single second of staged happiness and uses it to justify a lifetime of industrial exploitation. I should know. I've had my likeness captured on more postcards than the Grand Canyon, and I can assure you I am much more interesting in person. The photographer, a man named Silas, who seemed to be in a perpetual state of nervous agitation, approached the lead car. Henry Ford stepped out, his face instantly transforming from a scowl of logistical frustration to a mask of serene pioneer wisdom. It was a transition that happened with the speed of a gear shift. "Mr. Ford! Mr. Edison!" Silas shouted, his hands fluttering over his camera. "A photo for the New York Times. The public is clamoring for a glimpse of the vagabonds at rest. If we could just capture a moment of spontaneous joy, a moment of rugged outdoor camaraderie." "Spontaneous joy," I muttered. I believe the last time Henry Ford experienced spontaneous joy was when he successfully standardized the diameter of a washer. It was a very quiet celebration. What followed was a display of theatrical engineering that I shall treasure in my memory banks until the sun goes cold. The vagabonds began to arrange themselves with the rhythmic precision of a stage play. Henry Ford grabbed a discarded piece of hickory and began to whittle it with a pocket knife, looking for all the world like a man who spent his weekends talking to trees rather than building factories. Thomas Edison, the slumbering spark, leaned against a Model T fender, his hat pushed back, looking as though he were currently inventing the concept of the afternoon. And Harvey Firestone sat on a rock, holding a pressure gauge as if it were a compass that pointed toward the promised land. "No, no, Mr. Firestone," Silas cried out. "Don't look at the gauge. Look at the horizon. Look as though you are contemplating the vast, untapped potential of the American wilderness. And, Mr. Edison, could you perhaps look a bit more wizard-like? Perhaps hold a piece of moss?" "I am not holding moss, young man," Edison crackled. "I've spent 40 years trying to get the moss out of my laboratory. I'll hold a wrench or I'll hold a sandwich, but I draw the line at vegetation." "A wrench! Perfect!" Silas shouted. I watched from the tailboard of the equipment truck, my optics whirring in a slow, thoughtful rhythm. "Ennie," I whispered, "look at them. They are literally manufacturing a memory. They are going to tell the world that they spent the week living off the land, when in reality they spent it being followed by a refrigerated truck full of steaks and a man of brass who provided the necessary sarcasm. The camera is going to erase the chef, erase the generator, and most certainly erase me." "They have to erase you, Sam," Ennie said, giving a stubborn bolt on my shin a sharp, expert turn. "A mechanical Mark Twain doesn't fit the pioneer narrative. People can accept a billionaire in a tent, but they aren't ready for a robot who quotes Huckleberry Finn and complains about the humidity." "I do not complain, Ennie. I provide an accurate environmental assessment," I corrected. The photographer turned his attention toward our truck. He froze, his mouth hanging open as he saw me. A copper-plated repository of wit standing amongst the crates. What is that?" Silas stammered, pointing a trembling finger toward my mustache. "I am the official designation Mark Twain," I rumbled, my voice projecting with the resonant authority of a riverboat pilot. I am the mechanical conscience of this expedition. I am here to ensure that the adjectives used in the final report are properly calibrated for accuracy, and that the nouns are sufficiently sturdy to support the weight of the collective ego. And I must say, your tripod has a very poor weight distribution. You're going to get a blurry future if you don't tighten that leg. Silas blinked. He looked at Henry Ford. Is he part of the shot, Mr. Ford? Henry Ford checked his stopwatch. He is an inefficiency, Silas, a variable that we have yet to properly standardize. He is not in the shot. He is the baggage. I am the elevated baggage, Henry, I shouted, a plume of steam jetting from my shoulder. Put him under the tarp, Ford commanded. Ennie sighed and reached for the heavy canvas. Sorry, Sam. Henry says you're off message. Being off message is the primary function of a gentleman of letters, I protested, even as the dark, heavy canvas descended over my optics. I am being suppressed. I am being edited out of history by a man who thinks a soul is a design flaw. Ennie, tell him that I shall be writing my own account of this trip, and I shall not be using a filter. From beneath the tarp, I could hear the muffled sounds of the spontaneous joy being captured. Smile, Henry. Look at the wood, John. Thomas, think of a light bulb. Click, whir, flash. The magnesium flare of the camera was bright enough to penetrate even the heavy canvas of my shroud. I felt the pulse of the light, a sudden artificial noon that lasted for a microsecond. There, Silas proclaimed, a masterpiece, the titans of the trail. The public will love it. It looks so honest. Honesty, I muttered into the darkness of my tarp, is a very flexible concept when you have a good press agent. I suspect that photograph will show a group of men who are perfectly at peace with the world, rather than a group of men who spent 4 hours arguing about a pebble in their engine. As the photographer packed up his gear and scurried off toward the nearest telegraph station, the vagabonds immediately reverted to their natural states. The wizard's nap was resumed. The whittling stick was discarded as if it were poisonous. And Henry Ford pulled out his ledger to calculate the cost of the lost 10 minutes. Ennie pulled the tarp back, revealing the world to my clicking optics. The sun was beginning to set, casting long golden shadows across the red clay. You can come out now, Sam. The truth has been safely recorded. The truth is currently being transported in a wooden box to a printing press in New York, I remarked, stepping out of the truck and adjusting my brass lapels. And I suspect it will be a very popular read. People would much rather see a picture of a billionaire whittling a stick than hear the story of a robot who witnessed a bear steal their dinner. It's more comforting. Are you jealous, Sam? Ennie asked, her eyes twinkling with a mischievous light. Jealousy is a human emotion, my dear. I am merely analytically disappointed. I am a Victorian masterpiece, a marvel of articulated logic and poetic resonance, and yet I am being discarded in favor of a man who thinks the Blue Ridge Mountains should be turned into a series of interconnected parking lots. I think you're more than a prop, Sam, Ennie said softly, resting her hand on my copper forearm. You're the only one who saw what actually happened, and that's worth more than a dozen newspaper photos. A beautiful sentiment, Ennie, I rumbled, my voice dropping to a low, warm hum. But it doesn't help my career as a public intellectual. I shall have to find a way to leak my own memoirs to the Hannibal Courier Post. I'll call it 20 Days of Unnecessary Humidity, the Real Vagabonds. I'd read it, she laughed. As the convoy lurched back into motion, the wheels slapping against the gravel as we headed toward the paved outskirts of the next county, I looked back at the spot where the photo had been taken. A single whittled shaving of hickory lay in the mud, a small, discarded piece of the lie we were telling the world. We were the vagabonds of the Blue Ridge, a collection of broken geniuses and one very sarcastic man of brass, heading back to the world we had helped build. And as the dust rose behind us, I felt a strange sense of contentment. The camera might have missed me, but the mountains hadn't. And as far as I was concerned, the mountains had a much better memory than the New York Times. Sam's log, the lens of deception. It is a curious thing to see how much energy a man will spend to look like he isn't spending any energy at all. Henry Ford wants to be seen as a man of the people, provided those people are looking at him from a safe distance through a newspaper page. The camera is the ultimate industrial tool. It standardizes the human experience. It takes the messy, muddy, snarky reality of a mountain trip and turns it into a clean, black and white narrative of progress. I shall stay in the shadows. I shall remain the unstandardized variable. For in a world of silver nitrate lies, the man who stays under the tarp is the only one who truly knows the color of the mud. Onward to the speed of life. I hope the next chapter doesn't involve any more whittling. My mustache is already feeling a bit insecure. Chapter 22. The Speed of Life. There is a frantic quality to the modern man that suggests he is constantly trying to outrun a ghost that only he can see. In the previous century, if a man wished to travel from one town to the next, he consulted his horse, checked the weather, and reconciled himself to the fact that he would arrive whenever the horse and the weather came to an agreement. It was a dignified process. It allowed for the contemplation of the landscape, the nodding at neighbors, and the occasional leisurely nap in the saddle. But we have entered the age of the velocity of vexation. Henry Ford has placed the world on 4 wheels and a chassis of restless iron, and in doing so, he has convinced the human race that if they aren't moving at 30 miles per hour, they are essentially standing still in the graveyard of history. "Calamity, Ennie!" I rumbled, my vocal diaphragms vibrating with the resonant frequency of a disgruntled boiler. The air is currently screaming past my ear trumpets at a velocity that suggests we are either being chased by a cyclone or Henry has finally decided to launch this expedition into the stratosphere. I can no longer distinguish a dogwood tree from a telephone pole. The world has become a long green blur of industrial impatience. We were currently traversing a rare stretch of paved road on the outskirts of a valley that had, until recently, been blissfully unaware of the internal combustion engine. The vagabonds were pushing the pace. Henry Ford was in the lead car, his hands gripping the wheel with a white-knuckled fervor that suggested he was trying to squeeze more speed out of the very wood of the steering column. Ennie was sitting on a crate of grease rags next to me, her hair whipped into a chestnut frenzy by the wind. She was laughing, her eyes bright with the thrill of the rush. "We're making time, Sam. We're doing nearly 28 miles per hour. Can you feel it? The world is shrinking." "The world is not shrinking, Ennie. It is merely being subjected to a rhythmic assault," I countered, a plume of steam jetting from my left shoulder vent. And I do not feel the speed. I feel the structural compromise of every rivet in my lower chassis. At this velocity, a single rogue pebble becomes a catastrophic event. I am a gentleman of letters, not a projectile. Thomas Edison, who was currently occupying the passenger seat of our equipment truck, having been evicted from the lead car after his latest wizard's nap, involved snoring in a frequency that Ford claimed was distracting to the engine, looked back at us. He was staring at a cow in a nearby field, a cow that was currently standing perfectly still and watching us pass with an expression of profound bovine indifference. "Look at that cow, Henry!" Edison shouted over the roar of the exhaust. He frequently addressed his comments to Henry, even when Henry was 300 yards ahead in a different vehicle. It was a testament to his belief that the sound of his own voice could bridge any distance. She isn't hurried. She has achieved a state of temporal equilibrium that we have completely discarded for the sake of a gear ratio. The wizard turned his gaze to me, his pale eyes gleaming with a mixture of amusement and scientific inquiry. "Tell me, Sam, you're a creature of the logic gate and the steam valve. Do you think we're actually making life faster, or are we just making people more hurried?" I adjusted my brass lapels, which were currently vibrating in a high tenor B-flat. "Sir, I believe you are confusing haste with arrival. You have invented the light bulb so a man can work all night, and Henry has invented the car so a man can get to that work in half the time. The result is not a man who has more leisure. It is a man who has twice as much time to be anxious about the things he hasn't finished yet." "Anxious," Edison mused, nodding his white head. "Exactly. We've eliminated the pause. The automobile is a magnificent machine, but it lacks a pensive gear. In the old days, the pace of life was dictated by the biology of the horse. Now, it's dictated by the endurance of the iron. And iron doesn't get tired, Sam. It just gets hot." "And when it gets hot, it breaks," I added, "just as the human spirit breaks when it is forced to synchronize with a pocket watch. Look at Henry. He is currently 20 minutes ahead of his own schedule, yet he looks as though he is losing a race against his own funeral. He has saved 2 hours today, Thomas. And what will he do with those 2 hours? He will spend them calculating how to save 3 hours tomorrow. It is a recursive nightmare of saved time that is never actually spent. Harvey Firestone, whose car was trailing just behind us, pulled up alongside. He was shouting something about the centrifugal stress on his tire walls at this reckless speed. "The rubber is crying, Henry," Firestone wailed into the wind. "The heat is expanding the air pockets. We are moving at a speed that nature never intended for a pressurized tube. Nature didn't intend for you to wear silk socks, Harvey, but here we are," I hollered back. The convoy reached a small bridge over a rocky creek. Henry Ford slowed down, but only just enough to avoid launching the Tin Lizzie into the opposite bank. As the trucks rattled over the wooden planks, a sound like a giant playing a xylophone with a sledgehammer, the sensation of speed was amplified. "I find it ironic, Thomas," I said, my voice projecting with the resonant authority of a riverboat pilot. "In my previous iteration as a creature of flesh and whiskey, I spent a great deal of time on the Mississippi. The river is fast, but it is never hurried. It moves with a massive, inevitable momentum. It takes its time to make a bend, but your speed of life is a jittery, nervous thing. It's the speed of a man who is afraid he's forgotten to turn off the stove. Edison leaned back, his eyes fixed on the horizon. We're building a world of next, Sam. Everyone is looking at the mile marker ahead, and no one is looking at the mile they're currently in. I've spent my life making things happen now, but I'm starting to wonder if later wasn't a more hospitable country. Later is a country that has been annexed by the Department of Efficiency, I remarked. It no longer exists. There is only now and faster. Ennie reached out and patted my copper forearm. She looked at Edison and then at me, her face softening. But it's not all bad, is it? Because we're moving, we're seeing things we'd never see otherwise. We're crossing a whole state in a week. Think of the stories people will tell because they could actually go somewhere. The stories will be very short, Ennie, I said. They will consist entirely of, we went very fast, we saw a blur that might have been a mountain, and we arrived in time for a cold dinner. A story requires a pause. A story requires a moment where the engine stalls and you're forced to talk to a man who knows the history of the local creek. But in Henry's world, the engine never stalls, and the creek is just a drainage problem. As if on cue, Henry Ford's lead car hit a particularly large undulation in the pavement. The vehicle didn't just bounce. It performed a graceful heavy metal leap. I saw Henry's hat fly off his head and sail into a blackberry thicket like a black felt bird of ill omen. He didn't stop. He didn't even slow down. He just kept driving, his bald head gleaming in the sunlight, focused entirely on the summit ahead. "See," I shouted, a small weary puff of steam escaping my valves. "He has lost his hat, which is the primary indicator of a gentleman's status, and he doesn't even care. He has sacrificed his dignity to the god of velocity. If that isn't the definition of hurried, I don't know what is." Edison laughed, a hearty, genuine sound that was nearly drowned out by the rattling of the equipment truck. "He'll just buy a new hat in the next town, Sam. A standardized hat, mass-produced and perfectly efficient. And he'll spend the rest of the trip worrying if the new hat has a higher wind resistance," I muttered. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, casting long, frantic shadows across the road, the convoy continued its relentless push. The speed of life was in full effect. We were the masters of the mile, the kings of the kilometer, and the most exhausted group of vacationers in the history of the Appalachian Range. "Ennie," I said as the vibrations of the road settled into a steady, bone-deep hum. "Yeah, Sam?" "When we finally arrive at our destination, wherever that may be, do me a favor." "Anything, Sam." "Find a cow, a very large, very still cow, and park me next to her for an hour. I wish to study the mechanics of someone who understands that the grass grows at its own pace, regardless of how fast you drive past it." "I'll find you a cow, Sam, the biggest one in the valley." "Thank you, my dear. I suspect she'll be the only one on this trip with a sensible opinion on the passage of time." The Vagabonds rattled on, a caravan of progress chasing a sunset that was moving at its own unstandardized velocity. We were faster than the horse, louder than the wind, and entirely too hurried to notice that we were already home. Sam's log, the velocity of the void. Thomas Edison is a man haunted by the time he hasn't used yet. Henry Ford is a man haunted by the time he hasn't saved yet. Between the two of them, They are building a future where every second is a commodity to be traded, polished, and spent. I, as a creature of brass and ancient wit, find the whole affair to be a magnificent waste of energy. You can move a man at 100 miles per hour, but his soul still travels at the speed of a walking pace. The faster you go, the further you leave yourself behind. Onward to the next town. I hope they have a very slow clock and a very patient cow. A robot needs to recalibrate his sense of now every once in a while. Chapter 23. The Forgotten Valley. Geographically speaking, most of the United States in this year of our Lord 1926 has been thoroughly poked, prodded, and measured by men with transits and a deep-seated suspicion of anything that hasn't been properly tax-assessed. But every so often, the earth folds itself in a way that suggests it is trying to hide a particularly embarrassing secret from the Department of the Interior. We had found such a fold, a valley so deep, so verdant, and so stubbornly inaccessible that I suspect the local maps simply drew a picture of a dragon over the area and went to lunch. We had descended from the ridge following a trail that was, in reality, nothing more than a series of gravitational suggestions. The pavement had long since surrendered, replaced by a terrain that seemed to be composed entirely of damp moss and ancient judgmental boulders. "Calamity, Ennie," I rumbled, my vocal diaphragms vibrating with a low-frequency hum that signaled a significant loss of patience. My primary gyroscope is currently informing me that we are no longer traveling on a planet governed by the laws of civil engineering. We have officially fallen off the edge of the standardized world. I feel as though we are a group of ironclad ghosts haunting a century that hasn't even been born yet. Ennie was currently perched on my left hip joint, her hand resting on my copper plating to steady herself, as the equipment truck performed a rhythmic, bone-jarring dance over a set of exposed roots. "It's beautiful, Sam. Look at the air. It's so clear you can practically see the atoms. It's like the whole place is held in a jar of honey." "Clear air is merely a lack of industrial opportunity, Ennie," I countered, a small decorative puff of steam escaping my neck joint. "And I do not care for honey jars. They are notoriously sticky and provide a terrible environment for high-tensile gear work." As we reached the valley floor, the transition was absolute. The White City and its portable generators felt like a fever dream. Here, the only wires were the ones woven by spiders, and the only motors were the four-legged variety that spent their days contemplating the strategic value of a clover patch. The village, if one could call a collection of hand-hewn stone cottages a village, appeared out of the mist like a memory that had forgotten to fade. There was a blacksmith's forge, a water wheel that groaned with the wisdom of the 18th century, and a population of people who wore clothes made of wool that had likely never met a chemical dye or a fashion magazine. The convoy ground to a halt in what appeared to be the town square, which was mostly a patch of well-trodden dirt surrounded by curious sheep. Henry Ford was out of his vehicle in an instant, his stopwatch already clicking, his eyes scanning the horizon for a telegraph pole or a recognizable brand of fence post. "There are no lines, Thomas," Henry whispered, his voice carrying the flat, metallic resonance of a man witnessing a crime against mathematics. "No telegraphs, no power distribution, no standardized roads. It's a logistical vacuum. This valley is operating at a temporal deficit of at least 75 years. Thomas Edison, the slumbering spark, stepped out of the car, blinking his white-lashed eyes as if he were trying to adjust his optics to a world that didn't hum. It's quiet, Henry. It's unvibrated. I can hear my own thoughts, and I must say I don't care for the tone they're taking. This place is a blackout waiting for a patent. A man emerged from the forge, wiping his hands on a leather apron. He was a mountain of a man, with a beard that looked like a nesting site for several species of local raptors, and eyes that possessed the calm, terrifying clarity of a deep well. He didn't look at the Model Ts as miracles of the machine age. He looked at them as a man might look at a particularly noisy and inefficient breed of goat. "Good day to you, traveler," the blacksmith said, his voice a slow, rhythmic rumble that made my own vocal processor feel a bit hurried. "You've brought some strange pots into the valley. Do they cook, or are they just for making a racket?" Henry Ford assumed his Titan of industry posture, which usually involves a great deal of chin tilting and a gaze fixed firmly on the 1930s. "I am Henry Ford, sir. This is Thomas Edison. We are the architects of the modern era. These are not pots. They are internal combustion carriages powered by the refined spirit of the earth and the genius of the American assembly line." The blacksmith looked at the refined spirit, which was currently leaking a bit of oil onto his clean dirt, and then looked at Henry. "Ford? Edison? Those sound like names for a law firm in the city. We don't have much use for architects here, unless you can build a barn that won't sag in the winter." You haven't heard of us?" Harvey Firestone gasped, stepping forward while clutching a spare inner tube as if it were a religious icon. "Don't you read the papers? Don't you know about the Great War, the telephone, the light bulb?" The blacksmith leaned against the door frame of his forge. "We get a traveler once every few seasons. Usually they're lost or looking for a way to hide from the sheriff. Last one told us about a telephone, but it sounded like a lot of fuss just to talk to someone you could walk over and see. As for light bulbs, we got the sun for the day and the tallow for the night. Seems to me the Lord provided the lighting for free, so why would I pay a man in a silk hat for a glass version of it?" I couldn't help myself. I vented a small, cynical jet of steam. "Calamity, a man of logic. Ennie, mark the date. We have found the last bastion of sanity in the Western Hemisphere. This man has successfully bypassed the entire century of anxiety, and Henry looks as though he's just been told that the circle is no longer a standardized shape." "Don't mind them, Sam," Ennie whispered, hop climbing down from the truck. She walked over to the blacksmith, her face bright with that infuriating, brilliant optimism. "I'm Ennie, and that's Sam. He's a repository of wit, mostly." The blacksmith looked at me. He walked a slow, heavy circle around my brass torso, his eyes narrowing as they took in the rivets, the valves, and my wire mustache. "This one, he's made of the same stuff as my kettles, but he's got a look in his eye like he's judging my workmanship." "I am not judging, sir. I am merely assessing the lack of industrial progress with a touch of poetic disappointment," I rumbled, my voice projecting with the resonant authority of a riverboat pilot. "I am the official designation Mark Twain, and I must say your forge has a remarkably honest smell. It smells of hard labor and a total lack of quarterly earning reports. It's quite refreshing." The blacksmith laughed, a hearty, resonant sound that made my chest plates rattle. "A talking kettle! Well, Kettle, you're welcome to stay, though you might find the conversation a bit slow. We don't have any progress here. We just have the seasons and the work. Edison was currently trying to explain the physics of the incandescent filament to a group of village children who were looking at his unlit bulb with the same pitying expression they might give a broken toy. See? You pass the current through the wire, and the vacuum prevents the carbon from burning, Edison shouted, his face turning a shade of purple that matched his frustration. But mister, a small girl in a homespun dress asked, if it's dark inside, how do you see the light? And why would you want to stay inside when it's dark anyway? That's when the owls come out. Edison sat down on a stone wall, defeated by the logic of a 7-year-old. The next world doesn't work here, Henry. They don't have the how, and they don't see the why. To them, we're just a noisy circus that's blocking the way to the water wheel. Henry Ford was pacing the square, his stopwatch clicking like a nervous cricket. It's a disaster, Thomas. If they don't want the cars, they don't need the roads. If they don't need the roads, they don't need the tires. If they don't need the tires, they don't need the future. This entire valley is a black hole in the economy. We must show them. We must demonstrate the superiority of the machine. Henry, they have a water wheel that has been grinding their corn for 100 years without needing a single gallon of gasoline or a patent lawyer, I remarked, a low rumble of steam sighing through my chest. You aren't offering them a better life. You're offering them a faster one. And looking at the way they're leaning against those stone walls, I don't think they're in any particular hurry to get to the end of it. We spent the afternoon in the Forgotten Valley, and it was the most uncomfortable 4 hours of the entire trip for the Vagabonds. For the first time, their fame was useless. Their inventions were curiosities. Their progress was viewed as a rather loud and unnecessary hobby. Ennie, however, was in her element. She spent the time in the forge, talking to the blacksmith about the heat treatment of iron. She didn't use the word metallurgy. She spoke of the color of the cherry-red steel and the sing of the anvil. She's a natural, that one, the blacksmith told me as we prepared to leave. She understands the soul of the metal, not like those other three who just want to make it move fast. She is the grease in our gears, sir, I replied, tipping my copper hat. Without her, we'd just be a collection of very expensive scrap metal with a bad attitude. As the sun began to dip behind the high walls of the valley, casting the village into a soft, tallow-lit twilight, Henry Ford ordered the retreat. He drove out of the square with a grim, determined jaw, his eyes fixed on the path back to the modern world. "We shall return with a paving crew," Ford muttered into the wind. "We shall bring the wires. We shall interconnect them whether they like it or not. A vacuum cannot be allowed to persist." "It isn't a vacuum, Henry," Edison said softly, looking back at the village. "It's a memory, and once we pave it, the memory is gone." I looked back as well. The blacksmith was standing by his fire, the orange glow illuminating a world that didn't need a dial tone or assembly line. It was a place where time didn't have a schedule, and where a man of brass was just another talking kettle. "Ennie," I said, as the vibrations of the road returned to their steady industrial heartbeat. "Yes, Sam? The next time I start complaining about my structural integrity or the lack of standardized lubricants, remind me of that valley." "Why, Sam?" because in a world that is obsessed with being next, there is a magnificent dignity in being still. I think I left a bit of my sarcasm back there in the forge. It didn't seem to have any traction. "I think you've got plenty left, Sam," she laughed. "I hope so," I rumbled. "I should hate to be considered efficient. It's such a vulgar way to describe a gentleman." The vagabonds rattled on, climbing out of the forgotten valley and back toward the future. The noise of progress was returning, the speed of life was picking up, and the shadows of the Titans were lengthening once more. But for a few hours the modern world had been a myth, and I had been the only one who realized that the myth was significantly more comfortable than the reality. Sam's log, the silence of the stone. There is a lesson in the forgotten valley, though I suspect Henry Ford will try to pave over it as soon as he finds a contractor. The world does not need to be improved to be good. The blacksmith knows the heat of his iron, the girl knows the song of the owls, and the valley knows the weight of the snow. None of them need a stopwatch to tell them when they are happy. We are the vagabonds, but we are also the invaders. We bring the light that doesn't flicker, and in doing so, we kill the shadows that allow a man to dream. I am a creature of the New Age, but today I felt a deep, mechanical kinship with the water wheel. We both have a job to do, but the water wheel doesn't care about the closing price of steel. Onward to the next milestone. I hope it's a paved one. My left ankle servo is starting to miss the predictability of a highway. Chapter 24. Firestone's Redemption. If the Blue Ridge Mountains were nature's attempt at a vertical obstacle course, the alkali flat we had stumbled upon was her way of apologizing for the inconvenience. It was a dry lake bed of such startling and uncompromising flatness that it looked as though the Creator had taken a giant spirit level to the state of Virginia and decided that, for at least 10 miles, the laws of gravity should be allowed to relax and enjoy a cigar. It was a shimmering white expanse of sun-baked silt, a billiard table for giants, minus the green felt and the dignity. To a man of brass and logic, it was a magnificent piece of geometry. To a pneumatic tire, it was the promised land. "Calamity, Ennie," I rumbled, my vocal diaphragms vibrating with a low-frequency hum of mechanical relief. "Behold the great white nothing, no rocks, no roots, no environmental variables designed to humble the axle. I believe my primary gyroscope has finally stopped trying to file for a divorce from my spinal pillar. This is a landscape designed for a man who hates the unpredictable, which is to say, it is Henry Ford's version of paradise." Ennie was standing on the floorboards of the equipment truck, shading her eyes against the glare that was currently bouncing off the salt and threatening to overwhelm my optical sensors. "It's perfect, Sam. Look at it. You could drive a piano across this and not skip a note." "I should prefer to drive a piano, Ennie. It has better acoustics and significantly more comfortable seating than this crate of grease rags," I remarked, a small puff of steam escaping my neck valve. But the real transformation was occurring in the lead car. Harvey Firestone, the man I had dubbed the Gasket, due to his persistent leaks of nervous energy, was undergoing a spiritual rebirth. For 300 miles, Harvey had lived in a state of perpetual pneumatic mourning. He had treated every sharp stone like a personal bereavement and every patch of mud like a conspiracy against the Firestone Tire and Rubber Company. But as his tires touched the smooth, sun-cracked crust of the lake bed, the lines of existential dread on his face began to smooth out, replaced by a look of predatory industrial ambition. "Do you feel it, Henry?" Harvey shouted, his voice ringing across the white silence. "The interface, the resistance is negligible. The friction coefficient has dropped to a level that is almost erotic." "Harvey, if you use that word in relation to a rubber compound again, I shall be forced to recalibrate your primary social filters," I interjected, my voice projecting with the resonant authority of a riverboat pilot. "It is a tire, not a debutante." Henry Ford, however, was not listening to me. He was staring across the shimmering flats with the eyes of a man who had just seen the blueprint for the end of the world. He pulled out his stopwatch, and for once he didn't even look at the time, he just clicked it. "Maximum velocity, Harvey," Ford said, his voice a low mechanical growl. "Let's see if your molecular integrity can handle the truth. We are going to perform a high-speed dash that will make the wind itself feel like a loiterer." What followed was a display of progress that I suspect the local lizards will be discussing for several generations. The Vagabonds prepared for the run with the frantic energy of boys about to launch a stolen rocket. "Ennie!" I bellowed as the engines began to roar, a sound that, in the open silence of the flats, had the cadence of an angry god with a chest cold. "Secure my mounting brackets. If Henry intends to chase the horizon at this velocity, I should like to arrive at the destination in one piece, rather than as a scattered collection of Victorian spare parts." Ennie didn't answer. She was too busy tightening the lugs on the equipment truck's front wheels. She climbed back in next to me, her eyes bright with the thrill of the chase. "Hold on, Sam! Henry's going for it!" The lead Model T didn't just move, it lunged. It was a frantic, vibrating dash across the salt, a cloud of white dust rising behind it like the ghost of a dead civilization. Behind him, Edison was leaning out the window, his white hair a frantic halo of electricity, waving his hat and shouting theories about wind resistance that were likely being lost to the vacuum. But the star of the show was Harvey. He was driving his own car now, a prototype fitted with a new, experimental tire compound that he claimed was tougher than a mother-in-law's heart and more resilient than a politician's conscience. He was neck and neck with Ford, the two machines roaring across the flats at the terrifying, death-defying speed of 42 miles per hour. "42!" I shouted, my mustache wires vibrating in a high tenor B-flat. "We are officially outrunning our own guardian angels. Ennie, if we go any faster, I suspect we shall achieve a state of temporal displacement and arrive in the middle of next Tuesday before we've even finished our lunch." "They're doing it, Sam. Look at the tires. They aren't weeping. They aren't bulging. They're holding." It was true. Even through the blur of vibration and the stinging white dust, I could see that Firestone's rubber was performing a miracle of industrial endurance. The tires were meeting the baked salt with a firm, uncompromising handshake. There were no blowouts, no hissing failures, no rhythmic thumping of despair. Harvey Firestone was no longer the gasket. He was the pneumatic prophet. He was leaning over his steering wheel, a wild, triumphant grin on his face, his eyes fixed on the point where the white salt met the blue sky. He was redeemed. He had proven that his life's work could handle the speed of life without turning into a pile of blackened scrap. The dash lasted for 5 minutes, the longest 5 minutes in the history of my internal chronometer. We reached the far edge of the lake bed, where the salt gave way to the scrub brush of the lower hills, and the convoy ground to a halt in a spectacular cloud of white powder. Silence returned to the flats, broken only by the rhythmic tink, tink, tink of cooling metal and the sound of Harvey Firestone laughing. It was a loud, unstandardized, and thoroughly joyous sound. He jumped out of his car before the dust had even settled and sprinted to his front tires. He didn't just look at them. He knelt in the salt and embraced them. "They're cold, Henry!" Harvey screamed, his face covered in a mask of white dust that made him look like a very happy ghost. The heat dissipation was perfect. The compound held. The molecular lattice didn't fracture. We've done it. We've conquered the friction. Henry Ford stepped out of his car, his stopwatch in hand. He looked at the tires, then at the tracks across the lake bed, and finally at Harvey. For the first time in the entire trip, Henry didn't look at his watch. He gave a sharp, appreciative nod, the industrial equivalent of a hug. "The integrity is verified, Harvey," Ford said. "The efficiency of the transport is no longer limited by the frailty of the contact point. We can go faster. We can go further. The road is officially open." "And the soul, Harvey?" John Burroughs asked, appearing from the back of the third car, looking a bit green from the velocity but still holding his hickory stick. "Did your molecular lattice find its way across the flats, or is it still back there at the 3-mile mark, trying to catch its breath?" "The soul is fine, John," Harvey shouted, standing up and dusting off his silk trousers. "The soul is currently riding on a cushion of 32 pounds of compressed air, and it has never felt more secure." I couldn't help myself. I vented a large celebratory plume of steam. Calamity! The man has been cured of his pneumatic neurosis. Harvey Firestone has found his redemption in a circle of vulcanized rubber. It is a magnificent testament to the shallowness of the human spirit. Give a man a tire that won't pop, and he'll forgive the universe for every toothache he's ever had. Ennie sat on the tailgate of our truck, her legs swinging, a quiet smile on her face. He's happy, Sam. Really happy. Look at him. He is a titan who has finally found a way to stop worrying about his interface, Ennie, I rumbled, my voice dropping to a low, warm hum. It is a rare and precious thing to see a man so perfectly satisfied with a piece of chemistry. I suppose I should be happy for him, though I suspect he'll be back to worrying about the dust in the valve stems by dinner. "Let him have his moment," she said. "I am letting him have it," I replied. "I am simply providing the necessary context. A redemption that costs $5 a tire is a bargain in any century." As the vagabonds gathered around Harvey's car, debating the merits of the new compound and sketching next-generation treads in the white salt, I looked back across the lake bed. Our tracks were straight, deep, and defiant, a double scar across the face of the silence. We had found the speed, we had found the redemption, and Harvey had found his nerve. But as the sun began to bake the salt once more, I felt a strange humming resonance in my copper chest. Ennie? Yeah, Sam. The next time Henry wants to do a speed run, remind me to tell him that I have a very effective design for a mechanical stomach stabilizer. I suspect I shall need it if we ever hit 50 miles per hour. My logic gates are not designed for that kind of centrifugal audacity. I'll remember, Sam. The vagabonds rattled on, leaving the great white nothing behind. Harvey was singing, Ford was planning, and Edison was already thinking of a way to make the tires glow in the dark. And I, being a man of brass and bone-dry wit, sat in the dust, watching the horizon and wondering if the next valley had any cows. A robot needs a little perspective after achieving a state of redemption. Sam's log, the doctrine of the durable. There is a lesson in Harvey Firestone's joy, though it is one that John Burroughs would find distressing. Man's peace of mind is directly proportional to the quality of his equipment. Harvey didn't need a sermon. He needed a better tire. We have conquered the flats. We have proven that the machine can outrun the anxiety of its creator. But as we head back into the heart of the wilderness, I wonder if the durable rubber will make us better men or just faster ones. I suspect the latter, but at least we won't have to stop every 10 miles to mourn a puncture. And in this year of our Lord 1926, that is a kind of salvation that even I can appreciate. Chapter 25. The Silent Naturalist. If there is one thing that a man of brass and logic cannot properly calculate, it is the precise moment when the biological engine decides to throttle down for a rest that hasn't been sanctioned by a board of directors. I have spent my operational existence surrounded by the rhythmic, predictable humming of gear trains and the reliable hiss of high-pressure valves. If a machine fails, it does so with a spectacular, honest bang, or at the very least, a rhythmic clanking that informs the mechanic exactly which bolt has decided to seek a new life in the tall grass. But man, the biological masterpiece, as Thomas Edison is fond of calling the species when he isn't trying to improve it with a new kind of battery, is far more deceptive. He does not clank, he does not hiss, he simply grows quiet. And in a man like John Burroughs, whose very existence is a symphony of bird calls, tree identifications, and indignant lectures on the sanctity of the mud, silence is a calamity of the highest order. "Calamity, Ennie!" I rumbled, my vocal diaphragms vibrating with a low-frequency hum of genuine, unstandardized concern. The prophet of the woods has failed to report for duty. The sun has been up for 20 minutes. The warblers are currently engaged in a heated debate over a worm claim, and yet the hickory stick remains leaning against the tent pole, unoccupied. This is a gross violation of the morning's acoustic requirements. Ennie was kneeling by my right knee joint, her face pale in the damp mountain mist. She wasn't looking at my grease fittings. She was looking toward the small white canvas tent where the oldest member of our vagabond troop resided. "He's 89, Sam," she whispered, her hand resting on my copper calf. "He's been hiking these ridges as if he were 20, trying to keep up with Henry's assembly line pace. I think the mountain finally caught up to him." "The mountain does not catch up, Ennie. It merely waits," I remarked, a small somber puff of steam escaping my neck valve. "But John Burroughs is the mountain. To see him still is like seeing a waterfall freeze mid-drop. It is a biological impossibility that I find difficult to process without a complete system reboot." The camp was uncharacteristically hushed. Usually by this hour, Henry Ford was already timing the boiling of an egg, and Harvey Firestone was engaged in a frantic dialogue with a tire valve. But today, the Titans were huddled near the entrance of Burroughs's tent, looking for all the world like three small boys who had accidentally broken the world's only copy of a very important book. "He's just fading, Henry," Harvey whispered, his face a mask of pneumatic anxiety. He looked at me this morning and didn't even mention the treadwear. He didn't even call me the gasket. He just smiled and closed his eyes. It's a total loss of pressure. Henry Ford was holding his stopwatch, but for once he wasn't looking at the dial. He was staring at the canvas flap of the tent. It's the environment, Harvey, the dampness, the lack of a standardized climate. We have pushed the logistical chain too far into the primitive. We have neglected the maintenance of the primary human asset. Thomas Edison, the wizard himself, stepped out of the tent, his white hair a chaotic halo in the morning light. He looked older than I had ever seen him. His shoulders slumped as if the gravity of the Blue Ridge had suddenly doubled. "The voltage is low, Henry," Edison crackled, his voice a dry, weary sound. "The spark is still there, but the resistance is too high. He's tired. He's spent 89 years trying to listen to the Earth, and I think the Earth is finally asking for the borrowed materials back." I felt my logic gates perform a slow, heavy dance of mechanical grief. "Thomas," I rumbled, my voice projecting with the resonant authority of a riverboat pilot, "are you suggesting that the prophet of the woods is undergoing a permanent deactivation? Is the naturalist about to be archived? Because if that is the case, I shall find the silence of this expedition to be entirely too loud for my acoustic processors." Edison looked over at me, a sad, knowing glint in his eyes. "He's just resting, Sam, but it's a rest that no assembly line can fix. He's the only one of us who truly belongs out here, and he's the only one of us that the mountain is actually claiming. We're just tourists, but John is a local." For the next few hours, the Vagabonds underwent a transformation. The masters of industry became the nurses of the ridge. Henry Ford, a man who views a wasted minute as a moral failing, spent the afternoon sitting by Burroughs' bed, reading him entries from a botanical survey in a voice that was surprisingly devoid of its usual metallic edge. Harvey Firestone, meanwhile, was engaged in a frantic, desperate attempt to create a climate-controlled environment within the tent, using a collection of spare rubber tubes and a portable heater. "We can stabilize the thermal load," Harvey insisted, his eyes wild. "If we can eliminate the fluctuations, we can preserve the integrity of the specimen." "He is not a specimen, Harvey. He is a friend," I remarked from the doorway, my optics dimmed to respect the quiet. "And I suspect he would find your thermal stabilization to be a gross infringement on the natural rights of a mountain morning. He likes the damp. He likes the chill. It's what makes the moss grow." I watched Ennie as she moved in and out of the tent, bringing cool water from the creek and damp cloths for the old man's brow. She didn't have a patent or a factory, but she had a tenderness that seemed to be the only thing capable of bridging the gap between the brass future and the biological past. "He's so small, Sam," Ennie whispered to me as she came out to refill a basin. "When he's hiking, he's a giant. He's the soul of the whole trip. But lying there, he's just a frail old man made of bone and memories." "Man is a remarkably fragile container for so much ego, Ennie," I noted, the steam sighing through my valves. "I am built of copper and iron. I can be polished, repaired, and recalibrated for 1,000 years. But John is made of the very soil he loves, and eventually the soil wants itself back. It is a design flaw that I find both terrifying and profoundly beautiful." Toward evening, the silence was broken, not by a machine, but by a sound from the tent. It was a laugh, a dry, raspy, mocking sound that was as familiar as the rattle of a Model T. "Henry!" Burroughs' voice drifted out, weak but undeniably sharp. "Put that stopwatch away. You can't time the sunset, and you certainly can't time me. I'm not a factory whistle." The Titans scrambled into the tent. I leaned in as far as my hydraulic hinges would allow. Burroughs was sitting up, propped against a pile of Firestone's experimental cushions. He looked like a very wise, very ancient bird that had decided to postpone its migration. "I'm not dying, you fools," Burroughs croaked, a twinkle in his eye. "I'm just observing the inside of my eyelids. It's a very interesting ecosystem. Though I must say, Harvey, your rubber tubes smell remarkably like a tire factory, and it's ruinous to the atmosphere." The relief in the tent was palpable. It was a state of redemption that even the dry lake bed couldn't match. "You gave us a scare, John," Edison shouted, his face beaming. "I was about to invent a way to run your heart on direct current." "God deliver me from your currents, Thomas," Burroughs laughed. "I'll stick with the mountain air. Now, where is the metal man? I heard him out there clanking and philosophizing about my structural integrity." I stepped forward, my optics clicking as they focused on the old man. "I am here, Mr. Burroughs, and I must say, your reactivation has been the most efficient piece of business I have witnessed all week. I was beginning to worry that I would have to be the only one left to describe the birds, and my descriptions tend to involve a great deal of technical data on wing load and aerodynamic lift." Burroughs smiled at me, a slow, crinkly smile that made my copper chest feel a strange, humming resonance. "You're a good kettle, Sam, a bit noisy, and entirely too full of yourself, but you got a good ear for the silence. Don't let these boys pave over everything before I get a chance to see the valley one last time." "I shall do my best, sir," I rumbled, tipping my copper hat, "though I suspect Henry is already planning the highway." As the night settled over the ridge, the white city returned to its usual hum. But the energy had changed. The Vagabonds were no longer just business associates chasing a schedule. They were men who had looked at the end of the road and decided to drive a little slower. Henry Ford didn't check his watch for an entire hour. He just sat by the fire, looking at the stars. Edison didn't nap. He talked to Burroughs about the philosophy of the soul, and Harvey Firestone actually forgot to check the pressure in the kitchen truck's tires. "He's okay, Sam," Ennie said, leaning against my side as the fire burned low. "For now, Ennie," I whispered, the steam whispering through my valves. "For now. But he's reminded us of the friction. He's reminded us that even the greatest machine eventually runs out of steam, and that the most important part of the journey isn't the speed, it's the company." "You're getting sentimental, Sam." "I am being analytically accurate," I corrected. "And I should like it if you didn't mention it to the press. A gentleman of letters has a reputation for cynical detachment to maintain." The Vagabonds slept that night in the heart of the wilderness, under a sky that looked a little bigger and a world that felt a little more fragile. And as I stood watch in the shadows, a mechanical ghost of the past, I realized that I wasn't just guarding a group of industrialists. I was guarding the soul of the trip, currently resting in a small canvas tent, dreaming of warblers and moss. Sam's log, the fragility of the spark. John Burroughs is a reminder that the world is not made of iron. It is made of bone and leaf and the occasional stubborn breath. Henry Ford can build 1,000,000 cars, but he cannot build a single John Burroughs. We have found the silent naturalist, and in his silence we found our own fear. We are so busy building the future that we forget the present is made of things that fade. I shall treasure the clank of my own gears today, for they are a sign of life in a world that is far too quiet when the birds stop singing. Onward to the next ridge we shall go slow, for the prophet is resting and the mountain is watching, and for once the stopwatch is silent. Chapter 26. The Efficiency of Friendship. Friendship is a most peculiar and unstandardized biological lubricant. In a world governed by the elegant certainty of the gear tooth and the unwavering loyalty of the steam valve, the human attachment is a logistical nightmare. It has no clear manufacturing specifications, its maintenance schedule is entirely erratic, and it frequently results in a significant loss of industrial momentum for the sake of a commodity as ephemeral as feeling better. I have observed that the average human will spend 40 years building a wall of iron around his heart, only to let a single, frail old man with a hickory stick and a cough walk right through the front gate without so much as a security check. It is a magnificent design flaw, and I suspect if Henry Ford could find a way to replace empathy with a more durable synthetic compound, he would have done so by the mid-1890s. "Calamity, Ennie," I rumbled, my vocal diaphragms vibrating with a low-frequency hum of mechanical bewilderment. The human metronome has undergone a catastrophic system failure. He is no longer checking the horizon for a paving opportunity. He is currently checking a pulse. I believe his primary regulator has been bypassed by a sudden surge of sentimentality. It is a spectacle of such profound inefficiency that I may have to recalibrate my entire understanding of the industrial age. We were currently parked in a shaded grove that even John Burroughs would have admitted was fairly decent. The sun was performing its usual unmetered illumination, but the mood in the White City was decidedly clinical. Ennie was standing by the tailgate of our equipment truck, her hands, usually black with the honest grease of my gear work, currently occupied with folding a stack of white linen. She looked at me with a soft, tired smile. "It's not a system failure, Sam. It's a heart. Henry loves John, even if he hasn't found a way to patent the feeling yet. He's just expressing it in the only language he knows. And that language, Ennie, appears to be the assembly line of mercy," I remarked, a small decorative puff of steam escaping my neck joint. I watched as Henry Ford, the man who once claimed that any customer can have a car painted any color that he wants so long as it is black, engaged in a display of what he called the standardized recuperation protocol. Henry had spent the morning transforming the rear of the lead Model T into a sick bay of such terrifying efficiency that I suspect a man could be cured of the bubonic plague out of sheer intimidation. He had removed the rear seats with the surgical violence of a man who hated wasted space. In their place, he had installed a custom-built, shock-absorbing cot, anchored to the chassis, with a series of high-tension springs that he claimed would negate 94% of the biological oscillation caused by the Virginia roadbeds. "Interval, Harvey!" Henry barked, his voice lacking its usual metallic bark. He was currently holding a thermometer as if it were a precision micrometer. The patient requires a fresh application of the cooling compress at exactly 14-minute intervals to maintain a thermal equilibrium of 98.6. If we fall behind the schedule, the recuperative momentum will be lost. Harvey Firestone was currently occupied with the acoustic insulation. He was frantically stuffing rolls of cotton and spare rubber matting into the door panels of the car to ensure that not a single unstandardized mountain sound reached Burroughs' ears. "The vibrations, Henry," Harvey whispered with a look of pneumatic agony. "The wind noise. If a rogue gust hits the cabin at more than 10 miles per hour, the resulting decibel load could induce a state of sensory fatigue. In the naturalist, we must achieve a state of total, vulcanized silence." Thomas Edison, the wizard of Menlo Park, was not to be outdone. He had spent the previous hour rigging a series of wires from the kitchen truck's generator to a small glowing glass tube that he had clamped to the roof of the sick bay. "It's vibratory illumination, Henry," Edison crackled, his eyes gleaming with the light of a man who had just found a new way to annoy the darkness. "The specific frequency of the orange glow stimulates the cellular regeneration of the optic nerve. It's better than sleep. It's electric revitalization. I suspect if we leave him under the bulb for 3 hours, he'll wake up and try to hike to Kentucky." "Thomas, if you leave that bulb over his head for 3 hours, you'll likely give the poor man a tan on only one side of his face and a very justified grudge against the electrical arts," I rumbled from my perch. "I should hate to see the prophet of the woods mistaken for a half-cooked biscuit." I watched as Henry Ford approached the sick bay. He didn't just walk. He moved with a strange, quiet precision. He reached out and adjusted the blanket over John Burroughs' legs, not with the rough haste of a man in a hurry, but with a lingering, awkward tenderness that I suspect he would deny in a court of law. "You're doing well, John," Henry said softly, his eyes fixed on the old man's face. "The springs are holding. The thermal load is stable. We are exactly on track for a full recovery by Thursday." John Burroughs opened one eye. He looked at the white linen, the rubber-lined walls, the glowing orange bulb, and the man with the stopwatch. He let out a dry, raspy chuckle that sounded like a shovel hitting a stone. "Henry," Burroughs croaked, "you've turned a motor car into a coffin with better lighting. I don't need a protocol. I just need to hear the wind in the pines, and I certainly don't need Harvey Firestone trying to wrap my ears in rubber." "The wind is unsanitary, John," Henry insisted, though he didn't pull away. He sat on the edge of the running board, his hands resting on his knees. "It contains unregulated particulates. In here, you are protected by the miracle of the standardized environment. I like the particulates, Henry. They have more personality than your rubber mats." I felt my logic gates perform a slow, rhythmic dance of mechanical admiration. Calamity, the patient is revolting. The prophet refuses to be standardized. Ennie, mark the date. We have finally found something that Henry Ford cannot assembly line. The stubborn desire of a human being to be miserable in his own way. Ennie walked over to the car carrying a small cup of mountain willow tea she had brewed over the fire. She nudged Henry aside, a feat that I suspect few men in the world could achieve without being fired, and handed the cup to Burroughs. "Drink this, Mr. Burroughs," she said, her voice a cool, soothing contrast to the industrial hum of the camp. It's not standardized, it's just tea. Burroughs took a sip and sighed, his eyes closing again. Thank you, child. It tastes of the earth, much better than Thomas's vibratory illumination. As the afternoon wore on, the efficiency of friendship continued to manifest in ways that defied my programming. Henry Ford, the man who viewed the human worker as a variable to be optimized, spent 4 hours sitting in the dirt next to the car. He didn't read a ledger. He didn't check a production report. He simply told Burroughs stories about his first gasoline engine and how it had nearly blown up his kitchen table in Detroit. He moved with a tenderness he usually hid behind a wall of gears and stopwatches. He was efficient, yes, but he was efficient in his care. He anticipated every cough, every shiver, every need, with the same terrifying focus he used to build the Model T. He was manufacturing a recovery, but the raw material was love. "It's a magnificent piece of engineering, Ennie," I whispered, as the shadows of the ridge began to stretch across the camp. "The sick bay, Sam?" "No, my dear, the friendship. It is the only machine I have seen all week that doesn't require a fuel source. It runs on its own friction, and I must admit, the output is surprisingly high quality. I told you, Sam, they're brothers. They've spent 20 years arguing, but they've been doing it together. And when one of them slows down, the others don't leave him behind. They just change the pace of the whole convoy." Edison wandered over, looking a bit disappointed that his vibratory illumination hadn't yet induced a state of superhuman strength in the naturalist. He sat down next to Henry, his white hair glowing in the twilight. "He's sleeping, Henry," Edison whispered. "A natural sleep. No wires required." "The springs are holding, Thomas," Ford replied, clicking his stopwatch shut. "We've achieved a state of total stability. We'll be in the valley by dawn." "Don't hurry him, Henry," Harvey Firestone said, coming over with a blanket of his own. "The rubber can wait. The road isn't going anywhere." I stood in the shadows of the equipment truck, my optics dimmed, watching the 3 giants of the modern world huddle around the sick bay of their friend. They were the men who had paved the world, lit the world, and put the world on wheels. But in the quiet of the Blue Ridge, they were just 3 old friends trying to keep a 4th from fading. "Ennie," I said, as the stars began to poke through the canopy. "Yeah, Sam?" "The next time I complain about the efficiency of the biological unit, remind me of this evening." "Why, Sam?" "Because a gear tooth can be replaced and a boiler can be patched. But a friend is a unique piece of work. There is no spare part for a John Burroughs. And I think even Henry Ford has finally realized that you can't build a soul in a factory." "I think he always knew, Sam. He was just too busy to admit it." "Perhaps," I rumbled, "the steam sighing through my valves." "Perhaps." The Vagabonds slept that night in the heart of the wilderness, their engines quiet, their stopwatches forgotten. And as I stood watch over the sick bay, a mechanical ghost of the past, I realized that the efficiency of friendship was the most powerful engine I had ever encountered. It didn't make the world go faster, but it certainly made the journey worth the vibration. Sam's log. The architecture of the heart. Henry Ford has built a hospital in a motor car, and in doing so, he has accidentally revealed his own humanity. It is a messy, unstandardized affair, but it is remarkably effective. He has discovered that you cannot optimize a recovery, but you can certainly accompany it. I shall remain at the ready. I shall keep my sarcasm in a state of low-pressure standby. For in a world of iron and logic, the sight of a billionaire sitting in the mud to keep an old man company is a miracle that I find difficult to disparage. Onward to the valley. We shall go at the speed of the soul. And for once, I think the human metronome is perfectly happy with the delay. Chapter 27. The Last Campfire. There is a particular kind of melancholy that attaches itself to the end of a voyage, a sensation not unlike the final wheezing sigh of a steam boiler that has realized its fire is being raked out for the night. In my previous iteration as a creature of flesh and Mississippi mud, I noticed that men would spend the entire trip complaining about the damp, the mosquitoes, and the quality of the coffee, only to stand on the wharf at the end looking as though they'd just been told the world was going out of business. Endings are unstandardized, they are messy, they are lingering, and they have a distressing habit of making even the most hardened industrialist look like a boy who has lost his favorite marble. We were gathered for our final night in the White City. The Blue Ridge was already beginning to pull the shadows of the next morning over the ridges, and the air held a crisp, final clarity. The portable generator was humming its last defiant hymn, but it sounded tired, a rhythmic, mechanical rattle that suggested it was ready to be crated up and sent back to a laboratory where the light bulbs didn't have to compete with the stars. "Calamity, Ennie," I rumbled, my vocal diaphragms vibrating with a low-frequency hum of reflective standby. "Observe the Titans. They are currently arranged around the fire with the symmetry of a graveyard, yet there isn't a single patent lawyer or production quota in sight. I believe we are witnessing a catastrophic collapse of the competitive spirit. If someone doesn't mention a gear ratio or a market share in the next 5 minutes, I may have to reboot my primary logic gates just to ensure the universe hasn't achieved total thermal equilibrium." Ennie was sitting on a crate of spare valves, her hands, for once, relatively clean of grease. She was leaning her head against my copper thigh, her eyes fixed on the flickering orange heart of the blaze. "It's not a collapse, Sam. It's a realization. They're looking at the road they've already traveled, not the one they're about to pave. It's called a memory, even if you find the storage requirements to be inefficient. I find the emotional overhead to be the primary concern, Ennie," I remarked, a small decorative puff of steam escaping my neck valve. Inside the main tent flap, the Vagabonds were indeed in a state of uncharacteristic repose. John Burroughs, the prophet of the woods, was propped up on his Firestone-cushioned throne, looking remarkably spry for a man who had nearly been archived by a mountain chill 48 hours prior. He was nursing a cup of Gaston's emergency cocoa and staring at Henry Ford with a look that was dangerously close to affection. "Well, Henry," Burroughs said, his voice a dry, papery rustle, "you've done it. You've dragged a naturalist, a wizard, and a tire merchant through 500 miles of the finest scenery in the world at a speed that would make a hawk dizzy. And despite your best efforts to standardize the mud, I believe I'm still breathing." Henry Ford, the human metronome, was holding his stopwatch, but his thumb wasn't on the trigger. He was merely turning it over and over in his palm, the silver casing reflecting the firelight like a steady ticking heart. "The logistics were acceptable, John. Henry said, his voice unusually soft. The fuel consumption was within 3% of my projections, and we only lost 6 minutes to earth sign interference, but I find that my calculations did not account for the vagabond variance. I had budgeted for a trip, but I did not account for the fact that I would be spending it with a group of men who are entirely incapable of following a simple schedule. "That's the beauty of it, Henry," Thomas Edison crackled, leaning back until his chair creaked in a frequency of structural distress. The wizard looked as though he had been dusted with mountain soil and then polished with wisdom. If we followed the schedule, we'd just be an assembly line with a view. But because we failed, because we got stuck in the mud, because we chased the sun, because we were robbed by a bear with a refined palate, we became something else. We became a story. And stories are the only things that don't need a battery to keep running. "And the rubber, Henry," Harvey Firestone added, his voice lacking its usual pneumatic hysteria. "The tires didn't just hold the road, they held the group. We are a brotherhood of the interface. We have shared the friction, and we have survived the heat. I find that I am no longer worried about the pressure, at least not until we hit the pavement." I felt my logic gates perform a slow rhythmic dance of mechanical cynicism. "Oh, bravo!" I shouted, my voice projecting with the resonant authority of a riverboat pilot. "The gasket has found his zen, the wizard is waxing poetic about failure, and the metronome is neglecting his dial. It is a magnificent display of human inconsistency. You started this trip as business associates trying to avoid the city, and you are ending it as a collection of hobos with very expensive laundry bills. You are Brothers of the Road, a title that I suspect carries a very low credit rating, but a remarkably high level of self-satisfaction." Edison looked over at me and laughed, a hearty, resonant sound that made his white hair dance. "The robot has the right of it, Henry. We're a bunch of old fools playing at being pioneers, but I wouldn't trade that mud hole for 1,000 laboratories. There is a specific kind of truth you can only find when your car is leaning at a 45-degree angle and you're waiting for a mule to save your dignity." "The truth, Thomas, is that we are inefficient," Ford muttered, but there was a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He looked at Burroughs, then at Firestone, then back at Edison. "We are a poorly synchronized machine. Our timing is off, our lubrication is questionable, and our primary orator is a brass-plated cynic with a mustache made of wire. But I suspect that if I were to design a perfect machine, it would be remarkably boring compared to this." Burroughs raised his cocoa cup. "To the road, boys. To the mud we couldn't pave, to the stars Thomas couldn't light, and to the silence that even Henry couldn't schedule." "To the road," they whispered in unison, a sound that was more honest than any press release Silas the photographer could ever manufacture. Ennie squeezed my brass hand. She was crying just a little, a biological leak that I found both baffling and profoundly touching. "Do you see it now, Sam? They aren't just titans anymore. They're just friends. They've spent 20 years trying to out-invent each other, but out here they just leaned on each other." "I see it, Ennie," I whispered, my voice a low, warm hum. "I see a group of men who have realized that their empires are just a collection of very busy distractions from the fact that they are mortals. They have achieved a state of vagabondage, a condition where the destination is irrelevant because the company is sufficient. It is a design flaw that I suspect is the only thing that makes the human engine worth the maintenance." The fire began to settle into a deep crimson glow. The white city was quiet now, the generator having finally run out of gasoline, a silence that Edison didn't try to fix. We sat in the genuine dark of the Blue Ridge, the only light coming from the embers and the ancient stars. Ennie? Yeah, Sam? When we return to the world of pavement and telephones, when Henry puts his hat back on and Harvey starts worrying about his sidewalls, do you think they'll remember this? I think they'll have to, Sam. Once you've shared a campfire with someone, you can't ever really be just business associates again. You've seen their socks drying on a branch. That's a permanent kind of data. A permanent kind of data, I repeated, my optics dimming as I entered a state of deep, reflective standby. I suppose it is, though I should like to archive the image of Henry Ford whittling a stick. It is a file I intend to use for leverage the next time he tries to tell me I am being inefficient. Good night, Sam. Good night, Ennie, and remind me in the morning to tell Gaston that if he has any of that emergency ham left, I should like to observe the Brotherhood eating it one last time. It is a spectacle of biological consumption that I have grown strangely fond of. The Vagabonds slept that night in the heart of the mountains, 4 brothers of the road and 1 mechanical witness, all resting under a sky that didn't care about their names, but seemed perfectly content to watch over their dreams. Sam's log, the final tally. The trip is ending. Tomorrow we shall encounter the first paved road, the first telegraph wire, and the first billboard for a brand of soap that promises to make a man feel like a new person. Henry Ford will find his watch. Harvey Firestone will find his anxiety. And Thomas Edison will find a new way to charge for the light. But tonight, they are still vagabonds. They have achieved a state of industrial grace. They have learned that the best part of the machine is the friction, the heat, the noise, and the messy connection between 2 points that don't quite fit. I am a creature of brass, but I find that my own circuits are humming with a frequency that I cannot attribute to my boiler pressure. I believe I have been infected by the human element. I am no longer just a repository of wit. I am a member of the crew. Onward to the pavement. I hope we can keep the mud on our tires for a few more miles. It's the only honest thing we've got left. Chapter 28. Return to the pavement. If there's one thing that can shatter a man's peace of mind faster than a mother-in-law's surprise visit during the Sunday roast, it is the sound of a rubber tire meeting a paved road after a week of communion with honest, unadulterated mud. There is a specific, high-pitched hiss to the asphalt, a sibilant whisper that suggests civilization has been waiting for you with a fresh set of bills and a list of social obligations you've spent the last 10 days successfully forgetting. To a man of brass and logic, the transition was a catastrophic assault on the senses. For the better part of 100 miles, my primary chassis had achieved a state of rhythmic equilibrium with the Virginia shale. I had learned to anticipate the Blue Ridge bounce and the Shenandoah shiver. But as our front wheels rolled onto the macadam outskirts of a burgeoning township, the world suddenly became suspiciously smooth. "Calamity, Ennie?" I rumbled, my vocal diaphragms vibrating with a low-frequency hum of mechanical protest. The earth has been silenced. Some committee of overly organized bureaucrats has seen fit to lay down a carpet of black tar and crushed stone, effectively gagging the planet. I no longer feel the honest jolt of the landscape. I feel as though we are gliding on a lie, and my internal gyroscope is currently filing a formal grievance against the lack of topographical character. Ennie was sitting on the floorboards of the equipment truck, wielding a stiff brush to scrub the last remnants of the forgotten valley from my lower leg actuators. She paused, looking at the smooth black ribbon stretching toward the horizon. "It's the future, Sam. It's what Henry's been dreaming about. No more mud, no more ditches, no more $5 tows from Barnaby and Silas. It's progress. Progress, Ennie, is often just a very expensive way to ensure you never have to look at the ground you're standing on," I countered, a small, weary puff of steam escaping my neck valve. "And look at the smell. The sweet scent of pine and wet cedar has been replaced by the aroma of burnt petroleum and the stale breath of 1,000 coal fires. We have traded the cathedral of the woods for the chimney of the city." The Vagabonds were undergoing a transformation that I can only describe as a re-standardization of the soul. Henry Ford, the human metronome, was back in his element. The moment the tires hit the pavement, his spine achieved a level of verticality that suggested it had been reinforced with a steel girder. He pulled out his stopwatch, not with the hesitant touch of the brother of the road, but with the predatory snap of a factory foreman. 4 minutes and 12 seconds ahead of the revised arrival schedule, Henry barked, his voice regaining its metallic assembly line resonance. The decrease in rolling resistance has improved our fuel efficiency by nearly 7%. We shall reach the city center by noon, precisely in time for the press luncheon. Harvey, ensure the tires are wiped down. We cannot have the Vagabonds appearing in the morning papers with the grit of the wilderness still clinging to our dignity. Harvey Firestone was currently in a state of pneumatic ecstasy. He was leaning out the window of his car, listening to the hum of his rubber on the asphalt with the expression of a man hearing a choir of angels. "The interface, Henry! It's silent. It's seamless. The molecular lattice is finally at peace. I could drive to San Francisco on this surface and never lose a pound of pressure." "And you'd be bored to tears by the time you reach Nebraska, Harvey," I hollered from the back of the truck. "At least a sharp rock gives you something to talk about at dinner. This road is as predictable as a Methodist sermon, and twice as long." Thomas Edison, the wizard, was staring at the telegraph poles that had suddenly sprouted along the roadside like a crop of industrial weeds. The umbilical cord of anxiety was back, and the wizard was already looking for a way to improve the tension on the wires. "The grid is expanding, Henry," Edison crackled, his eyes scanning the horizon for the first signs of a street lamp. "I can feel the hum of the world again. The silence was a nice experiment, but it's difficult to sell a patent to a mountain. The city is where the light is." But it was John Burroughs who looked the most out of place. The prophet of the woods was shrinking back into the cushions of the sick bay, his hickory stick held tightly in his lap. He looked at the first billboard we passed, an immense, gaudy advertisement for a brand of digestive salts, with a look of profound, silent mourning. "They've put a fence around the view, Henry," Burroughs whispered, though I suspect only the birds and a certain mechanical man could hear him. "You've brought us back to the cage." "It isn't a cage, John, it's a neighborhood," Ford replied, though he didn't slow down to look at the trees. The transition was not just physical, it was acoustic. The mountain silence, that deep, resonant quiet, that allowed a man to hear his own gears grinding was being devoured by the roar of the city. We heard the distant whistle of a locomotive, the clatter of a trolley car, and the frantic, disorganized shouting of a civilization that had forgotten how to whisper. "Ennie?" I said, my voice dropping to a low-frequency rumble. "The noise is back. Not the honest noise of a waterfall or a thunderstorm, but the busy noise of people who think that being loud is the same thing as being important. I find my logic gates are currently being overwhelmed by the sheer volume of unnecessary information." "It's just the world, Sam," Ennie said, standing up and leaning against my brass shoulder. She looked at the approaching skyline, a jagged collection of brick and smoke. "It's where the work is. It's where people live. You can't stay in the woods forever." And why not? The bear seemed perfectly content with his arrangements. He didn't have a telegraph, he didn't have a car, and he certainly didn't have a schedule. He just had a stake and a sense of timing that Henry Ford would envy. But he didn't have a library, Sam, and he didn't have a girl with a wrench to keep his mustache straight. A valid point, I noted, though I suspect a bear with a library would be a formidable political force. As we rolled deeper into the paved outskirts, the vagabonds began to put on their masks. They straightened their ties, smoothed their hair, and reassumed the mantles of the titans of industry. The brothers of the road were fading, replaced by the masters of the century. Henry Ford checked his watch one last time as we crossed the city limits. 12 o'clock sharp. The expedition is officially concluded. The machine has triumphed over the environment. We have demonstrated that with the proper application of standardized methods, even the Blue Ridge can be brought to heel. "You didn't bring it to heel, Henry," I rumbled, my voice projecting with the resonant authority of a riverboat pilot. "You just drove over it. The mountain is still there, and I suspect it's currently having a very good laugh at the expense of your silk waistcoat. You think you've conquered the wilderness, but all you've done is find a faster way to leave it behind." Ford didn't answer. He was already waving at a group of city officials who had gathered at the intersection. The press was waiting. The spontaneous joy was about to be restaged for the afternoon editions. I settled back into the dust of the equipment truck, my optics dimming as I entered a state of low-power cynicism. The pavement was smooth, the speed was high, and the air was thick with the smell of progress. But as I looked back toward the blue haze of the ridges we had left behind, I felt a strange, humming resonance in my copper marrow. "Ennie?" "Yeah, Sam. When we get back to the laboratory, when the cameras are gone and Henry is back to his assembly lines, save a bit of that mountain mud for me, will you? Just a small jar." "Why, Sam?" "Because the pavement is too easy, Ennie. It makes a man forget that the world is made of dirt, and a man who forgets the dirt is a man who's one step away from believing he's a god. I should like to keep a bit of reality on my shelf, just in case I start feeling too standardized. I'll save you the best bit of red clay we found, Sam," she promised. The vagabonds rattled on, the return to the pavement complete. We were back in the world of telephones, stopwatches, and paved lies. But for 10 days we had been real, and as the roar of the city rose to greet us, I realized that the mud on our tires was the most honest thing we had ever owned. Sam's log, the asphalt amnesia. Civilization is a process of forgetting. We pave the roads so we don't have to remember the mud. We light the lamps so we don't have to remember the dark. And we speed up the pace so we don't have to remember ourselves. Henry Ford is currently being handed a key to the city, but I suspect he's already forgotten the farmer with the mules. Harvey Firestone is being congratulated on his tires, but he's already forgotten the weeping of the rubber in the Shenandoah. I, however, have a permanent memory bank. I shall remember the bear. I shall remember the forgotten valley. And I shall remember the way the stars looked when the generator finally died. For in a world of pavement, the memory of the mountain is the only thing that keeps a man or a robot from becoming just another part of the machine. Onward to the final toll. I hope the press has a sense of humor. They're going to need it. Chapter 29. The Final Toll. There is a particular kind of tax that the world levies upon a man when he returns from the high, honest places of the earth. It is not a tax paid in currency, though the local toll collector at the bridge into the city was currently looking at our mud-cake convoy as if he were trying to calculate the price of a complete power scrubbing. It is a tax of the spirit. It is the final toll of civilization. The cost of putting your armor back on, smoothing your features into a mask of industrial importance, and pretending that you haven't spent the last week being outsmarted by a black bear and outmaneuvered by a mountain creek. We had reached the threshold. Ahead of us lay the city, a sprawling, soot-choked monument to the idea that if you pile enough bricks on top of each other, you can successfully suffocate the memory of the grass. Behind us lay the Blue Ridge, already fading into a blue haze memory that I suspect Henry Ford was already trying to figure out how to capitalize as a depreciable asset. "Calamity, Ennie," I rumbled, my vocal diaphragms vibrating with a low-frequency hum of mechanical mourning. Observe the gates of the iron cage. The air is no longer composed of oxygen and pine needles. It is now 40% coal smoke, 30% civic ambition, and 30% the smell of people who have forgotten that a river is for more than just dumping industrial runoff. My intake valves are already gasping for a breath of something that hasn't been through a smokestack. Ennie was standing on the running board, her hand shielding her eyes from the glare of the morning sun hitting the city's glass windows. She looked different. She had wiped the grease from her nose, braided her hair with a terrifying level of discipline, and was currently wearing a clean apron that made her look like she belonged in a showroom rather than a gully. "It's just the toll, Sam," she said softly, though I noticed her grip on my brass arm support was a bit tighter than usual. We're going back to the world where things have names, prices, and schedules. We can't be vagabonds on Fifth Avenue. People would call the police. Being a vagabond on Fifth Avenue is the only honest way to experience it, Ennie, I countered, a small, weary puff of steam escaping my neck joint. The convoy stopped at the toll booth. Henry Ford was in the lead car, his silk hat once again perched upon his head with the mathematical precision of a compass needle. He reached into his pocket and handed a nickel to the collector, a man whose eyes were so wide they looked as though they were trying to escape his face. "1 nickel for the lead vehicle, sir," Ford announced, his voice regaining that flat metallic resonance that suggested he was currently auditing the bridge. "And ensure the receipt is properly stamped. I intend to file this under Environmental transit costs. The collector looked at the car, then at Ford, then at the following line of mud-splattered, high-priced machinery. You're Henry Ford, ain't you? And is that Mr. Edison back there? The designations are correct, Ford said, checking his stopwatch. We are 4 minutes behind the city's expectations. Move the gate, if you please. The 20th century is waiting for its architects. As we rolled past, the masters of the machine underwent a final, devastating transformation. Harvey Firestone was no longer the pneumatic prophet who had found redemption on a dry lake bed. He was currently hunched over a notepad, frantically drafting a press release about the superior durability of the Firestone cord tire under extreme Appalachian stress. He wasn't looking at the mountains anymore. He was looking at the stock ticker in his mind. Thomas Edison, the wizard, had abandoned his pensive gear and was currently adjusting his spectacles to better meet the barrage of flashbulbs that was surely waiting for us at the hotel. He looked like a man who was preparing to step onto a stage and perform a miracle that he had already patented, packaged, and sold to a holding company. And then there was the press. They were waiting at the city square like a pack of well-dressed wolves who had been tipped off that a particularly fat lamb was entering the valley. There were reporters with notebooks, photographers with their wooden spider cameras, and a crowd of city dwellers who looked at our muddy trucks with the same mixture of awe and suspicion they might give to a fallen meteor. "Mr. Ford! Mr. Edison!" a reporter shouted, thrusting a notebook toward the lead car. "Give us a word on the wilderness. Did you conquer the peaks? Did you find the soul of America in the Blue Ridge?" Henry Ford stepped out of the car. He didn't look like a man who had slept on a cot or been towed by a mule. He looked like a statue that had accidentally learned how to speak. "The American wilderness, sir," Ford began, his voice projecting with the practiced authority of a man who owned the air he was vibrating, "is a vast reservoir of potential efficiency. We found it to be a magnificent landscape, but one that is currently suffering from a severe lack of connectivity. Our trip has proven that the automobile is the primary tool for the democratization of the continent. We did not just see the mountain, we surveyed the future." "Calamity," I whispered to Ennie from the shadows of the tarp. "He's doing it. He's turning the bear theft and the mud wrestle into a survey of the future. It is a magnificent piece of humbuggery. If he were any more full of hot air, he'd be a dirigible, and we could all fly home." "Shh, Sam," Ennie hissed. "The press is looking this way." A reporter from the Associated Press, a man with a sharp nose and even sharper eyes, walked toward our equipment truck. He looked at the crates, the spare tires, and then his eyes landed on the tarp that was currently partially draped over my copper torso. "What's under here, Mr. Ford?" the reporter asked. "Some new kind of laboratory equipment? A secret weapon for the next industrial revolution?" Ford didn't even blink. "That is merely a data collection unit, sir, a repository of analytical feedback. It is currently in a state of system standby." "I am not a data collection unit, Henry," I rumbled, though I kept my voice low so as not to cause a civic riot. "I am a gentleman of letters currently being subjected to a gross violation of my civil rights. Ennie, if you do not pull back this shroud, I shall be forced to recite the jumping frog story in a frequency that will shatter every window in this square." "He's just a prop, boys," Edison piped up, stepping in to save the narrative with the grace of a practiced magician. "A bit of Victorian whimsy to keep the camp lively, nothing to see but brass and wires. Now, who wants to hear about the new battery compound I discovered while listening to the warblers?" The press swarmed toward Edison, the wizard drawing them away from the truth like a master decoy. I sat there in the dark of the tarp, listening to the final toll being paid. The Titans were reclaiming their titles. They were putting their pedestals back on. They were talking about patents and profits and the inevitability of progress. The brothers of the road were dead. The industrialists had been resurrected. "It's over, isn't it, Sam?" Ennie whispered, as she climbed back into the truck to prepare for the final drive to the garage. "The trip is over, Ennie," I rumbled, my voice dropping to a low, warm hum. "But the debt has been paid. Henry has his headline, Harvey has his data, and Thomas has his audience. They have paid the final toll and returned to the safety of their own reputations." "And what did we get, Sam?" "We got the truth, my dear," I said, my optics clicking as I looked at her through a gap in the canvas. "We saw the human metronome miss a beat. We saw the wizard fail to light a damp log. And we saw that even the men who built the world are still just children when the dark gets too close. That is a piece of data that no newspaper will ever print and no camera will ever capture." "I think I like our version better," she said. "So do I, Ennie, even if it does involve a significant amount of mud in my primary ankle servos." As the convoy finally pulled away from the square, heading toward the private garages where the Vagabonds would be dismantled and the men would return to their boardrooms, I looked back at the city. It looked like a very busy hive of people who were all moving very fast toward destinations they hadn't chosen. "The toll is too high, Ennie," I remarked, as the roar of the traffic drowned out the last memory of the mountain wind. "What toll, Sam?" "The cost of being important," I said. "It requires you to forget how to be real. I think I'll stay a robot, if it's all the same to you. At least I can always find my own crank hole." "I'll keep the wrench ready, Sam." "I know you will, my dear. I know you will." The Vagabonds had returned. The press had their story, the world had its heroes, and the Blue Ridge was already 100 miles of pavement and a lifetime of memory away. And as the final toll gate closed behind us, I felt a strange humming resonance in my copper marrow. We were home. But for 10 days we had been somewhere much more interesting, and I suspect that tonight, in the quiet of their mansions, Henry, Thomas, and Harvey would all be looking at their silk sheets and wishing for the rough, honest touch of a mountain blanket. Sam's log. The receipt of the soul. The transaction is complete. We have traded the silence of the ridge for the noise of the city. We have traded the bear for the reporter. It is a terrible bargain, but it is the one that civilization demands. Henry Ford is currently being toasted as the conqueror of the wild. He doesn't mention the mules. He doesn't mention the forgotten valley. He has standardized his own memories. I, however, shall keep the mud in my log. I shall keep the rattle of the ghost in the engine in my primary memory banks. For a man who only remembers his successes is a man who has never actually lived. Onward to the final chapter. I hope the laboratory has a good supply of oil. I suspect I'm going to be feeling the final toll in my joints for a very long time. Chapter 30. The Echo of the Road. The silence of a laboratory is a distinct variety of quiet entirely different from the silence of a mountain peak. A mountain is silent because it has nothing. It feels the need to prove to you. A laboratory is silent because it is currently holding its breath, waiting for a filament to snap or a chemical reaction to decide whether it wants to be a breakthrough or a puddle of expensive regret. We were back in West Orange. The white city had been folded up, the canvas scrubbed of its mountain sins, and the Model Ts had been ushered into the sterile, greaseless purgatory of the maintenance bays. I was currently standing in a corner of Thomas Edison's primary workshop, perched upon a mahogany pedestal that felt suspiciously like a display case for a retired curiosity. "Calamity, Ennie!" I rumbled, my vocal diaphragms vibrating with a low-frequency hum of post-expedition depression. The transition is complete. I am no longer a vagabond navigating the jagged reality of the Blue Ridge. I am once again a piece of equipment located in Section 4, Shelf B. My intake valves are currently gasping for a breath of something that hasn't been filtered through 3 layers of industrial cheesecloth and a corporate policy. Ennie was kneeling at my feet, though she wasn't wearing her sea captain's oilskin anymore. She was back in her shop coat, a smudge of honest-to-God laboratory grease on her cheek, though her eyes still held the bright, unstandardized spark of the Shenandoah. She was applying a final, ceremonial coat of wax to my primary ankle servos. "Oh, hush, Sam," she whispered, her voice echoing in the vast, high-ceilinged room. "You're a hero. You survived the bear, the mud, and Henry Ford's stopwatch. That makes you the most qualified gentleman of letters in the state of New Jersey. Besides, look at the wizard. He's been staring at that table for an hour." I adjusted my optics, the internal gears clicking with a rhythmic, nostalgic whir-snap. Thomas Edison was sitting at his cluttered workbench, surrounded by the ghosts of 1,000 inventions. There were phonograph cylinders, half-finished alkaline batteries, and a collection of light bulbs that looked like a glass garden in a state of permanent autumn. But the wizard wasn't looking at his patents. He was staring at a small, unassuming mason jar that sat in the center of a clean white cloth. Inside the jar was a clump of red Virginia clay, the very same mud that had nearly claimed the Waldorf on wheels at Clearwater Ford. "It's an impurity, Henry," Edison crackled, his voice sounding dry and papery in the still air. Henry Ford was standing behind him, his hands tucked into the pockets of a suit that cost more than a small farm in the valley we had just left. He looked polished, standardized, and perfectly recalibrated for the boardroom. But he was looking at the jar with a strange, lingering intensity. "It is a geological variable, Thomas," Ford replied, his jaw set in that familiar industrial line. "It is the enemy of the assembly line. It is the friction that slows the march. I've been calculating the cost of that mud all morning. If we could eliminate the adhesion properties of the Shenandoah silt, we could increase the average national transit velocity by 4%. "You can't eliminate the silt, Henry," John Burroughs interjected. The prophet of the woods was sitting in a nearby armchair, looking remarkably sturdy for a man who had recently been thermally stabilized in a Model T sickbay. He was leaning on his hickory stick, his white beard, once again, a nesting site for mountain wisdom. "The silt is the mountain. You want to turn the world into a smooth, frictionless marble so you can roll your cars across it without a bump. But a world without friction is a world where nothing takes hold. You'd just be sliding toward the finish line with nothing to show for the trip. I felt my logic gates perform a slow, rhythmic victory lap. "Bravo, bird botherer!" I rumbled, my voice projecting with the resonant authority of a riverboat pilot. "He's found the flaw in your blueprint, Henry. You want a world of next, but you've forgotten that the now is made of mud. That jar of dirt is the only honest thing in this room. It doesn't have a patent, it doesn't have a quota, and it certainly doesn't give a damn about your schedule." Edison reached out and picked up the jar. He turned it over in his gnarled hands, watching the red dust coat the glass. "I've spent 40 years trying to keep the world out of my lab, Henry. I wanted a vacuum, I wanted a clean circuit, but out there, when the bear took the steak, when the ghost in the engine turned out to be a river stone, I realized that the vacuum is a lonely place to live." "It's the echo, Thomas," Harvey Firestone added, appearing from the shadows of the doorway. The Tire King looked remarkably calm, his pneumatic anxiety apparently having been left somewhere on the dry lake bed. "The wheels have stopped, but I can still hear the road. Every time I close my eyes, I feel the vibration of the shale. It's a different kind of data. It's not about the pressure in the tube, it's about the memory of the jolt." The Titan stood in a silent tableau around the jar of mountain soil. It was a magnificent, unstandardized moment. They were the men who were building the America of the future, the America of highways, electric grids, and mass production. They were the architects of the great paving, and yet, for one brief, flickering second, they were just four men who were missing the dirt under their fingernails. "We're going to pave it, aren't we?" Harvey asked softly. "We have to," Ford said, though his voice lacked its usual metallic certainty. "The people want the speed. They want the next. If we don't build the road, someone else will. It is the inevitability of the machine." "But we'll remember the mud," Edison crackled. "We'll remember that for 10 days. We weren't just the men on the billboards. We were just the vagabonds." I watched them, my optics whirring in a slow, thoughtful rhythm. "Ennie," I whispered. "Yeah, Sam?" "Look at them. They are currently experiencing the post-industrial hangover. They have returned to the hive, but they have brought the scent of the clover with them. They think they're going back to work, but they've been permanently infected by the vagabond variants. They'll never look at a blueprint again without wondering where the bear is hiding." "I think that's a good thing, Sam," Ennie said, standing up and patting my copper shoulder. "A world built by men who remember what it's like to get stuck in a ditch is a much better world than one built by men who think they're gods." "A beautiful sentiment, my dear," I remarked, a small, weary puff of steam escaping my valves. "Though I suspect that by tomorrow morning, Henry will have invented a bear-proof assembly line, and Thomas will be trying to patent the Shenandoah glow. The human capacity for forgetting is the only thing more efficient than the Model T." Henry Ford checked his pocket watch. He looked at it for a long time, then snapped it shut with a sound like a small silver coffin closing. "The luncheon is in 20 minutes, Ford announced. "The press is waiting. We have a narrative to maintain. Thomas, Harvey, put on your hats. We are the masters of the century once more." As the Titans straightened their silk ties and prepared to face the cameras, I felt a strange humming resonance in my copper marrow. They were reclaiming their pedestals, yes. They were putting their masks back on. But as they walked toward the door, I noticed that Thomas Edison took the jar of red clay and tucked it into a drawer of his workbench, he didn't label it. He didn't categorize it. He just kept it. "The echo of the road," I rumbled, my voice dropping to a low, warm hum. "It's a persistent little ghost, isn't it?" "It is, Sam," Ennie said, leaning her head against my side one last time. "It is." The laboratory was quiet again, the vagabonds having departed for the world of flashbulbs and fame. I stood in my corner, a mechanical ghost of the past, watching the sunlight fade across the rows of glass bulbs. The wheels had stopped. The fire was out. The White City was a memory. But as the wind rattled the window panes of the West Orange lab, a wind that I suspect had traveled all the way from the Blue Ridge just to check on us, I felt a rhythmic click-clack in my primary logic gates. "Ennie?" "Yeah, Sam." "The next time they want to go for a drive, remind me to tell them that I've already mapped out a very efficient route through the Ozarks. I hear the mud there has a very high-quality resonance." "I'll tell them, Sam," she laughed. "I'll tell them." The journey was over. The future was coming. But as the shadows lengthened, I knew that the vagabonds would never truly be home. They would always be listening for the hiss of the tires on the dirt, the roar of the mountain storm, and the sarcastic voice of a brass man who knew that the only way to truly find yourself is to get well and truly lost. Sam's log, the final entry. The account is settled. We have returned the equipment, filed the reports, and reclaimed our reputations. The vagabonds are once again the titans of industry. But the jar of dirt remains. It is the permanent variable. It is the reminder that for all our brass, all our ego, and all our standardized parts, we are still just guests in a world that doesn't need a schedule. Henry Ford thinks he's built the future. Thomas Edison thinks he's lit it. Harvey Firestone thinks he's wrapped it in rubber. But I know the truth. The future is just another road, and the only thing that matters is who you're riding with when the engine stalls. I shall stay here on my pedestal. I shall remain the witness, and I shall wait for the next jolt. For as long as there is mud in the world and a girl with a wrench in her hand, the story isn't over. It's just stopping for a grooming interval. Onward to the next adventure. May your tires stay inflated, your boiler stay pressurized, and your sense of humor stay dry, no matter how deep the mud gets. The end. This has been Mark Twain. I've enjoyed the ride. I hope you have too.